Welcome to the first Glasgow Tech Fest here within the University of Strathclyde's Technology and Innovation Centre and at the heart of the Glasgow City Innovation District. I'm Alistair Gunn, part of the Glasgow City Innovation District team, and it's great that all of you have come here today. Without further ado, we've got a packed schedule, and for today, I would like to kind of introduce you to our host, Quentin Cooper, who is going to be your chair and MC for the day. Over to you, Quentin.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much. Thank you, Alistair. Thank you for the introduction. So welcome one, welcome all, welcome short, welcome tall, welcome the technologible and the teching things slowly to, as Alistair said, this first Glasgow Tech Fest, GTF for short. GTF as in GTF out of here, GTF or just as in get teeth, whatever it stands for. So this, I think, and I say the first because I think we're hoping, optimistically, this will be the first of many of these events. So I'm your host, and it's a great pleasure to be so, but this is very much your fest. It's designed to be no matter which part of the tech spectrum you come from, whether you're here at Strathclyde University's Technology Innovation Centre, or whether you're watching online. Hello online, thank you for coming along. This is a hybrid event. Now, as many of you will know, in the last few years, there have been tons of big tech events in Scotland, kickstarting startups, seeding ecosystems, showing spin-outs which way to turn, bringing together smart ideas and smart money. Many of these events have been hugely beneficial to individuals, industry, investors, and the whole Scottish economy, even one or two that weren't hosted by me. But surprisingly little of all that action has centred on Glasgow. And that is not like this city. Glasgow is normally at the vanguard, the cutting edge, the trailblazer, the innovator, ahead of the curve, changing the game. Now, there's lots of reasons and backstories as to why that we could go into, and others may. But suffice to say, it is an anomaly, and with GTF, that anomaly is being corrected. Now, the shortish version, I need to keep it short because, as Alistair said, got a lot packed into the day, is that a couple of years back, the government approached Mark Logan, former COO of Skyscanner, everyone's favourite homegrown unicorn, now a professor at University of Glasgow School of Computing Science, and, far more importantly, a senior fellow here in the Technology Innovation Centre at Strathclyde. And they asked Mark to review the whole tech sector across Scotland and make recommendations. He did. Then they asked him to lead the implementation of those recommendations. He is. And that includes setting up what is now the £1 million Scottish Technology Ecosystem Fund. And one of the big early successful appeals to that fund by Scotland's first innovation district, GCID, Glasgow City Innovation District, as Alistair's mentioned, and which I hope you realise you are now right at the heart of, was to have a one-day full-on exploration of expertise and experience right across the Glasgow tech community and beyond, digging deep into what's needed to develop talent, attract investment, expand the ecosystem, balance sustainability and profitability, and generally give startups and spin-outs a bit of a leg up, an extra edge. And this is it. Now, organised by GCID with the support of its partners, which is the University of Strathclyde, Glasgow City Council, Scottish Enterprise, Entrepreneurial Scotland, and Glasgow Chamber of Commerce, GTF is the first conference of its kind for the city's tech community and its ecosystem, and we've given it four main themes: founders, investment, ecosystem, and industry sectors. And we're going to delve into those themes across the day. We're going to have insider insights, success stories, in-the-know info on everything from how to stimulate to who to emulate. We've got keynotes, panels, networking opportunities galore, and of course plenty of chances to hear from yourselves and get your contributions, your points, your questions, your comments, your thoughts. No question too stupid, no question too smart, although, well, maybe. And as host, my job is to kind of keep things moving, keep speakers on time, keep it interactive, and most crucially, you'll be glad to know, make sure the brakes do not get squeezed. Never squeeze the brakes, very important. So to that end, this bit aside, I will try and keep my introductions and bits of talking pretty short. I'll keep introductions fairly minimal, even though we've got a very impressive array of panelists and speakers. If you want to know more about them, look on the website, or in most cases, just go to Wikipedia. Now, by way of example, we're going to start properly with a slightly more formal introduction, a slightly more formal welcome to this first Glasgow Tech Fest. And to provide it, it is my pleasure to invite down or up, depending on how you look at it. It's always odd when the stage is below the audience. The Principal and Vice-Chancellor of the University of Strathclyde and current President of the Royal Academy of Engineering. Please welcome Sir Jim MacDonald.
Thanks very much, Quentin. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. GTF, it just dawned on me. And we can't go for the Glasgow Festival of Technology, GFT, that's been taken as well. So we may have to do a bit of rebranding on that one, Quentin. I just took a visitor to point that out to us, but never mind. So a very warm welcome. Let me reiterate the same hello that Quentin's just given you. Here to the Technology and Innovation Centre on the Strathclyde University campus and with the Innova building next door, really at the beating heart of the Tech Zone, which has really been part of the fuel for the Glasgow City Innovation District. Scotland's first innovation district, which is all about ecosystem. It's about behaviours, it's about shared ambition, and it's about the excitement of that deep tech, stimulating economic growth, but also including people in that journey, not least of which the people in and around Glasgow itself. You heard from Quentin some of the background of how this meeting today has come about. My thanks and appreciation to the Scottish Government for having the boldness to have got Mark to do the review. Mark's a friend and associate of this place, as you've heard. I've got the pleasure of sitting on the STAIR, the Scottish Technological Ecosystem Review Board, with Mark and Kate Forbes, who she co-chairs that with Stephen Ingledew, who many of you will know from FinTech Scotland. And there's that sense of, the work having been done wasn't a job and finish. It was really the trigger, as it were, now to bring people like yourselves together, to get excited about that ambition and to push on. So, not too much about Strathclyde. Many of you are associates or Strathclyde alum, or indeed Strathclyde players just now. But Strathclyde's been on its own accelerated journey over the past decade. Research and education are core activities, of course. But Strathclyde's motto is about useful learning. And you can't be very much more useful than bringing great minds, great ideas, investors, place, and partnership and community to make a difference. That's about usefulness. We've been UK University of the Year twice in the past 8 or 9 years, the only university to have been so. Importantly for today, we were the Entrepreneurial University of the Year. We had Business School of the Year as well. Professor Eleanor Shaw is here. She was a big part of the reason why that happened. But people are attracted to that. It makes them interested. How did that happen? And just last year, about 9 months ago, Charles Wang, who some of you may know, he runs a venture capital outfit in California called Pasaka Capital, double Strathclyde alumnus, MBA and PhD, came back and he donated £50 million into Strathclyde. It's the largest philanthropic donation in Scottish higher education history, in the top 5 in the UK, and he wanted that to help drive to accelerate entrepreneurial activity. So we're using that to be part of a donation to double up on this site. So we're in the final stages of including the funding package for another £150 million investment on this site, the second tech building and the third tech building, focusing around quantum, 5G and 6G, industrial informatics, space, med tech, to complement what's here already, enabling technology, photonics and lasers, low carbon energy. So in many ways we're magnetising the city centre. For those of you that are interested in Innovation District chemistry, as it were, have a look at the Brookings Institute definition, because in many ways they have conceived of, not many people have implemented what innovation districts are all about, and it's straightforward, it's easy to talk about, more difficult to do, but it's about talent, ideas, research and innovation, and it's about being bold. And I would say that as well, it's about the attitude of how you engage with these opportunities. Get excited, work with others, and of course today I should say it's a great pleasure to have many people in the hall with us, but also to those online. We can see that pivot, that COVID eventually will be seen as an unwelcome, but clearly an accelerator for digital transformation and achieving net zero, where we're decoupling productivity from travel and carbon generation. But in many ways that shows you innovation is at the heart of all of that, and that's why you're here in the heart of this innovation district. An ecosystem, about 5 years ago, not long after we opened this place, John Hennessy, at that time was president of Stanford here in this building. In fact, might have actually been in this room, getting him to talk about the dynamics of Silicon Valley. And John made a good point. Like myself, as an electrical engineer, he's also chairman of Alphabet, the parent company of Google. John was very generous with his time. It's not about a recipe. It's not about replicating Silicon Valley, but it's recognizing the ingredients and then let the recipe evolve. The recipe will say a lot about the community that's there. So let's not pretend that we're going to do this like them, we're going to do that like them. We're going to say we'll be inspired by them and find out what the key things are that make this sort of endeavour and this enterprise work. And Tech Fest is really a detonator for that. It's a catalyst for that sort of change. You're in a place that's committed to the translation of research and innovation, the production of talent that makes an impact. And in these environments, we've got 5 UK catapult centres, 4 Scottish innovation centres. The UK's only Fraunhofer Institute here in and around these buildings. But the key thing that makes it work is people. And with that, I'll stop because there are plenty of people in here that want to make their contributions, get engaged, and as Quentin said, use those tea breaks, coffee breaks shamelessly, because it's all about networking and shared opportunity. So with that, I hope to circle back later on to see how things are going. Thanks for your time, and enjoy the rest of the day. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Sir Jim. And with that, he was gone. But boldness and people, I take from that. Also, I just should say, when Sir Jim was talking about photonics and lasers and magnetising the city centre, for the non-physics graduates, that's a metaphor. It's not a literal magnetising. Okay, we're about to move on to our opening keynote, but it also falls to me as your host to have to do that fantastic task of housekeeping. I've got a couple of bits, well, actually 4 bits of housekeeping. So first, there are no fire alarm tests planned today, so in the highly unlikely event of hearing an alarm, please head in an orderly fashion for the things that look like exits with the green running man on them, 1, 2, 3, 4, there, and there. And in the much more likely event of a mobile phone going off, can you try and make sure it's not yours by turning it to silent now? That would be much appreciated. Second, much as I'm sure some of you would like it if we kept going hammer and tongs all the way through to 5:30, we are very much going to have a break this morning, a lunch break, a break this afternoon, so there will be plenty of time for some high wattage chattage, going around the excellent market area that's there as well. There's all sorts of fantastic freebies. I recommend the fudge if you get there quickly, so I won't tell you where it is, but it's out there somewhere. Thirdly, if you are tweeting, or as we now say, DMing Elon Musk, Instagramming or truth socialing or whatever about today, then first of all, you probably need to know what the Wi-Fi is. It is TIC Conference, and the password is Pollock Park, and that, as all Scots will know, is Pollock without a C, P-O-L-L-O-K, capital P-A-R-K. So that is probably the single most important thing I will tell you today. But it'd be great if you are social mediaing in some way, if you could use the hashtag Glasgow Tech Fest, capital G, capital T, capital F. And then for bonus points, GCID's Twitter handle is @GlasgowCityInno, I-N-N-O. And mine, if you're interested, is just @QWERTY, which I have been told by somebody who's in charge of Twitter in the UK is the second coolest handle on Twitter, still. Fourthly and finally, especially as this is kind of GTF ground zero, we're going to be sending out a feedback form afterwards. It would be very, very useful to tell us what you liked, what you didn't like, what you wanted more of, what you wanted less of. You're free to say whatever you want. Remember, 2 L's in brilliant, 1 L in marvellous. Right, on to our first keynote, and one thing I haven't said about the day is that while those 4 themes I mentioned, founders, investment, ecosystem, and industry sectors, run through everything today, we're going to kind of focus on each in turn and have a kind of pairing of a keynote and then a panel discussion. And we're going to start with our ecosystem keynote from someone who has played multiple leading roles within the Glasgow tech ecosystem. Teresa McComiskey graduated from Glasgow University as a software developer and has since spent, we just worked out, 3 decades, sorry to mention this, delivering solutions for the financial sector, for finance industry, including being a key member of the team that established JP Morgan's new software development centre in Glasgow's International Financial Services District. Since 2010, Teresa's been with Barclays, where she's a distinguished engineer and now director and head of open source adoption within Barclays Group Chief Technology Office. Is that right? It's a very long title, but essentially, I think, It means she leads on developing collaborative ways of working and fostering good engineering practice across Barclays and beyond, including, of course, their shiny new state-of-the-art campus in Glasgow. Now, with more on that and its creative catalytic role in the city's tech ecosystem, please welcome our keynote, Teresa McComiskey.
Thanks, Quentin. I have to say, I'm delighted to join you all in person today at this, fantastic, event. It's great to see so many women at this event today, since we're talking about, technology. I'm just recovering from the 30 years, since I sort of graduated, but we'll move on from that. As I said, it's all about, the opportunity to collaborate, network, and share ideas. For me, within sort of Barclays, within an organisation, it's like kind of super important, and as we start to develop, ecosystems and networks, across the area, it helps too. And what a better place to be than Glasgow? Is there a better, more vibrant, livable city with great universities, lots of talent, there's so many different, people here to work with, and in fact, that's among the reasons, why Barclays, chose to expand the existing presence that we've had for a long time, and turn it into a strategic, technology site with our shiny new offices in Clyde Place, which I will talk to. But also more on a personal level, I chose to, live and study in Glasgow. I first came through in 1992. And if I think back to when, I graduated with my degree in software engineering in 1998, all I wanted to do was code, right? Back then Java was like super cool, right? It may not have the same cachet as it does then, but I remember that passion, that excitement. It's just what I wanted to do, right? What could I get involved in? The technology was so important to me. I wanted to learn all the time, and I wanted to go and work, for an organisation that allowed me to indulge, that passion, make a difference in sort of delivering, solutions. Although back in those days, there was no daily scrums, there was no code reviews. Testing was optional, I didn't know what continuous integration was, and a lot of the tools that you would expect to do, it was pre-Git, there was no Jira, there was no Confluence, there was no Stack Exchange, it wasn't really, you can really ask Google, so, from that sort of perspective, things, have, changed, kind of quite a lot, and if we fast forward, to the modern day with the rise of open source and, reuse, I think there's such a much greater awareness of the role of the developer and the importance of code. It's very much seen as a reusable asset. I think that across the piece that, no one really wants to reinvent the wheel anymore, right? There's no time, right? The pace of change is like so much. There's so many exciting problems to solve. The fact that, we want to leverage, collaborate, network, build on other ideas, make solutions, better, is for me, one of the, the biggest changes I've seen, over the time that I've, been working in this, this industry. And now, if we start to think of like where we are in the sort of post-COVID, world, what can we do to take advantage of where hybrid is the new normal? Think about how we take advantage of, the face-to-face time and work differently while we're in, the office. I certainly know within our organisation we've got lots of new colleagues that have joined, during the pandemic, and it's a key thing for us to try and, make aware of, some of the fabulous new facilities that we've got to try and arrange, network and knowledge sharing events and have fun, right? Surely a big part of this is when you're at work, you should enjoy it, and have fun. So we're about to, start to kick off a series of, internal, tech talks to get, developers to talk about, their code, no PowerPoint, right? This is all about, rocking up with the cool code that you've written, right? And then talking to your peers about it, right? So that they can start to, ask you questions, get involved and say, can I reuse that code? A bit of a theme here, right? I'm doing something really sort of similar. How can we work on that together? All the sort of things that we want to try and, do. And it can be anything, Java can still be cool. We're doing serverless Java, so we've got some talks, coming up on how we can do that. Streaming with Kafka, how do we improve like sort of testing? So many different ways, so many different parts of like sort of the modern developer, ways of working that we should be sharing and talking about. I also want to, start to explore more ways about we have sort of tech-focused communities. We very much are not, the sort of thought of like, siloed, not talking, to anyone anymore. But I think there's still more we can do to say, if you're a Java developer or a Python developer, or you're really into UX design or JavaScript, how do we think about when we're in the office, how we sit differently? Maybe not sometimes you don't sit with your team. Maybe you go and sit in a neighbourhood where, you're working with like your sort of peers. So there's different ways of mixing it up so that when you're in the office, you make the most of those connections and building, networks. I'm really looking forward to this because I'm absolutely certain if I suddenly get, all the, I don't know, our Python developers or that together, you'll suddenly find out that they're all doing the same thing, right, in some shape or form to a certain extent, or they can all sort of learn, from each other's, just some really interesting ways that we can try and, whip that together. We're also looking to work differently as a team. We're in the office. We prioritise, face-to-face meetings, right? I really try and not sit with my headset on. I really, I have an hour and a half commute to the office now. There's like, it's not a good use of time. We prioritise team, designs and review sessions. Last week there was like 10 of us round, crowding around all our monitors in stand-up mode. We really start to like huge amount of energy talking about the tech, talking about the things, that we're doing, huge amount of excitement. And, we have a diverse mix of talent and experience, apprentices, graduates, experienced developers, people who are just in role. Right? So being able to bring them all together, right, and talk around like a monitor or hit a whiteboard, right, that, for me, that's a secret sauce, that you should never kind of sort of try and forget, and you want to keep, kind of going. We're also like going through an exercise at the moment from an engineering perspective for Barclays to look at our ways of working. We're a large organisation, right? We put lots of things, we choose tools, we put processes in place for the right reasons at the right time, but it's then important to, regularly evaluate, those to say, has things changed? Do we have the right tooling? Can we streamline those processes? What was the regulatory risk, that we were facing for, at this point in time? Do we have real friction that means that our developers, our engineers are not enjoying life as much as we want them to? Right, so that's an ongoing thing that we have to do, and it means that we are currently thinking about ways to, streamline the tool set, document, automate, some of our good engineering sort of practices. We're doing things like realising like knowledge is so important, so we're moving things, say, from Confluence down to Markdown, so we treat our documentation as code, right? So it starts to get that same level, of attention. We're really pushing towards to get, continuous sort of delivery so that we can deliver faster for our business. So what does that mean, for how we do our change request processes, our integration pipelines, all these sort of things. And that's really important for us when you think about starting a new team. We've always got lots of new ideas, lots of, things that we want to be doing. So we're springing up teams, all the time. So how do we get them, up and running fast, but in the right way? And for me, that's the sort of things that you would also consider as when you're in a sort of startup. You start off small, you're super passionate. There might be a few of your individuals that can work in a slightly ad hoc way, but you kind of get it all, and emails and other things work, right? But how do you scale? And I don't mean server capacity here, right? When you're going to scale, that means you're going to have more people kind of join your organisation. So if you haven't thought about putting the right engineering practices in and the ways of working, then that's really going, to hurt you. And when you start to think about, if I'm going to have more people, what's the sort of mix of people that I want? Early careers, fantastic place to start. I mean, what could be better than, getting, a computer science graduate joining your team? Like the energy, the excitement, you know, the willingness to just, I want to do things. You know, certainly all the grads I've got on my team, you can't get them to, or you don't want to slow them down. It's just the excitement, the thirst for, you know, knowledge, and we absolutely, you know, need, to encourage more people in, you know, to doing, a classic sort of computing, you know, degree. But there's another world of opportunity, you know, out there. And in fact, I originally chose to do maths at university. That was kind of my, you know, first love. It was all about, you know, kind of solving, you know, problems. That's what really kind of got me. So maybe some of you might have realised I went to uni in 1992, but I didn't graduate till 1998. So that means I took a little bit of a meandering route, you know, to actually get my, you know, software engineering degree, in the first place. And I think then that means that if we start to look at, say, you know, things like such as the, you know, apprentices, right? You know, there's lots of people now, I think, you know, from my background that, would I still want to go to university, but, you know, getting that opportunity to, you know, study and learn, understand an industry, get my degree and earn money all at the same time. You know, there's very much, you know, that we are, you know, certainly Barclays are investing in, but, you know, it's a great way to, you know, think about, your, you know, organisation, you know, as well. And another great route into it is what we started an aspiring developer programme. So where you have, people who've went through their degree, they've got all those skills that you get from going to university, you know, much more than that. Yeah, but then suddenly decide that actually they would be interested, you know, in a career in technology. So where you're then looking for, you know, problem solving, you know, interest, you know, all the other aspects of it. You know, these are very much, a great way for us all to, you know, get, you know, more talent, into the technology sort of sector. But crucially, it's all about providing that right environment. If you're going to scale, have you got the right practices? Have you got, you know, perhaps, you know, some of the, you know, more sort of, you know, senior developers, you know, that are already within your career? You know, and for me, this is like one of the most exciting, you know, things when we start to think about like that. How do you plan a technical career path, you know, for your team? How do you start to think about, you know, the tech, you know, role models? You know, how do you, you know, start with this innate sense of giving back? You learn something, you then want to, you know, teach, you want to share, right? You want to document, and then you can sort of build on. Again, a great change in, I think, how organisations work from, you know, when I was earlier on in my career, where at that point in time, if you wanted to progress your career, you had to become a manager. You had to go into project, you know, management. That was seen as the only way to advance your career, which effectively then means all the stuff that you loved and you're good at, right, you know, are the things that you then, you know, which got you to where you're at that point in time, you know, suddenly you start to lose, you know, those sort of skills, you know, from. So if you're planning, you know, and you're thinking about the structure of your team and your organisation, you know, so that you've got your, you know, senior engineers, you know, and part of their role and how they advance is because they give back and they teach and they do, you know, kind of sort of sessions, then that's a great way that you can hone your people skills, you know, and well with holding on to your technical skills. You know, simple things such as reviewing pull requests, you know, taking the time, you know, to teach and kind of give back is so important. So important as you start to think about your graduates and apprentices and everything else, you know, who may be joining your team. And certainly one thing that I do, you know, within my team is to try and, you know, do this tension between, you know, your senior engineers, is to say, how much time are you spending coding? Right, you know, can we say that you're spending 50% of your time coding, right, you know, versus all the other important activities that comes with being, you know, a senior engineer within an organisation? We don't always get there, but it's, you know, something that we can talk about and kind of review. But it means that, you know, you don't necessarily drift off in a direction that you don't want to do, and it means that we're retaining, you know, that sort of wider sort of technology talent. And you know, part of like, you know, events like this is, you know, is can sort of share, you know, some of my kind of thoughts and feedbacks for what we're doing, you know, at Barclays. But certainly through Ego Labs, and we've got sort of Trish and Jack and the team here today. You know, this is a bit more of a structured way, you know, that you know, Barclays kind of wants to, you know, through sort of mentorship, we want to work, with the community and help you sort of to connect, innovate and grow. Trish and the team are going to be here all day to help answer any sort of questions. But I think, Quentin, you might have a few questions for me now.
Perhaps a round of applause first. Either grab a handheld or stay by your... I'm also aware, I do have questions, but I'm also aware that you've been talked at. It's all been one-way traffic so far, so I'll just ask a couple of questions, and then I'm going to open it up and see if you've got some questions or comments or whatever. The first thing I cannot resist asking, obviously, is you radiate this enthusiasm, this energy. Is that because you're always like that? Is that because it's an exciting time right now, or is that just because you've had a lot of caffeine?
I've definitely not had a lot of caffeine, so we can do that one. I think when you're talking about something that you care about and you're passionate about, right, and I think I've got to a stage in my career, it is all about giving back, right, to a certain extent. I want to think and reflect on how my career went from a technology perspective, and I want to make sure, that there's learnings, and as the next generation come on, who I find like super exciting, that everyone's getting that best opportunity.
And is it sort of partly about telling them the things that you wish somebody had been able to tell you back at the beginning, like, for instance, like you talked about your meandering career path, and you talked about the importance of kind of not just getting from A to B by the shortest route. And I guess at a time when we're talking a lot about valuing diversity, we need to also value divergence.
Agreed, and I think it's also just making sure you should stay technical. Whenever I sort of speak to, grads or anything like that who are coding, and they come to a stage in their career and like, I don't know what I want to do next, I'm saying, don't stop coding. Right, whatever you do, don't stop coding, right? You can be a business analyst, you can learn about any industry that you want to do and be a developer, right? But the minute, sometimes you maybe give up that little part of yourself, then, you're just, something that, right? So I'm super, super passionate about technology and encouraging people to have long-lived careers in it.
Right, I have many things to ask, but I'm going to just hope that you people have got questions to ask as well. Excellent. We're going to get a microphone to you. Somebody's running down, or walking down, because those are quite steep steps.
It's Gary Bernstein from Technology Leaders. Teresa, thanks for a really great opening presentation. Barclays' new Wealth Centre on Clydeside is just an amazing facility, a huge investment into Glasgow. And you think about it, Barclays are all over the UK and all over the world. What is it about Glasgow that Barclays, what's the aspiration for Barclays as a technology centre? What's going to be different here or unique here in Glasgow? Because if you're a technologist, a younger person looking for a career in technology and banking, you've got lots of choice for places to go. What is it Barclays are what's the vision for Glasgow?
Certainly, it's about, I've focused a lot on the technology we have here. We also have business and operations at the same time. So we want to then make sure that we've created a venue where everyone can work closely together so we can really understand the problems that we're solving, the customers, our product owners, and work together to sort of try and make a difference, right? I think that's, for me, what we can aim for.
But you're also presumably doing it because of things about Glasgow. You talked about it as this vibrant, livable city. I mean, do we have to accept there are some places where ideas are more likely to blossom and bloom and others where they're more likely to wither on the vine? And it's very hard to define exactly what that is, but not all cities, not all ecosystems are the same.
Exactly, and I think part of the reason Glasgow was chosen, right, was we already had kind of strong links, with the city, and there was an opportunity for us to make a real difference, like when we're here.
Right. There was another hand, sort of somewhere in the same area. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Drew, co-founder of Braided Communications. Great presentation, and you spoke really energetically many times about how people can collaborate effectively at work. You said it was important to remove friction for developers if that's stopping them having a good life and doing the kind of work that they want to do. And you mentioned there about respecting neurodivergence, and I think those two things overlap when it comes to people's communication preferences and abilities. Holding a microphone in front of all these people is, I would rather have emailed you, given the chance, but it's not always possible, right? It doesn't mean if you have a particular preference, that's the only thing. You have to have options for people, right? So we can come to work, be ourselves, communicate in the way that is most effective for us. Could you mention some of the things that you've been trying? You're talking about a time that was pre-Jira, pre-Confluence. You're now getting teams to work together, collaborate in innovative ways. What have you found that's been helpful in terms of respecting the neurodivergence of the teams that you're working with?
Well, there's certainly a big part of, like, recognising, that, we aren't all the same, right? We all think and behave differently and need space at times. There's things that like Barclays are doing, within our new offices that got, sort of quiet spaces, or recognising that people want to work, sort of differently. But I think there's a way of also just making sure, that we kind of respect, some of those boundaries and keep, people involved and listen to what, they want to do, different styles of working. Some people are more comfortable that perhaps don't have as many, like lots of face-to-face communication. So it's about making sure that we have, that mix of both, and we make everyone feel, kind of part, of the team, that we're all kind of working on this together. But that doesn't mean to say that we're all the same and we all want to work the same hours and, tackle problems in the same way.
But I mean, there's a good example, bizarrely, from Sir Jim right at the start, where he seemed slightly surprised that all the people working on this hadn't noticed that Glasgow Tech Fest abbreviated to GTF. You can have a whole bunch of people who don't, and somebody. That's why you have diversity, is not just for the sake of ticking a box. It's because you get that opinion, you get that input, you get that different way of tackling a problem.
Yeah. And you get much better results out of the other end. I love the fact, the worst thing you ever want is everyone to agree, up front, or look at something, the same way. You're not going to get, the best answers, and you're not going to learn, from each other if that's how you approach a problem.
Yeah, you can't be tokenistic. By the way, I need to say for the people who are watching at home, we don't really have any ability to take your questions, so telepathy or carrier pigeons are your best hope. So it'll have to be questions from here. There's one right at the back up there, which is handily very near where the mic is.
Thank you. Hi, Teresa. Thanks for that speech. I'm Paul Padereth from Innovate UK. A lot of businesses I speak to talk about the challenges they face in recruiting technical staff, the demand in the marketplace. Firstly, I wondered, is that something that you see? And secondly, what do you think that Glasgow and employers can do to try and tackle that if it is a problem?
So, absolutely. I mean, we are, actively in the market, looking to recruit for Barclays. But I think the biggest thing for me to do is I think we all need to, for some reason, why is like a degree in computing and coding not the coolest thing that you could possibly do? Right, somehow that message is getting, lost. And I think, the stats even, for like females who want to go into a career in coding haven't improved, since, I was at university or at school, and in fact have went backwards. So what can we all do collectively to change that? To show that it's such a flexible, fun career. Perhaps finance isn't your thing, right? But there's no industry, there's no problems that we have to solve today that don't involve technology, that don't involve coding. So why, I suppose I don't really know kind of what the answer is, but I think overall is like, what can we do, collectively?
Do you have any suggestions? Because I mean, obviously, things are usually getting better, but they're taking a hell of a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we probably just have to get out there more, kind of trying to talk, at the sort of, even at the schools level, because people are already starting to make, some of the decisions at that, that point in time. I think there's a visible, element of it, as well that we have to try and do.
So it's just kind of, it's as simple as you can't be what you can't see. It's, you've got to actually be saying, oh, this is what somebody who's done this looks like. It's not your classic geek image that you might have.
And to the gentleman that's up there, I don't love like standing up here and speaking, right, that much, if I'm honest, right? But I realise it's kind of part of the gig, it's kind of part of the remit. I can realise, that if you get to a certain point in your, career, and you're female and you should be talking about all these things. So I think we all have to push ourselves and think of different ways, to get that message, across.
You seem quite comfortable. Right, we've got time for just a couple more. We're going to go there. It is permissible for non-males to ask questions as well. I don't know if that was me. Good, fine. Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks, Teresa, for that. My name's Asmit. I'm at City of Glasgow College just as an engineer in the software engineering department. And one of the things that we always have from students is, do I have to get my degree to go and take on a job or a role in a tech company such as Barclays, for example? You do, of course, take some of our students on to the apprenticeship course. And more of our students are now actually thinking on boot camps. So my question really is, are degrees, diplomas, HNC, HND, or actual academic qualifications important now in the coding arena, or are boot camps just as good for future careers in coding?
I think it's difficult to, I think all of the above, right? You know, also some of it's down to the individual and what they want to do. I mean, we're certainly looking at more flexible ways to hire. You know, so we have your classic, you know, graduate, you know, kind of scheme, you know, where you've got the relevant sort of discipline, right? And then you want to go through your sort of traditional learning about the business element of it. You know, as you already mentioned, you know, we very much pushing, you know, the apprentice, you know, kind of scheme where we work with you, and then also looking to do, you know, I suppose boot camp conversions where you have a sort of relevant, you know, degree. We're keen just to keep looking at what the different, you know, options are, you know, and if we find, you know, the right individuals and teams that we want to work with, then, you know, we can look at options. We're certainly looking at different, I don't think it's one or the other, you know, all of the above.
Okay, right down here. I need to come up with some keys even further. All right, that's the smart move, okay.
Hi there, my name's Tracy, I'm from XIX Software for Opticians. We're the ones with the fudge, by the way.
Good plug.
You now have all the clues you need.
Yeah.
Right.
We don't have enough for everybody, I have to say. You were talking about prioritising face-to-face meetings and the enthusiasm of getting people around a computer, and so obviously that working in the same room is good. That's how I like to work. I think you get the best out of people when we're all in the same room and you've got easy access to people. But we still see a lot of people coming to us when we're recruiting, looking to work from home. What are your thoughts on remote working now that we're coming out the other end of this? And can you keep the motivation and productivity going?
I think it's certainly what I'm seeing is if you've got a tight-knit team before, then, you know, remote working, you know, can, you know, sort of work. I think when you're trying to build a new team, then it's more difficult. Certainly from what we are seeing is, you know, hybrid is the way to go. I don't think we would ever expect anyone to be in an office for 5 days again, unless they absolutely want to, right? You know, so again, it's all about, you know, that sort of choice. Right. I think it's like if there's a hybrid pattern that works, then that's kind of what I'm seeing, you know, is getting a lot of, you know, kind of the benefits, you know, at this point in time. But I would definitely work, you know, with, it just so happens my current team, that's kind of where we're doing, but more widely, you know, if people, you know, have kind of circumstances that mean, you know, that full remote working works for them, it's about, you know, just making sure that you're organising things in a sort of, you know, a certain way, right, and that you have a sort of style of organising, planning, sharing, you know, that kind of, you know, works.
But you'd be crazy to expect people to be in the office every single day.
Oh, definitely.
I will pass that on to Jacob Rees-Mogg. That's in it.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah. Everyone's got, you know, everyone's professional. Everyone's kind of, you know, are all professional enough to plan and organise, you know, their own time, and then we work out, you know, what's best, you know, for you as a group. For me, it was coming into the office on a Monday. I used to find this transition from being at home over the weekend and then trying to flip into a work mode really difficult. So when we were all trying to pick our days to come in, I was like, please, can we agree? It was a team effort, can we have a Monday? Right, because then it was like I could put my work head on, right, and then it just helped me for the rest of the week.
Okay, very nearly out of time, but I can take one more question if there is one more question from the audience. Yes, there's one there.
Hello. Yeah, my name is Tony. I'm a student at the University of the West of Scotland. Yes, so I wanted to find out in terms of providing opportunities, right? what's your thought on encouraging diversity? How do you encourage diversity within the tech community? Because I know that there's a place diversity plays in building platforms. The more diverse the team is, the more ideas that comes, and the better the platform is. So yeah, what are your thoughts on encouraging diversity?
I think I couldn't, agree more. Diversity comes, with age, with there's a whole different, background experiences. All of it is kind of, super relevant to be part, of a team. And certainly, when we're having events or we're hiring, we're looking for people who are passionate, interested, kind of want to, learn, care, about the technology. These are the important, aspects of when you're recruiting or you're having, a team. Everything else that you bring, that's your secret sauce. That's kind of more what we need, more of, because that means we get to a better, solution.
Doesn't autonomy feature in this at some point? If you're going to encourage people to really be diverse and actually feel they belong to a team, the team has to have a certain amount of ability to make its own decisions, to make its own failures, rather than feeling they're just a satellite or a puppet.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's whenever you've got, a team, there's autonomy but collective, agreement on things that you're going to do as well, and then also respecting, other sort of decisions. We certainly start to move more to sometimes like a bit more of a fail-fast mode. I remember, again, if you go back in history, you'd spend a lot of time thinking, planning, writing stuff down, right, trying to get agreement to it. Sometimes it's better just to try stuff now, right? And maybe it doesn't work, but it doesn't matter, right? Rather than you have lots of meetings about what's the right thing to do, tell you what, just prove us right or wrong, just go and try it, right?
Yeah.
To a certain extent. Go get some feedback from some of the users, right? If you think that's a good idea, I'm maybe not your target audience for what we're building. So rather than spend lots of time like navel gazing, just try it out, right? And then if you get feedback and we get positive, then that's something.
The metaphor I always use is TV comedy shows. If you go back and watch the first episode of Frasier or Fools of Horses or any classic comedy, you always think this is terrible. But the problem is, get it on the air and then make it work a bit better, rather than trying to get something perfect straight out the traps. One final question from me. You've been circling back to Glasgow for 30 years, effectively.
Yeah.
Are you kind of, nodding sagely going, I always thought it would end up like this, or are you surprised, or what? What's your reaction to where Glasgow is now in terms of the facilities, the people, the energy?
I mean, I think it's great. I'm probably a little bit surprised perhaps it's taking as long as, as it has. Even when I think about, the fantastic investments, that Barclays had made here, perhaps, I'd have thought it's something that we would have done a little bit sooner, than we did. So I'm not surprised, as I said, I think it's a great place. I've spent, most of my adult, life, living and working in Glasgow. Perhaps just again a bit surprised that it's taken us so long, to get to that, get to this point.
Okay, got to move on because we've got a whole panel discussion to fit in before our first break. But can we please once again thank for an excellent opening keynote, Teresa McConnell. So that was our ecosystem keynote. Now we have our ecosystem panel debate, theme sustainability, diversity, and responsibility in the ecosystem. Now we're all, I hope, big on sustainability, diversity, and responsibility, but what are the specifics of addressing those factors in a working, functional, lasting ecosystem? Got a great panel, and perhaps even more importantly, a very good chair, Eleanor Shaw, and I'm sure she's heard this one before, Senator Eleanor Shaw, as played by Meryl Streep in the remake of The Manchurian Candidate. Underrated film, I feel. But Professor Eleanor Shaw, OBE, Associate Principal here at Strathclyde, head of the Hunter Centre for Entrepreneurship, where she's responsible for the university's entrepreneurship strategy, Strathclyde Inspire, and as Sir Jim was saying, one of the key reasons for the many awards which have come this university's way very recently. Among Eleanor's particular research interests are developing diversity, encouraging creativity, and boosting firm growth. And Eleanor, I think what's going to happen is we're going to have a few of your thoughts first, is that right? and then you're going to introduce your cheery panel, and then it's all going to kick off.
Okay, Quentin, thank you very much. I must admit, I kind of feel like Madonna. I've always really wanted to have one of these headsets, and I've never, ever, in the too many years I'm not going to mention, had the opportunity. So I feel quite cool. I might not look cool, but I feel really cool with a headset. So thank you. And thank you, Teresa. You got us off to an absolutely fabulous, fabulous start. I've had to rewrite all my questions because I think you covered off most of them. So sorry, panel, we're doing this, you know, just cold, but I'm sure we'll be fine. Yeah, isn't it great all to be in the room together? I mean, already I've said hello to so many people who, and you've heard this before, are either way taller or way smaller, but always as equally gorgeous face-to-face as they were. So if you've met me, I apologise because, or if you've met me on Zoom, I apologise because I have touch-up to maximum. So when you meet me, I look as if I've had a facelift virtually, and you know, oh my goodness, everything's drooping. But never mind. On to more serious points. As Quentin has said, I'm a professor of entrepreneurship here at the University of Strathclyde. I'm an associate principal, so I sit on the executive team, and in that role, I work with some fabulous colleagues who I can see here with me today, Olga, Poonam, I see Fiona there as well, and other Alistair, on our entrepreneurship strategy, which we have branded as Strathclyde Inspire. So I'm doing a plug for that straight away. We don't have any fudge, but we do have really super cool pens and notepads. So if you like stationery, please visit our stand and find out more about us. One of the things about Strathclyde Inspire that's really exciting is that this is something that internally our students, our staff, all my colleagues are really excited about. It's about providing every single Strathclyder with the opportunity to explore their entrepreneurial mindset, to release, to unlock their entrepreneurial potential. And with that, we hope that our grads, whether they be scientists or engineers or linguists, whatever they are, will go out into the world, not only with a deep knowledge of their subject, but able to contribute to the ecosystem because they're creative, they're innovative, they're problem solvers. And we hope that that's a contribution that we're making to that ecosystem. Externally, anytime I speak about it, the response is fabulous. Many of you in the audience today will be friends of or partners with Strathclyde Inspire. So thank you for doing that and being that person. Stay with us. We feel we're an important part of the ecosystem, and we're very, very happy to be so. Anyway, with introductions on my part over, let me introduce our fabulous panel. I'm going to start at my right, your left, Bruce Walker, who is CEO of Future X. Bruce's mission is to help everyone understand how to use their purpose to start, grow and scale their business. And I will allow you to say a little bit more in a moment or two, Bruce, when we come to you, if that's okay. Sitting next to me is Hazel Jane. Hazel is Head of Marketing Partnerships and Alliances at R3. She's convener of Can Do Collective. And as if she wasn't busy enough in her spare time, she's also involved in leading the Turing Fest. So welcome, welcome. Sitting beside me is my colleague Bernd Worth. Bernd works beside me in the Hunter Centre. And from a research perspective, I reckon there's very few others in Scotland, if not the UK, that know more about building entrepreneurial ecosystems than Bernd. So no pressure there, Bernd, whatsoever. And sitting next to Bernd is Dr Andy Campbell, Commercial Director at Elevator. Over the past 20 years, Andy has amassed a wealth of experience in business startups and what we really need, scale-ups. He has concluded over 25 million in international contracts and secured 2 million in venture capital. He's got a very, very busy career life, I think, until you've got to Elevator, but you're now working with Elevator and we are looking forward to hearing more about that. Okay, guys, can I open us up then? As I say, I've rewritten some of the questions, so I hope that's okay. But I'm sure you'll be able to respond to some of them. One of the things that we're really interested in Glasgow as an ecosystem is how can we seem to have all of the component parts, but what can we do to make the ecosystem self-sustaining? And I don't mean that only in an environmental or a green sense, but I mean it in a sense that it goes on and it thrives and it becomes a virtuous circle. So Bruce, can I come to you first of all with that?
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, thanks so much for having me here today. It's great to see so many people here in person. It's weirdly nerve-wracking to sit here now, having spoken to so many people online for the last 2 years. It's quite strange to sit here and you're all staring at me down the way. Yeah, I think that one of the ways in which you need to get a self-sustaining ecosystem for me is, so a bit of background is that at FutureX we have delivered accelerator programs, events, initiatives all over the world, from Silicon Valley to LA, Chicago, New York, Abu Dhabi, Hong Kong, across Europe and London, and of course in Scotland. We established the Startup Summit in Edinburgh about 10 years ago. That was really a grassroots kind of collaboration between students actually at the time that said, we want to change the way that we approach entrepreneurship. We want to get all the different organizations together in a room. That might seem normal now, but 10 years ago it really wasn't that normal actually to have this collaboration all in the same space. I think the main thing, and I'm sure we'll get into more detail about it as we go through, but is that everyone needs to take responsibility for the ecosystem. It's not someone else's job to build the ecosystem. And just 2 weeks ago, we were in Silicon Valley. We had a cohort that we took out, and it was all about learning from that ecosystem and how we can take the best parts of it, not replicate it, but make sure that it's contextually applicable to our own environment. And I think one of the key things is that everyone in that ecosystem is involved in making sure that ecosystem is sustainable. It's not government, it's certainly not government, in fact. I think in this country, we can use public sector and government to move things out the way, maybe provide some resources. But in terms of building the ecosystem, individuals need to choose to invite more investors, hold more meetups, have more events. I think that the ecosystem fund and the ecosystem review has been really, really helpful in galvanizing some of that activity. Hopefully it gives more initiatives and more funding to individuals, small groups to hold meetups, industry-specific things. I think that all needs to be part of it. But overall, the mindset is the massive part of it as well. We need to believe in ourselves, be really confident about that. We need to make mistakes far more often than we get things right. Innovation is about getting it wrong 9 times out of 10, and then you get it right 1 time. That's how it works, and we all need to be part of that kind of culture of saying, we don't have all the answers, but we're going to be entrepreneurial and seek them out and collaborate and find them together.
Brilliant, Bruce. Thank you so much. There's lots I'd love to unpack there, and we'll come back to it. But, that focus on failure, I've been exploring that recently. So we might come back to that, and because failure appears in so many guises, and we need to call it out, not for the negative thing that we think it is. Oh, I thought there was a bit of DJing going on there, but no, okay. But it's a learning opportunity. Is everything okay? Yeah, we're sorted. Cool. Hazel.
Thank you. Well, this was described as a debate as I was coming down the stairs, and I'm so sorry, but I agree with Bruce, and I wanted to debate you on something this time. Yeah, I think just to kind of go back to what you said in terms of us building it as individuals, and actually the ecosystem that I see thriving is literally down to individual people. So there are people in Glasgow, for example, there's maybe 2 or 3 people who have said to me 10 times, use my office for anything. If you want to do an event, if you want to run something, we've got a kitchen, bring people in, and to know that you've got that and you've got that for free, that makes an ecosystem in itself, because you're not having to say, oh my gosh, we need a budget and we need to fund this and we need sponsorship and we need resources, just by saying, do you know what, I've got you, I've got space and we'll make this happen. That's completely game changing. And there's examples of that, probably more examples in Edinburgh, where people have said, right, I'm building this meetup and I'm going to make it happen. So the no code people meet up. I think Andy Robinson might have started that, and his company went on to be acquired by Deliveroo. There's plenty of things like that going on in Edinburgh, especially, where people have said, I take ownership for this meetup. I want to get people together. And the tough thing about that, going back to failure, is that sometimes 3 people might show up. And that feels tough when you're trying to build an ecosystem and you want it to be thriving and you want it to be exciting and interesting and everyone's coming together, and then no one shows up one day. But there are people that make the conscious decision to say, right, well, I'm coming again next week, and maybe someone will show up next week. And that's how we build something over time that really becomes something. And people go, oh yeah, we've got this amazing meetup and 100 people show up every single week. And everyone's like, it's always been that way. That's fantastic. So very much just to echo Bruce there, that governments can do so much and we need support. But really, individuals at some point have to make a choice and say, this is my ecosystem, and I'm really invested in its success. So,
okay, thank you, Hazel. Bern, can I ask what your views on the sustainability of the ecosystem are?
Yeah, so thanks for having me, and thanks for everyone to come along, and for that introduction that certainly puts a little bit of pressure on me, and that was probably Eleanor's intention. I think, again, yeah, it's. I don't think I can debate my 2 predecessors. I think they've mentioned some of the really important points, and that it is about people, it is about culture. Maybe adding to that a bit and going a bit beyond the individual. One thing, we already called it the Glasgow Tech Fest, and I think if we think about ecosystems, we need to think local and regional. Entrepreneurial ecosystems, there is no international ecosystem, there is no Scottish ecosystem. There are national institutions, there are laws, formal and informal institutions, and so on, but ecosystems are a regional phenomena. When we look at maps, when we look at innovations, firms, whether it's startups, scale-ups, unicorns, patenting activity, academic publishing, all sorts of things, it's all, like, the world is spiky, the world isn't flat, the world isn't homogeneous, it is a spiky world, so we need to recognize that and use that to our advantage. If we talk about building the Glasgow ecosystem, doesn't mean we're taking anything from Edinburgh away or vice versa. It's simply focusing on the local context. I think the second point is that we go beyond tech, and even beyond tech in the wider sense. We have clusters of excellence in Scotland. We see the themes of the of GCID, but to build an ecosystem, we need to build something that's, in the best case, sector agnostic. We want those knowledge spillovers. We want people with different backgrounds, different companies, different visions. We want that to come together. We need universities like Strathclyde, like other universities in Glasgow and Scotland, to provide the human capital, to provide that absorptive regional capacity. And if we bring that interdisciplinary culture, that culture of innovation that both of you mentioned already, being open to failure, if we bring that together with that local absorptive capacity, that's really when knowledge spillovers happen. And that, in my view, is what entrepreneurial ecosystems are all about. And then in the sense of making it inclusive and sustainable, I think we need to think about that from the beginning. It's a lot easier to build and develop a system that's inclusive from the beginning rather than, oh, let's just try this and try and change it afterwards. That takes a lot longer, it takes a lot more effort. And we can build a culture that is inclusive. And it's not just about, and I need to credit this phrase to Banu, who was one of the speakers of an event that we had recently, but she was talking about, it's not just bringing everybody in the same room, but it's making everybody in that room feel like they belong in that room. So even, we need to think beyond gender, beyond tech or no tech or age, and think about inclusivity in the broader sense, and making people feel they're welcome in the ecosystem, they're welcome at the table, figuratively, and I think that's really when we get the best out of people. And I think lastly, I don't know if I'm going a bit ahead, but I think there's 2 things, again, linked to this issue of inclusivity and sustainability. The first is, how do we measure the ecosystem, and who benefits from those measures. We're used to looking at unicorns per capita, scale-ups per capita, and Edinburgh used to rank really high on that, but who benefits from that? Is that the right measure that really, that's helpful to use? And in that spirit, I think, Bruce already mentioned this, there is scope for government, there is scope for the public sector, but in my view, policy should stimulate and not try to regulate, and it should focus on inputs rather than outputs in the first sense. We need to get that foundational support right for the ecosystem, and I think the rest will come if we have the right individuals to take ownership and take it forward.
Bernd, thank you. I knew you would give a really comprehensive answer. And I agree, league tables. We get annoyed at schools having league tables. Andy, okay, so we're still talking about sustainability. We're all over the place here, but some views on that would be great.
Good morning, everyone. Great to be out the house and, most importantly, out my slippers for a change. So see you all here in person. I actually had to check just to make sure. I think the answer's been really comprehensively covered. Brilliant viewpoints. Good morning all to my fellow. Good to see you all again in the flesh. And I think it's kind of difficult to really add, so not much debate or contentious issues at this particular point. But I think what I can maybe do is reflect back on a little bit of my earlier journey. We talked about 30 years earlier on. My very first tech business was set up in Glasgow just less than 30 years ago in 1996, and that was a video games company when there were really no video games companies in Glasgow at all. But round about that time, it was, the stars were starting to align. It was getting to a point where you could set up your business, you could set up a video games company. And Glasgow had just been awarded, I think, the 1999 City of Architecture and Design. So if you remember that, it was such a high energy moment for the town and for the city. It was the right place to set up. We boldly got on with what we did. We didn't, at that point, ecosystem wasn't a word in our vocabulary. We just didn't know what that was. We were getting on doing our own thing. But then it was actually Scottish Enterprise that noticed there was a little bit of a cluster, as they would have said, a little bit of a group. And it was Scottish Enterprise that acted as a catalyst to say, what about getting you folks together? We've got some games companies up in Dundee, we've got some games companies through in Glasgow now. What about getting together and seeing if you can actually work and collaborate together? That felt very alien at the time. It did require a little bit of a mindset shift to think that you were going to be working with other games companies, because in all honesty, we were competitors. Not necessarily for the contracts that we were going after, it was more the competitiveness for our staff. And I'm sure all of you here who run your own businesses will know the pinch that particular talent attraction piece is in right now. So we formed the Scottish Games Alliance way back in 1996. People like myself, Chris van der Kuyl, Russell Kay, Dave Jones and various others. And what we needed to do was establish common aims and goals and objectives, and I think that's very important in any question for an ecosystem or the sustainability going forward for it. You need to know why you're going to be collaborating and working together, so that's vital. And yes, whilst we were competitive, there were things that we knew that we could do collaboratively together. And from our very small base in Scotland here, we realised that the world of publishing was out there and we had to go out to them. So we coalesced around that notion of taking the Scottish Games sector in Scotland on tour, and we went out to start to attend some of the big trade shows in the US. And it was brilliant because we get a great reputation, huge bar bills along the way as part of it, but we really established ourselves with some fantastic international networks that still exist today. And that worked really, really well. Where it didn't work, and in Glasgow in particular, was Glasgow has got a fantastic broadcast sector, creative in terms of television, writing, film, etc., etc. And the video games industry seemed like the sort of ugly cousin, the one that never quite worked in with that, it was odd, and we tried, and we never quite connected, and that's always something that I look back on. Why? I don't know. Maybe we didn't have that common aim, that common goal that we were looking to develop. So I think those are some observations along the way, and I think coalescing around that common goal is important. The sustainability bit, and just to finish off my opening piece here, the sustainability bit for the SGA, because I guess you maybe want to know what happened next. We were miles ahead in Scotland, absolutely miles ahead in what we were doing by way of community and ecosystem collaboration. And some of our counterparts down south established a new body, and the thought was that we would all come together. We would all work together under the banner of a new organisation. And it seemed great at the time, and we signed up for it and bought it. As soon as that happened, everything started to crumble and disperse, because the ownership, if you like, was passed on to others. So it's really vital for the sustainability of any ecosystem is that you all know that you own it, every single one of you, whether you're the catalyst that makes it happen or whether you're the contributor to it. It will only sustain if you feel that you have a sense of ownership on it.
Brilliant, Andy. Thank you so much. Just so that we all know what the plan is, I'm going to ask another question, and then I'm going to come to you to ask if you've got any questions you'd like to put to the panel. I do want to pick up on the last observation that you made there, Andy, and I want to talk specifically about the Glasgow Tech ecosystem, and you spoke about the difficulties between video and broadcasting and trying to make that happen, and then about the Scottish Games cluster wanting to link up and it not happening. Teresa mentioned that actually, why is it taking so long in Glasgow? So my observation is we have lots of the moving parts of the jigsaw that are required in Glasgow. Okay, so we've got several very good universities. We've got several very good innovation districts. We have the fabulous Barclays campus. Teresa, you have to invite all of us, to come for a look around the campus because we drive past it or we get the train past it and we see how great it is. We have, through the Levelling Up White Paper, the Innovation Accelerator. We have on the back of the STAIR report, Scotland-wide, TechScaler, and of course there will be one in Glasgow as well. So we've got access to talent. We've got, all the moving pieces. How do we make it work, okay? How do we avoid things like, oh, no, I'm not going to speak to you, and, how can we galvanise all of the resources that we have to really, not just to accelerate and to have impact really quickly? So I'm going to mix this up a little bit. I think I'm going to come, Hazel, to you first of all. Yeah. Okay.
I have a slightly controversial answer to this,
That's
so
fine.
I feel good going first. Money. I think money. So Edinburgh is full of incredibly high net worth individuals, many of whom made huge amounts of money in the financial sector. These are people, traditionally men, who have come through a career and they say, do you know what, I've got a few $100,000 sitting there, I can do something, I'm kind of excited, I want to be part of the tech world, this is great. They've got some friends who also have money, come in on this, like, let's do something cool together, great. Glasgow doesn't have as much of that. We have very, very few people who are making that amount of money. And there's huge disparity of wealth in Glasgow as well, as we know for many years that Glasgow went through very big depressions in terms of employment, in terms of just finance in general. So I think it's really tricky when we look at Glasgow and we say, we do have fantastic universities, we have incredible talent coming through, but there's not enough of that wealth behind it to say, and I've built something for you, and now come in, and I'm going to pay you a competitive salary to come and be part of something amazing. So we lose so much of our amazing talent, and it goes over to Edinburgh, or it goes over to London, or it goes down to Manchester. And that, I think, is a problem, but it's exciting that Barclays is coming, right? Because that's an investment, and it's not an individual, a high net worth individual making an investment, but we need companies as well that say, right, we're investing in this space, we want Glasgow to be a fantastic place to be, and we want to give people reasons to stay. So you might start at Barclays in Glasgow, and then you say, oh, there's a funky startup around the corner, I want to go and see what that's about, and see what other tech, I could be involved with. And I think that's really exciting. But in terms of those pieces, people go where the money is, and that's completely understandable. Was that okay?
That's
I felt
absolutely
very...
fine. No. We like it. Oh,
I can add to the controversy.
This is what you were looking for, I take it. Yeah, okay.
I think the first thing is no more reports, right? So every year there's a new report produced. Since I started in this space 10 years ago, there was a bunch of reports. I remember people telling me about them before I got started, about the Just Enterprise report and this initiative and that initiative. Now we're in a new initiative, now we're in a new one, and now we have a new one. So too many reports, not enough doing, I think. You know, we need to actively do. I think there is some fantastic organizations that are practically doing and building that ecosystem. I would say that, so having started the Startup Summit in Edinburgh, around about that time, there was a cluster of individuals, of organizations that formed at that time and just decided to do. So when we started the Startup Summit, believe it or not, a few people told us not to bother. Fuck them. We did it anyway. That's the point, right? Is you need to be ambitious and just go for it. And I think that there's lots of organizations that have spun up. You know, Elevator's a great example, up in Aberdeen, building the ecosystem in Aberdeen, Dundee, these places where, you know, people are thinking, how are we going to do this ecosystem? Well, it's just doing, you know, and I think that that's what we need to see more of here as well. And also, I would say that, you know, there's benefits to big organizations being in a city. There's also drawbacks, which is, and I look at it from a startup perspective, is that it does suck talent in one direction. It does make it more challenging and competitive for startup businesses. I think that's an opportunity as well, though, for those startup companies to push the Barclays of the world. That improves their conditions, it improves your conditions. But you have to think about how are we going to attract that talent back, and then a bit of competition. That's a great thing for that ecosystem, for every ecosystem. One of the things I see in places like Silicon Valley and other places, the accelerators, they all know each other, everyone knows each other, but they're competing with each other. They're not all in complete collaboration the whole time. When there makes sense to overlap, you can overlap, but also makes sense to have, you know, a bit of push and pull so that people are always trying to improve the ecosystem as well. And I think that's one of the, you know, the big elements for Glasgow is also think about what is the ecosystem? Let's not be narrow in our description of that ecosystem. You know, it's not just one sector. It's how can sectors learn from each other? You know, as Andy was talking about, getting those groups together to share experience. If anyone here is trying to build a business on their own, you are mad. You should be collaborating, learning from other founders, speaking all the time. If you're thinking, how will I come up with this new strategy to do sales, for example? You're thinking on a first principle basis when someone's already solved that problem, maybe not in the same sector, in a different industry, and so you can speak to them and share that experience. And the last thing I'll just add to that is that the Glasgow ecosystem doesn't just consist of who lives and works in Glasgow today. There are many, many people who were educated at this university, at other universities, who have left Glasgow for whatever reason. But let me tell you, they want to contribute back to the city. They want to share their experience. They're all on LinkedIn. They're all findable. There are organizations like ours, like many others, that are trying to bring these people back to you, but also it's your job to just find them yourselves as well. Just go and hunt them down. Whether it's an example, we met a couple of weeks ago, Finbar Taylor went to this university. He's now based in Silicon Valley. He's raised over $100 million. His company's valued at over $500 million. He's an alumni of this university. He would be delighted if anyone reached out to him and spoke to him. You know, and there's other people, there's senior executives, and almost every tech company on the planet has got a connection to Scotland, where they went to this university, another one, and so you can hunt them down and find them. And so let's broaden out who we can have contributing into that ecosystem as well. It doesn't just have to be the people that are, you know, down the street. You know, an ecosystem isn't one street, it's not one district, it's a mindset, it's a way of operating.
Brilliant, Bruce. Thank you so much. Andy, would you like to respond?
Yeah, I think, again, great points covered. Back in the 90s, if you were looking at setting up a tech company, you would not in your right mind even think about setting up a business in Edinburgh, but maybe the money, maybe a number of other factors that are well documented with some of the people over there that have really got that off and running by just getting out there and getting stuff done. So I completely agree there. I'm a Paisley boy, but really I can't see past Glasgow. It's a fantastic city, and it has all the wonderful ingredients that you've pointed to already in terms of our universities, colleges, and the businesses that are existing, the professional networks that are out and around there. And I think just to kind of finish on that last point that kind of Bruce mentioned, there are so many people out there that are willing to help. You just need to go out and ask them to do that. And actually you'll find more times often than not, people will actually say, yeah, okay, yeah, what is it you need help with? And that's a brilliant way to establishing those bonds and establishing those networks. And the COVID, as much as we're coming out of it, it really has changed things considerably. It's thrown everything up in the air, and it's all scattered and landed in a different way. So this is a great new opportunity to establish those new relationships that will take you forward in your next stage of your business.
Thank you very much, Andy. Bern.
Yeah, it's hard again to add something. I think one point is, and he's already mentioned the importance of finance and funding, and I think that, again, kind of echoing Eleanor's critique of these league tables, we always see one ingredient is all the amount of risk capital or the general amount of funding that factors into this. But what does it tell us? Virtually nothing, because it's not just about the funding overall, but what you need is funding available at all stages. Yeah, we need risk capital, we need those funds, we need VCs that invest in companies that really need money, and we're talking hundreds of thousands, millions to scale. But to build that pipeline, again, we talk about all the great students that we have here, international students that Glasgow attracts. But once you graduate, you need to pay the bills. And a lot of them, I don't think even want necessarily a competitive salary. They're happy to make less if they get the freedom to work on their ideas. But we need that kind of early stage funding to even give them a living wage to stay here and to keep them in Glasgow and to keep them pursue their entrepreneurial spirit. So I think when we think about funding, it's thinking beyond just, oh, we need that one pot of funding. It's thinking about the whole journey that founders go through and supporting them early on, because that, again, enables us to be more inclusive. If we give people who aren't necessarily privileged that they can live off their parents for a few years to pursue an idea post-university, but have that income from somewhere because they have a great idea, because we recognize there is potential there and we can invest in them, I think that would make a massive difference. I think the other thing, and this probably disqualifies me now from ever consulting the Scottish government, but in the spirit
careful
of
what you're saying, Bernd. Careful.
In the spirit of a bit of controversy, I'm not the biggest fan of mission-oriented policy, precisely because of that. What we need is foundational support for innovation and entrepreneurship. Picking winners, Bruce already said, 9 out of 10 ideas fail. How do we pick winners? It's so hard. That's why we need experimentation. We need different people. We need that foundational support rather than mission-oriented policy, which is, it's good. It's good that we have funding available, that we have some goals as society, but that should never be at the expense of foundational support for entrepreneurs, for small businesses, for innovators themselves.
Thank you very much. So, audience, lots and lots in there to unpack, I think, and to ask questions. So let's go to you now. If you just put your hand up, somebody will come to you quickly with a mic, and if you can just introduce yourself and let us know who you are when you're asking a question, that'd be great. Question up here.
Hello, good morning. My name is Yunus Malik. I 100% agree with Bruce and Hazel. There's a lot of talk about creating communities and entrepreneurship and ideas, but there's really very little action. And I respectfully say this, but universities are actually some of the worst in efficiency in moving those forward. You literally get handed from department to department and have to speak to hundreds of people before you get anywhere. So what are the universities going to do themselves to become efficient, to engage with entrepreneurs with ideas? And second part is, every time there's an event like this, there's few people who are allowed to exhibit and so on. universities should invite existing businesses and let them be introduced to entrepreneurs.
So spirit of controversy.
Who's answering that? Is that me? Is that me?
I was simply commenting.
Okay. So, universities are, some of them, very ancient institutions. They're very large, they're very bureaucratic, and they tend to be process-driven. And that can make it incredibly difficult to navigate. I absolutely agree with you there. So I can't offer any defence, but what I can say is universities are changing. Universities are recognising the important role that they play as anchor institutions within local and regional economies. They recognise that they are educating future talent, and of course talent does not just come from universities. I think you asked Teresa the same question. We have to have diverse talent coming from straight from schools, from further education, from higher education, from graduate apprenticeships, from internships. So I think whilst much of what you say maybe even 10 years ago, I would have said, I am with you absolutely 100%. I think universities are on a journey. They are looking at other partners to look at how they can learn from them, and they are moving. There's still some way to go. And the only way that universities will do that is through more and better engagement with their partners who help them, who say, look, you're not doing that well enough. And we say, okay, tell us how we can do it better. So I think we would put our hands up in the air for that. But I think that focus on industry engagement, external engagements, things like this, the Technology Innovation Centre, Glasgow City Innovation District, and all of the partners that we have around, means that we're a very porous, open organisation rather than an ivory tower with walls that make it so difficult that you can't come in and visit us either face-to-face or virtually. So we're on that journey. We're not perfect yet, but we are moving there, and we are open, and that's why we're really glad to host events like today, to any advice that you can give us as to how we can improve and work with us. If you want to do anything with us, come and speak. I'm here, Olga's here, Poonam's here, Fiona's here, Alistair's here. There's loads of people from the university here. Just come and chat to us, and we'll be very happy to hear what you have to say. So I think that might have answered your question.
I can add as well, just onto that. I think that, one of the best resources that universities have is its people, it's this talent, and I think, empowering the students to take a lot of ownership and responsibility, maybe, creating a bit of resource or providing facilities, which I'm sure lots of the universities do already, but making that part of the culture, which is that it's not for the institution to solve the problem, it's for the people within the institution, which is a lot of the students to take ownership. I think opening up the alumni network from universities is by far the most powerful asset at the disposal for the entrepreneurial ecosystem. Being able to map that maybe a bit better and be able to pinpoint who's where and what resources are available. I've never found any alumni or someone who's a global Scot or connections to Scotland. No one ever turns you down when you reach out to them. It's maybe not that particular moment in that particular time, but everyone's willing to help. So I think, bringing that, rather than that being this kind of special thing that we keep over here because we want more donations, it's thinking, how do we get them actively involved, and then donations will flow into the universities as well when they're more actively involved.
Yeah, absolutely, Bruce. Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions from the audience? And a question here and a question here.
If someone came to you with an idea, what would you prefer? Would you prefer someone coming straight out of university with the fresh idea, or would you rather they go out of university, gets a couple years of experience in the field, know what they're talking about a bit, and then come to you? So which one would you prefer?
Oh gosh, Andy, I think.
Can maybe take that question. Thanks. There's no right or wrong answer in our view on that. I work at Elevator, and we support business startups and scale-ups across Scotland. So we see ideas very, very early on in the lifestyle and the lifespan. There's a number of things that we would suggest that you do. Validation of market need is the most important thing. And you can get that very, very early on, or you can get it a little bit later on and your exploration. But I think that's probably the most important thing that we would try and assess and evaluate. We would help you with that if you needed assistance in being able to go out and validate that. But I don't think there's a critical time. There is no great substitute for going out and earning your stripes and working within organisations. That's very healthy as well. But I would say that one thing that we see, if you're an early stage business, that makes all of the difference to the trajectory and pace that you'll accelerate your business is if you're doing it alone or not. Solo founders take about 3 times longer to hit key milestones than teams. So if you've got a concept and you've got an idea, find someone that believes in that also, find a team of folk and drive forward as a team. You'll make much more progress regardless of whether you're pre-university, post-university or have worked for a few years. Hopefully that answers your question. Find a team.
Thanks, Andy. I think Poonam was going to ask a question, and then gentleman over here, and lady here, and lady here. Okay. I didn't remember that.
Good morning. Enjoyed that very much. And some of the things, I suppose, Hazel, to your point, do we start to offer honorary citizenship of Glasgow to some of the money-holding, high net worth individuals? That may be the cue. Considering we've discussed the local ecosystem in detail, and all of you with your organizations have visited and seen the world in different light and ecosystems. So comparing that, I won't ask for the names to name which are the better ecosystems, but considering what we have either in Glasgow or I would say local Scotland PLC as the local ecosystem, what is one thing that we do really better, and what is one thing that needs doing better so that we can take some learning? Question for all of you.
Okay. One thing we do really well and one thing we could do better.
I think one of the things that we do really well is actually we do have I think that generally there is becoming a shared sense of purpose that business is not just about the bottom line, it's about the people it impacts and the contribution to society that it makes. And we really believe that business is the biggest place we can have an impact on society, because everyone interacts with a business, and every interaction you have creates a ripple effect, positive or negative. And when you're leaders of an ecosystem or organization, you have a lot of impact and control over those ripples. And I think that we get that as an ecosystem. We talk about it a lot, and we are mindful of not just wanting to replicate making these frankly a few people very, very wealthy and the rest of the ecosystem kind of left wanting. I think that is something that we do really, really well. I think that one of the things we could do a bit better at is believing in what we do have and our capabilities. We're exceptionally well educated as a population. We're very small, and so we're very connected. We can speak to each other. We can share resources. We have exported our people all over the world, and so we can tap into that. But we need to be comfortable with getting it wrong and that being okay. It's okay if we get it wrong. It's okay if our first idea didn't work out, or that we pivot, or we give up that business idea altogether, because it's the human capital, the human resource that's really, really important. That's the thing we want to keep, turning that into something new. I mentioned Finbar earlier, and I'm sure you won't mind me saying, is that the business he's on at the moment isn't his first business. It's several businesses down the line, but he just didn't give up. He just kept learning and kept immersed in that ecosystem. So that's the thing. If you get it wrong or the business doesn't work out, don't leave the ecosystem, don't leave the space. Find someone else to collaborate with, work with them, because that's a long-term look of what we need.
Thank you, Bruce. I'm going to ask one more response from the panel, because I want to go to those who are asking questions. Anyone else want to?
Go. I think, there's not much else. I think, as Bruce said, we have the people, we have the R&D both within universities and in the private sector. I think it's that translational piece where I think we need to get a bit better, not just from universities, but also in general. How do we create these knowledge spillovers that ideally we want to see? And part of that is, the culture is bringing people together, is normalizing that, it might not always work out, and that's okay. It doesn't need to be the first one that we try that will work, but you keep at it, and we continuously try to make the innovation, everything that we produce available, and try to turn them into something that's useful, not just in an economic sense, but also in a social or environmental sense.
Bernd, thank you very much. We're going to go to some more questions. Gentleman here in the middle.
Thanks. Wow, I'm going to stand up now, stretch my legs. Hi, fantastic session, I have to say. Robert Hoken, Greenbackers Investment Capital. You can tell by my accent I'm here in Glasgow. As an expat Chicagoan, looking at the ecosystems, I'm actually quite excited about seeing the title here, Responsibility in the Ecosystem. And it made me think, what is the ecosystem? We have so many ecosystems. We're involved in climate technology, so we provide funding to climate techs, and we have our ecosystem. It took us about 2 months to try to map out just the climate tech ecosystem in Scotland. And then I met on the floor today UK 5G, which has got a sustainability and a kind of a climate inroad into our sector. Oh, here's somebody else. Where the devil can we find, or can somebody publish, the various ecosystems in Scotland? Here's a thought. And so that we can define it, so that we can collectively engage with it. That's a point. My second point is, and I don't know if I'm asking a question right now, try to get to a question, is as far as, I forgot the question.
It's because the first question you gave us was such a great question, and our brains are thinking, how are we going to answer it?
Well, there's a mapping exercise to be done, and I don't know who owns it. I mean, we'd be happy to host it, but we're a small, VC, support agency, so don't know if that's food for thought, but I would love to see that. The second point I was going to make is just awareness. I say a lot, and I say this as a passionate adopted Scotsman or Scots person. We keep our light under a bushel. I talk about, and I public speak, I talk about the climate advantage, the climate technology, the clean technology advantage that Scotland has over other parts of the world. I invite investors to come into the programs that we run, and we're trying to collaborate and connect with many actors and participants in this room. But we're still, oh, Scotland, what's happening there? Tell me more. So I think that there is an opportunity to engage, and maybe it's just plain old marketing. Maybe we need to get the Glasgow Marketing Board more focused on the technology aspects and the technology advantages that that we have. But I don't want to rattle on too much. But I think that these are, some of the points that have been made today are fantastic. We do have ecosystems. We're all trying to pull from the same rope, and so I applaud the conversation that we've had. But I think there's so much more to do. I'd love to see us get a little bit more tightly organized, so that when the next couple of hundred people, for the next event, they have a little bit better, resources available to them, so that they can, identify, and engage with the various ecosystems that we have in Scotland.
Right, thank you very much. Because I've got quite a few questions, I'm going to just ask 2 members of the panel, or even one if they'd like to respond to that. Go for it.
I feel like this is my time as the convener of the Can Do Collective. So the Can Do Collective, if you didn't know, is a group of entrepreneur support organisations in Scotland. And this is what we've kind of been trying to do for the last however many years, and it's very slow. There is something called the Ecosystem Guide, the Scotland Ecosystem Guide. It's a few years old now, and it's not comprehensive. It does not have everything in it. And this mapping, I've been part of multiple groups of people saying, right, we're going to do it. We're going to sit down and we're going to map it. And then you just get lost, because there's private sector and there's public sector, and there's things funded in different ways, and there's no real differentiation. It's very hard to classify things. And just to kind of a quick anecdote on that, we run, they were quarterly sessions for the collective, where we would get everyone we could together in a room, and we say, what's everyone up to, and let's update each other. And I remember one session that I didn't run, where we said, here's a big whiteboard, and it's got a calendar on it. So we've got all the months. Everyone put in an event, whatever you've got coming up, whether it's a webinar, whether it's a conference. Right, let's get it all on one page. And by the end of it, it was the messiest sea of post-it notes. I think we were just like, and now we'll go to bed and do nothing, because it was just overwhelming. It was like, and at what point do you say, okay, well, that's a webinar that 20 people that have to be under the age of 18 can attend, and this is a conference that we expect 2,000 people to be at. So that's not me making an excuse that, oh, it's not worth doing, because it's absolutely worth doing. But it's this totally unwieldy beast at the moment. And on your marketing point, I think absolutely. And I always take the opportunity to diss, apologies if there's anyone in here, but to diss the newspapers, because in Scotland, we always, whenever anything happens, we have like 3 people on Calton Hill with their thumbs up, and we say, someone raised a bit of money, and it's like, what about the story? What about the magic of it? When people are reading that internationally, they're like, cool, someone raised a couple million. Silicon Valley, that's pennies. But if we had the stories, and if we were able to market ourselves just a little bit better, I think we could do such a fantastic job of really putting ourselves on the map, and then maybe the mapping piece would come out of that slightly more organically, one could hope. Yeah.
Thank you. So I've been given the sign from Quentin that we need to roll on. So
Very quick point. Yeah, just on that promotion piece, you're absolutely correct, and we'd need a whole session just to cover that, to be quite honest. On the ecosystem point, there's 2 ecosystems. There's the one that's established out there that you've had a go at trying to establish, et cetera, that's out there that someone else will try and pull together. But the most important one is your own. Go and build your own ecosystem, go and build your own contacts, and I'm sure you'll have a fairly extensive LinkedIn connection list as well, but make sure that all of you, again, get out there, make the connections, comes to events like this, network like crazy, and build your own ecosystem. Don't rely necessarily on others to do that for you. Get active.
Andy, thank you. There was a lady that had a lovely pink flowery top that was wanting to ask a question, Quentin, so if we could just let this lady ask her question.
I'm really sorry, because it is on the marketing side of things. So, and I know you just said, Andy, it needs a whole session. Sorry, I'm Charlene Sweeney from Big Partnership. But it had struck me as we were, all the discussions were ongoing. Even earlier on, I think somebody made the point about being visible, that there's a lack of awareness around what's happening, particularly in Glasgow. And I wonder if this event should be something much more public-facing. I realise it's the inaugural event, and it's fantastic to be here. I'm really proud to be here today. But actually, could it be something much more public-facing? If you think about Glasgow, people know it as a city of music. We're a UNESCO City of Music because, Oasis were talent spotted here, and we had bands like Franz Ferdinand, Simple Minds, all the rest of it. Where's those stories about tech? We've got them. We're not telling them. We could be absolutely amazing. We could really put ourselves on the map, on a global stage. Sorry, on the global map around the world. We could really be saying something about Glasgow and Scotland.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that we've absolutely got the stories. We've probably all got 10 stories each that we could, share about examples of people who have been super successful in lots of different ways as well. And I think it's about understanding why, like to Hazel's point, why are we telling the story though? Is it to tell the story just to say we've raised some money, or is it to say why have you raised the money? To do what? To do what with that millions of pounds you've raised? What problem are you really going to solve? How is the world going to look differently now? How are you changing the way you employ people, the way you look after your employees? Are you going to change the way you look at your office culture, your company culture? These are stories worth reading. Yeah. Reading that someone else has raised, 3 million, 5 million, 10 million. These are not actually the things that anyone is buzzing about. Think of it yourself when you read these stories. You're like, interesting. But what now? What next? I think that we need to be thinking about, and if there's any journalists in the room, think about finding the story. Journalists can be a bit lazy sometimes, and they like to just produce print press releases. So we need to think about how do we get in there, nurture those relationships, and produce really quite interesting and exciting stories. And also think about how do we market outside of Scotland as well, because there is only benefit to an extent to just speaking to each other. And at the end of the day, you've also got to think about when you're doing press and PR, is what is the outcome you're looking for? You know, what is the purpose of it? Is it to get the next round of investment? Is it to try and attract employees into work with you? Is it to try to boost morale of the people who are already working for you? Or is it just an exercise in and of itself? So, you know, we need to think about the intentionality behind that marketing. Why are we doing it? You know, why do we want to reach out to people? But the connections, as we say, are always there. It's just right in front of us. You know, examples, you know, the Herald, for example, is actually, you know, owned by the world's largest publisher in the world. You know, they own USA Today. There's connections there. You could be connecting with them, and then you could be published in the US as well. So it's all just in front of us. We just need to be more ambitious about knocking down those doors.
Brilliant, Bruce. Thank you. Great point, I think, for us to finish on. And Quentin, I hope I've managed to control things as well as I could.
I love the way it went full circle from starting with the Madonna reference to finishing with an Oasis reference as well. So he sort of stayed very cool as well. And I know you don't believe in league tables, but if there were league tables, that is the high one for all the other panels for the rest of the day to try and live up to. So can we please thank our ecosystematic panel, Hazel Jane, Bruce Walker, Burntworth, Andy Campbell. And of course, our logically ecological chair, Ellen Shaw. I had loads of things I wanted to ask as well. I wanted to know how we stop. One of the things in the tech sector is, you know, things become fashionable. You suddenly one day you're silos and synergy, and the next you're all pivoting and gamifying. How do we make sure ecosystems doesn't just become a term that's just? But we'll have to talk about that during the break. I promise not to squeeze the breaks. So you now have 40 minutes to grab a drink, go to the loo, redistribute your fluid levels as you see left, but basically to make a dash for the fudge, okay? So we'll be back here at 11:40. That's not an academic 11:40, it's a real one. But for non-Scots speakers, Gallus Gallus domesticus is also the name of the chicken. So Gallus means bold and chicken at the same time, which I think is fantastic. But it's not really relevant. Right, between now and lunch, we're going to get insights into industry sectors, where Glasgow is now, where it could be in the near future, and what limits, if any, should be placed on its aspirations. Is there any reason to think that in the near future, is it feasible or desirable for Glasgow to become a leading global tech player? We know we're a tech player, but can they be a leading global tech player? And if it is, how do we switch things and pitch things to make it happen? Now, we're going to delve deep into all of that in our panel discussion, but to ensure that we set off in the right direction, we've our industry sectors keynote from Calum Paterson. Calum's been investing in and invaluable to high-growth companies for over 3 decades, and for more than 20 years ago, he co-founded the Scottish Equity Partners, where he is the managing partner. He's been on numerous boards, including Skyscanner, prior to its £1.5 billion sale in 2016. Kind of seems trivial with the Twitter story. No, it doesn't. I could go on, but I said I'd keep this intro short, so please, your applause for our industry keynote, Calum Paterson.
Thank you very much indeed for the introduction, and good morning. It's a pleasure to be here today. It's a pleasure to be anywhere, actually, after 2 years of being stuck in the house. But I'm very glad to be back here at Strathclyde, which, as an institution, humbly describes itself as a place of useful learning, but is in fact a place with a genuinely world-class reputation for excellence in science and technology. So I guess that's a commercial for my alma mater out of the way. So I've been asked to speak about the technology growth opportunity, and obviously that's a fairly broad topic with lots of scope for going off tangent. I have to say, though, as my colleagues would testify, I really need an excuse for that. We're investors, though, in high-growth, founder-led and ambitious technology companies across the UK and in Europe. And I thought I would approach this morning's discussion with a relatively wide lens, as well as talking about some of the things that are exciting us in the market today. In terms of Scotland itself, I think it's pretty clear to everyone, and it will certainly be pretty clear to everyone here today, that the emergence of a strong and successful technology sector would be very helpful in the context of developing a higher growth, a more dynamic and more prosperous economy in the years ahead, along with tackling some of our residual problems in terms of poor productivity and low R&D, etc. But the good news, I think, is that there is cause for optimism. According to Bohurst, a record £650 million was invested into Scottish tech in 2021. And in terms of high growth ecosystems in the UK outside of London, Edinburgh and Glasgow are ranked number 1 and number 5, respectively. And so this suggests, to me anyway, that there should be a positive environment for technology businesses to flourish in the years ahead. And arguably, there's never been a better time to build a technology company. And I think Scotland definitely has some good things going for it. We have some strong universities producing world-class leading research, including here at Strathclyde. There's also a very vibrant startup sector. There's a stable business and legal environment, and companies face less competition, arguably, for talent here than they do in many other places. And we have an English-speaking population, or at least something reasonably close to an English-speaking population, which is actually quite helpful in the context of doing business internationally. And it also says here that we've got good weather, but I think at that point I should conclude that we probably are stretching it. But clearly there are weaknesses and disadvantages relative to some larger centres like London, and these still need to be overcome. And I think there's no room for complacency, because cities and regions and countries all over the world are also pushing forward vigorously with their efforts to develop their technology sectors. Today, valuable tech companies are being built in locations all over the world. So UiPath, which is a software company with a $10 billion market cap, was founded in Romania. Atlassian, with a $66 billion market cap, was founded in Australia. And as far as I'm aware, there is no fundamental reason why that couldn't be emulated in Scotland today. In terms of the historic position here, though, Scotland's experience in tech is pretty consistent with the broader UK and European narrative, which is reasonable achievement in terms of technological innovation, but a far less impressive track record when it comes to commercialisation and value creation that draws poor comparison with the US in particular. And in the context of Europe, after decades of underachievement, we have, however, seen something of a transformation in recent years. The so-called technology flywheel is spinning faster, compounding and reinforcing the well-established concepts of success, breeding success in the context of entrepreneurial activity. And at long last, the European tech sector seems to have become a genuine global competitor. I think the main ingredients for the facilitation of the growth of a strong technology sector, I think they include entrepreneurial leadership, talent, a supportive business environment, and of course the availability of capital. And Europe certainly is starting to get these things right. It seems that the gap between Silicon Valley in the US and Europe, certainly as measured by the number of startups, venture capital investments, and indeed exits, has definitely narrowed. In 2021, there was a record $100 billion of capital invested, almost 100 new so-called unicorns, companies valued at more than $1 billion, and a huge pipeline of startups. 1/3 of global early-stage venture capital investment was invested in Europe, putting it on par with the US for the first time. And although not a universally perfect scenario with many regional imbalances, the European tech sector is undoubtedly vibrant and seems to be on an upwards trajectory. Some of this growth is actually pandemic-related. Secular tailwinds that were already driving digitalisation and the adoption of cloud-based software solutions, and that was already underway. That was intensified by the increase in remote working. Organisations increasingly looked for greater agility, for new collaboration tools, for improved operating efficiency and real-time data to manage increased uncertainty. And there was also greater demand for the near-term cost benefits of the deferred spend and pay-as-you-go consumption models. COVID, of course, forced businesses to go digital to survive and to succeed. Restaurants invested in online sales and home delivery. Education was delivered remotely. Car sales went online. Doctors stepped into the world of telemedicine, and the influence of tech increased dramatically during the pandemic in terms of how we communicated with each other how we worked, shopped, and were entertained. But I think it's possible that the pandemic levels of growth will not be sustainable in the long term, at least in some sectors. But there are vast and diverse opportunities now to apply technology and to improve productivity within the enterprise. The technology investment scene has certainly become much more attractive and dynamic. And if I compare the position today to what I saw 30 or 20 years ago, even, there is really no comparison. As you will know, venture capital is the principal funding mechanism for tech companies. And 2021, as well as being a record year for the capital deployed, it was also a record year in terms of funds raised by VCs. There was a big change in the landscape in terms of greater competition for deals, significant increases in valuations, and much, much larger funding rounds. And just as companies with the best vision and the best strategic intent generate the most attention from the best investors and attract the best talent, VCs themselves are having to become much more competitive in their value propositions and to strong returns to create long-term value. Investors have got to be agile in their approach, and they've got to offer more than capital. But venture capital is also becoming much less localised. It's becoming more global. Cross-border investment is increasing, and many more international investors are active in Europe, particularly from the US. And I would actually say, on a deal-by-deal basis, the competition that we face every day and every week when we're looking to invest in companies is primarily from US investors rather than from other investors in Europe. Venture capital has also been performing well as an asset class, albeit with significant variation across funds and firms. And although the European share of the global venture capital pie has been increasing, I actually still think there is significant room and potential for growth. London remains the top destination for venture capital in Europe, but location matters less and less these days. Estonia, for example, is one of the most entrepreneurial countries in Europe. And with valuable tech companies being started up and scaled up right across the world, there is absolutely no reason why Scotland shouldn't capture part of the opportunity. Funding is a key part of the equation for a vibrant and successful tech sector. And despite progress, the reality is that raising capital is still very hard for many startup and early stage companies. And if you ask founders, many of them will describe access to funding as their most significant challenge, along with perhaps accessing talent, but certainly investment would be typically the number one challenge. So on one hand, we have record levels of venture capital investment and tremendous competition for deals. And on the other hand, we have continued difficulties for many entrepreneurs gaining access to capital, something of a conundrum. Ultimately, it just isn't realistic for the demand for capital and the supply to be in some kind of perfect equilibrium, and for every startup to be successful in raising capital, irrespective of the quality of their business model or attractiveness of their opportunity. I would never draw comparisons with between my day job and Dragon's Den, but if you watch that programme, you will probably understand the point I'm making. That said, there is still some way to go before we could reasonably say that the market is functioning efficiently. A high failure rate with early stage companies is unavoidable, but it's very important to embrace and accept this, because it's critical in the context of creating companies, enough companies from which there will be successful businesses that can scale over time. There is some bifurcation in the market, in fact, with the most sought-after companies generating huge competition amongst investors and often raising more money than they even need at stupendous valuations, while for others, access to finance is pretty tough. We're actually growth equity investors, so in the private equity spectrum, we sit somewhere between early stage venture capital and buyouts, backing high growth technology companies that are sort of past the point of proving viability and have got the opportunity to scale. The companies that we back in have generally got, by that stage, relatively low levels of product risk and market risk. In other words, we've established that their product actually works and that there is a market for the product and that people are buying it. So the risks that we're typically taking as investors are more to do with execution. Can this team and can this business actually build something of success? Unlike many of our peers, we have consciously steered clear from high cash-burning businesses that typically raise round after round of funding from large syndicates of investors with no immediate sign of achieving profitability. We prefer instead to focus on companies that take a more capital-efficient and more balanced approach to their growth. We're often the company's first external investor, and our model is to work very closely with founders, encouraging them to be more aggressive in their growth plans and at the same time helping them to build their companies in a measured and sustainable way. This can be a hard balance to strike, of course, but we are very hands-on and we try and use our experience and our networks to provide as much support to the companies that we invest in that we can. For example, in developing the management team and the board and introducing individuals with substantial experience from elsewhere. Aside from funding, access to talent is undoubtedly a key criterion for a successful technology growth ecosystem. And today, the technology talent pool is undoubtedly deeper and more experienced than ever before. And I think as more and more successful companies emerge, the pool should be strengthened by highly skilled and experienced executives, as well as young people who are increasingly willing to bet on tech and develop their careers in the sector. Talent recycling is already more distributed than you might think. There are almost 100 different European cities that have unicorns, which is incredible, really. To be sustainable and to empower the next generation, I think there is going to need to be a lot of work done to create a more diverse and a more inclusive ecosystem and to unlock access for more diverse founders. For example, the amount of funding that is received by female-led management teams has increased in absolute terms, but has decreased as a proportion of total funding and is still lamentable, really. And the venture capital industry itself has got much to do in terms of diversity. Governments everywhere are on this. They are working on broader strategies to develop their tech sectors. Cities are doing the same. Other things remaining equal, the higher the quality of the government intervention and support, then the better the likely outcome. In 2020, government funding for the technology sector across Europe grew to 30% of all venture capital funding. Part of this is pandemic-related, as governments were spurred into action to support their economies with initiatives such as the Future Fund, which is something that I was involved in developing with the Treasury in the UK. Interestingly enough, the UK has the lowest share of capital raised from government agencies at 12%, despite being the largest market for venture capital by some margin in Europe. By comparison, more than half of the funding raised in Central and Eastern Europe emanates from government agencies. Given the market-driven competition or competitive forces that are at play, I think it will be interesting to see how all of this intervention evolves across Europe, and the extent to which government funding can be accretive to and additional in the context of market dynamics, and accretive to founders rather than competing directly with or even crowding out private sources of capital. And that might mean that governments need to be more specialised in terms of how they intervene and what they support, or perhaps to develop a more purpose-driven agenda, or to be more patient and long-term in terms of their investment, or to have different risk-return expectations. What we do know is that although institutional and pension fund investment in venture capital has increased, it's still incredibly limited, and the index massively towards buyout allocations. For example, pension funds put 19 times more capital into the European buyout fund sector than they do venture capital. And in the case of sovereign wealth funds, every pound that they invest in venture capital, for every pound that they invest in venture capital, they allocate £50 to leverage buyout funds. In terms of the kinds of companies that we're investing in today, software remains a key focus for us, particularly software as a service. Growth in global software spend has been consistently outstripping GDP growth, and this has been driven by businesses of all sizes that are seeking to digitise, and it's a trend that we believe will continue into the future. For a variety of reasons, including flexibility and affordability, SaaS solutions are now really the go-to for a huge number of organisations. Two main models, as you will probably know: horizontal SaaS, offered by established cloud services players, the likes of Salesforce and Slack and Microsoft, targeting a wide range of business users regardless of industry. And then vertical SaaS solutions, which are targeted at more specific or niche specific or niche industry, such as insurance or banking or life sciences. We've invested in some horizontal SaaS companies. We think there is more scope for genuine differentiation with vertical SaaS businesses. Because although their addressable markets might actually be smaller, they're not targeting oversaturated markets, and they can go deep into industry and offer solutions to specific challenges faced rather than skimming the surface of multiple industries. And because of that, they've got the opportunity to become very valuable. A local example of this from our portfolio is a company called Autorec, which has developed a SaaS product focused on the financial data management space within the broader regulatory technology sector, a really significant area of focus for financial institutions. Across venture capital more generally, though, there is increasing interest in deep tech. That's, of course, a somewhat vague term, but includes sectors such as robotics, advanced materials, artificial intelligence, quantum tech, space tech, and blockchain. typically, the deep tech startup companies being backed by venture capital still have significant early stage risk. They've still got significant product and market risk. In other words, there is uncertainty regarding whether the idea will actually work, and even if it does, whether there will actually be a market for it. But I do think it's hugely important that funding is available for early stage companies, and in particular for early stage deep tech companies, if we're going to avoid the over-productization of the innovation that's going to be needed to solve some of the critical planet-solving problems that we face and empower entrepreneurs. And governments, of course, can play a role in this, as has recently been demonstrated with vaccine development during the COVID pandemic. We saw the German biotech firm BioNTech, a university spin-out, in fact, produced the world's first mRNA COVID-19 vaccine in record time, highlighting both the importance of long-term R&D, but also the critical role of government in backing breakthrough innovation. It went on to raise 1.3 billion euros in funding from European, US and Asian investors before eventually listing in the US for $40 billion, or at least it's now valued today at $40 billion. Across Europe, it's estimated that deep tech companies are worth a combined 700 billion euros. Many of these companies, of course, have their roots in academia, and they've benefited from early support from government in the form of research grants. And I think from a policy perspective, taking a long-term and supportive approach to R&D would seem to be pretty important, I think, for any country that's looking to achieve technology leadership. Aside from deep tech, we're also seeing increased investment in purpose-driven technology companies that are working to make sustainable use of the planet's resources. Across Europe, they account for 15% of all funding in the last 5 years, with clean energy and climate tech startups in particular capturing most of this. 2021, interestingly enough, was lower, and there's obviously much to do to drive this agenda going forward. On the investment side, there is growing recognition of the link between responsible business practice and responsible between responsible business practice and business growth. SAP, we are signatories to the UN Principles of Responsible Investment, and we encourage the companies that we invest in to be purpose-led, to be responsible employers, and to have a positive external and social impact. Virtually all of them have broader employee ownership, which is something that we believe is important in the context of attracting talent, developing a strong culture, and value creation. And just to conclude, I mean, overall, the tech opportunity in Europe is extremely exciting. The key factor conditions, including funding and talent and a supportive business environment, have definitely improved significantly. And I think that's substantially true for Scotland too. There's certainly more money being invested than ever before. Having said that, access to funding remains difficult for lots of companies, particularly early stage. To a great extent, I think the point with capital is if the right opportunities are there, then the money probably will find its way to these opportunities. But given that they're operating in a small home market, I think Scotland's software and technology companies need to work harder to stay connected to their customers, to their partners, to talent, and to potential investors. And as yet, with the exception of companies like Skyscanner, there are relatively few Scottish companies that have really scaled, and that limits access to individuals who have done it before, which is really a key advantage that Silicon Valley has. But this is something that should hopefully improve over time, and is something that a good investment partner can undoubtedly help with in terms of access to a network of experienced people. But finally, I would just reiterate that countries all over the world are on this. They're really on it. Everyone wants to build a strong technology sector. And I think those that succeed are likely to be those that have the greatest and most determined long-term commitment, as long as the most conducive environments for business and for entrepreneurship to flourish. Thank you.
Thank you, Calum. Now, I don't know if you want to come out from behind it. We're quite short on time, so I'm going to go straight to yourselves for questions. I've got things I could ask, but we're really tight for time, and if we can cut that kind of customary awkward gap before the first question, that would be good as well. We're going to go right over here. And Calum, I'm going to ask the shortest answers you're comfortable with as well.
Yeah, I'd just like to pick up on... Can you hear me okay, yeah? I'd just like to pick up on the first time this word has been said today. And I think, for all I like the enthusiasm here, I think it's a major... I'm Stephen Spears from Cisco, by the way. It's a major issue, I think, in the culture we have in the UK. And Calum, you were the first person to mention the word customer about 5 minutes ago, and we've been here for 3 hours. And it's great that we're talking about how to grow, but what I don't see is a focus on the problem, a focus on communicating the value, a focus on differentiation. And I think that's, to me, is the major weakness that I'm seeing in the Scottish tech scene today, and the UK tech scene to a large extent as well. I just wanted to make that point. It's disappointing, I think, that there's not more focus on how do we solve these problems. And I heard it come out multiple times in your discussion there about the big problems that need to be solved. If you're just thinking about tech and just thinking about the buzzword features, you know, I've been, in my time in Cisco, I've been in front of a couple of startup companies, and half of them can't explain what they're trying to do at all, you know, at all. You know, they start with an architecture slide without telling me what their solution, their product does. If you're doing that, you're in the wrong place. And the other thing I think I need to pick up on is you mentioned about the, basically stock options for employees. If you're in a startup company and you're not already giving stock options and advertising that, maybe you should just give up.
So I agree with all of that, and I should apologise for overrunning. I think it's to do with being stuck in the house for 2 years and not remembering what it's like to stand up and speak. But I do agree with that. Customer success is a huge theme across our portfolio. In fact, we have a specialist, a guy that was one of the early employees at Slack, who we put in pretty much to all of our software businesses. But I completely, you know, I agree with that. That, you know, focusing on the sales side in particular is hugely important.
Great. No need to apologise for overrunning. It was all good stuff. Going to go over here now. It's two side by side. Again, if I can ask the shortest version of your questions as well, would be great as well.
Yes, it's Gary Bernstein from Technology Leaders. Calum, thanks very much for the presentation. You mentioned there that a lot of work needs to be done to improve support for diverse founders. And I think you recognise as well that the VC community is not the most diverse group of people that there is in supporting these founders. Can you give us a couple of practical examples of what you're doing now rather than kicking the can down the road? Because this is, the future's about pursuing difference for advantage.
Very good point. I think the industry is doing what lots of other industries do, which is to talk about it and to highlight it. But the question is, what about, you know, practical change? What we've done as a firm is sign up for the Women in Finance Charter. We've committed ourselves to ensuring that a significant proportion of our senior leadership in the firm are female, and we're doing our very best to build a more diverse team ourselves. We're also we signed up for another recent initiative that compels us to gather data in terms of diversity in the companies that not only that we invest in, but the hundreds and hundreds of companies that come across our desk every day, and that we have every year rather, and that we have some interaction with. A huge amount to do. I mean, I also, however, think about diversity in the broadest sense. I'm probably one of very few managing partners of a venture capital firm in Europe that comes from a more kind of classic, working, an ordinary background, a working class background. I think there's much more that needs to be done there in terms of social mobility, which I think in the UK is harder today than it was certainly when I was going to university.
Okay, was a question right next along, and Calum, can I get you to hold the mic closer? For the people here can hear, but it's just for the hybrid audience. Yeah.
Hi, Amelia Beattie from Scottish Enterprise. The short version. Hi. I'm short. Is it better to take the companies in Scotland to London, where the VCs are, or is it better to get the VCs to come to Scotland? I've been hearing this debate for 20 years. I'd be interested to know what your views were on that.
So I understand the sort of theory behind these kind of forums and taking groups of companies down to London to meet VCs. In fact, I went along to one at the end of last year, I think it was. The point I was trying to make earlier is that in reality, venture capital now is not localized, it's global. People look all over the place for opportunities. And I think the work that you can do with the companies that you're supporting is to ensure that they're looking outwards, that they're connecting with investors themselves, and that they're ensuring that they've got good profile and good visibility. We wouldn't kind of dream of hauling companies into our office to meet them. We always go out and see companies. I think that's the way it works. So more work to do, I think, to encourage our companies to be outward looking, to network, to look further afield. That, I think, is a really important thing.
But you talked about how location is becoming less important, but there are irrational factors as well as rational ones. And if you're a venture capitalist and you've got the possibility of going to see a company in Glasgow or Edinburgh as opposed to one in Estonia, maybe for non-logical reasons, that location works in your favour.
Yeah, and I used to always say that a disproportionate number of our investments over the years have been in the UK, and I've always said that we like that because we're local and we like being hands-on and we've got more time because we're not having to travel and all the rest of it. But in practice, as we're seeing, 100 European cities with unicorns, technology is kind of widespread. The market opportunities and the growth opportunities are everywhere. And the wrong thing, I think, is to kind of assume that just because you're in Scotland, it is going to be more difficult. I think that's the wrong way of thinking. People will come if you create the right opportunities, if you reach out, if you use your networks.
One more, if we've got one. Yep, right at the back there. Yeah, 100 European cities with unicorns is so far my stat of the day. So.
Hello, this is Parag VS, Panitech Power, and we work to bring sustainable energy technology to new international markets. You presented a really interesting slide. I think it was Larry Fink, is that right? The quote was, the next 1,000 unicorns will come from green hydrogen, green steel, green ammonia, green hydrogen, And so when I look at the Bowhurst data, I don't really see sign of private VC investment going into the clean tech sector. So I was just wondering, could you comment on what you and Scottish Equity Partners are doing about that, or are you thinking about changing focus or realigning? And just more broadly, what do you think about Scotland and UK and how it's taking, looking forward into the clean tech sector?
Just before you do answer that, just a bit of foreshadowing. We will be hearing directly from Bowhurst later in the day, so we have a chance to address some of this as well.
Yeah, I do think it's increasing for definite. Funds are being raised specifically to invest in these sorts of companies. I think over time, what will probably happen is it will become much more kind of mainstream and embedded in funds more generally. Part of our commitment under the UN PRI is to have an absolute focus on all of that. So I do think it's beginning to happen. We have dabbled in that area with a specific fund in the past. That was more on the kind of infrastructure side of things. But I do see us doing more in that area going forward, and particularly as we move from my kind of ancient generation to a younger group with bolder and fresher ideas. I think there's every chance that will happen.
That is evolution. Okay, we have to leave it there. Can we please one more time thank Calum Paterson, co-founder of Scottish Equity Partners. Thank you. And I can't help but notice, by the way, that Calum Paterson is an anagram of nasal computer, but that may not be very useful. So, if you had a question or comment for Calum, we didn't get to it, you can try during the market-driven to sort of phase it to the panel who we're going to be talking about now with market-driven innovation. That, of course, will only depend if the chair allows you, and that chair is Sean McGrath, who also has the very apposite anagram of smart change. And last July, he made the smart change from Finance Director at Entrepreneurial Scotland to being their new CEO. So, same pattern as before. Sean, I think, might start with a little bit from himself, bring on his panel, get things going and bring you in. Can we please welcome Sean McGrath?
Cheers, get myself positioned. I'll take that smart change, that works. Slightly better maybe, Calum, than your one. Great, so I'll maybe give a little bit of a spiel and then bring the guys in on this. So Eleanor talked a bit earlier about, feeling like Madonna with the headset on. I've got to say, I've always wanted to give Britney Spears a run for her money, so now's my chance. Although after COVID, I'm not sure I would fit into the leather pants as well as I did before COVID. Just a couple of quick points for myself. So exactly as Quentin has said, I have had the illustrious job of being the finance director of Entrepreneurial Scotland before I took over from Sandy Kennedy, who was the chief exec, and as much as a foundation can have a founder, essentially the founder of what it is that we do. So some of you will have heard of Entrepreneurial Scotland, some of you will have worked with us, some of you will be part of our alumni of the various different things that we do and in our network. But for those that aren't familiar with Entrepreneurial Scotland, our vision is to inspire and develop the people of Scotland to build the most entrepreneurial society in the world. Now that is a huge vision, and it's one that could take us in all sorts of directions and has taken us in all sorts of directions in the past. But ultimately our mission is to build a movement of great leaders, and by great leaders we mean people who are entrepreneurially minded, and that is at all levels in all types of organizations and sectors. But to build a movement of great leaders and those that want to support them, which is many of the people in this room today, so that together they can create the jobs and the prosperity that Scotland needs. So we have a good economy in Scotland. There is no doubt about that by any metric. And I think sometimes we forget to stop and think that. But in actual fact, a good economy allows us to look after most of the people in this country. But only a great economy will allow us to look after everybody in this country. And that's what we are striving for. We are striving to unlock that last 10 or 15% so that we can have a great economy. And so that I don't have to live in a city that has stats like 25% child poverty with half of the parents working. This is not the type of world that any of us want to live in. And the only way that we can play our part is by ensuring that we bring an innovative mindset, an entrepreneurial mindset to everything that we do so that we create the jobs and the prosperity to fund the solutions to these types of things. So to do that, and my little plug for my organization, but to do that, we do two amazing things. We build the leaders that we're talking about. So we build exemplars of the style of leadership that we believe can change the Scottish economy. And then we also build a movement around them. So we bring together the people who want to see this happen, who believe that this can happen, who believe that Scotland has the potential for change. And we apply those individuals to the support of these people. So, plug over and done with for myself. I'm delighted to be here to talk about market-driven innovation, which is an enormous topic. Before I bring the panel in, from my perspective, and I might get shot by my handlers at Strathclyde for going a bit off topic, but I think there's three aspects to this. I think, first of all, I'd like to know what is market-driven innovation. It's a term that gets bandied around. What markets should we be looking for, and whose responsibility is it to go after those markets? And if we can get those questions covered in the relatively short period of time that we have, that would be great. So I'd like to invite the panelists to come forward. I will say only a brief bit, and then I'll ask the panelists maybe to introduce a little bit more about themselves. So if I could start with Nicola Anderson, who is the CEO of FinTech Scotland, please.
Why? face-to-face with a crowd. That's wonderful. Thank you, Sean, for that brief introduction. So I'm absolutely delighted to be here today to talk to you about market-driven innovation and starting with FinTech Scotland. We're a cluster management organisation. We count ourselves really privileged to be part of the Scottish ecosystem as we think about tech in financial services. And our role is to drive economic contribution for Scotland through technology in financial services, the application of FinTech in a really important part of our sector. And in so doing, we think there's an opportunity to drive societal change and indeed to have an opportunity to have an impact on the climate agenda. And I'll be delighted to talk about more of that as we go on. Thanks, Sean.
Great, thank you for that, Nicola. And next, could I ask Stephen Coleman, please, from Codebase to join us?
Cool. Thank you. And yeah, hi everyone. So yeah, I'm the CEO, co-founder of Codebase. So we are an ecosystem support organization. We've struggled for a long time to figure out what to call ourselves because our business model has changed on a kind of daily basis for the last 8 years. You can broadly think of us as part incubator, part accelerator, part, I guess, corporate education. Yeah, there's a lot of different elements to what Codebase does. We have, if you're not familiar with us, we have hubs in Edinburgh, Stirling and Aberdeen. And we also provide business mentorship support to the Barclays Eagle Lab network across the UK. So we're active in 27 cities. And yeah, so we see quite a lot on the kind of grassroots level of what's working and what isn't. In terms of the Glasgow ecosystem, Codebase, we've been desperate to come to Glasgow for ever since we've started, really. We operate just ourselves as a commercial business, so we kind of struggled to find a business model that would make it work for us. Happy to talk more about that, but also fingers crossed that may be sort of solved in the relatively near future, but we'll see with a good wind behind us. But yeah, I think that's probably a good enough intro.
Yep, sounds great. Thank you for that, Stephen. And then if I could ask Dr. Susie Mitchell from the Glasgow Science Innovation Centre, please.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me along today. Yes, I'm Susie Mitchell from Glasgow City of Science and Innovation, based in Glasgow Science Centre. So we're a regional innovation partnership comprising public, private and academic institutions. And collectively, we're all about ecosystem community building, we're about innovation policy influence, and we're about showcasing our innovation story within Glasgow in the west of Scotland and the opportunities within the ecosystem. So, and I guess ultimately to help drive innovation-enabled growth within the city region. So I'm really excited to kind of talk about industry sector kind of opportunities here and what our kind of distinctive offer is here in Glasgow and what our distinctive opportunities are now and in the future.
Great. Well, I'm sure there'll be plenty of questions around that. Thank you for that, Susie. And can I, last but not least, ask Michael Hayes from Rookie Oven to join us.
Yep, I'm Michael Hayes. I've founded Rookie Oven. Well, actually, I'm here with two hats on. So Rookie Oven first. I started that in 2011. Studied computer science at Strathclyde University. Got involved in a startup. It was a spectacular disaster. And at the end of it, I just thought, Glasgow doesn't do tech. Like it's we just don't do it here. I went out to London and met a guy called Scott Allison, who's from Glasgow. He said, look, get back up the road, and there's stuff happening on your doorstep. You just need to find it. So sent out a few tweets saying, like, who wants to come to the beer hall on Gordon Street? I've asked them if they'll give us some free pizza because it's a Monday night. People come along and just talk tech with me, startups. And 30 people showed up the first night, so that was May 2011. And that was the genesis of what became Rookie Oven, and I started writing about it. I went back to university, so I had loads of time, and I started writing about Scottish tech, and on the website got like 20,000 uniques on that. Then we opened up a co-working space in Govan, an old shipyard, and then ran some programs for young people to try and increase diversity in tech. And yeah, it's like throughout the last 11 years proactively trying to make Glasgow a better, more vibrant place to do tech startups. Famously, the co-working space, I did that on a budget of £300, as Stephen said. Like, it's not exactly the commercial aspect of it is challenging. And £250 of my budget was a pool table, so I had my priorities right on that. It's nice to say this co-working space isn't operating it now. So, my other hat I wear is co-founder of iJam, so we're a company just based around the corner on Miller Street. We do digital product development for companies of various sizes, from startups to corporates, public sector. And when we're not working on other people's projects, we develop our own IP. And with that, I guess I've got two viewpoints here. I've got the more holistic community level aspects of what the ecosystem's like and the market-driven approach. Then also as somebody who makes products and tech, builds software that I try to sell to people, what's my approach to that? So yeah, that's me.
Great, thanks for that introduction. As an accountant to trade, I won't be putting any of the questions around finance and so on relating to you if your majority of our budget was pool table related. So, look, I'll jump in with one or two questions, but actually, as an audience, you guys have been great today. You've been really participating, you've been getting involved, and if we could keep the flow of that going, that'd be brilliant. The whole idea is to discuss this and get your thoughts and questions as much as anyone else's. My first question, though, is, and Michael, I'm glad you got the microphone up because I'm going to come to you for this. So, market-driven innovation. I mean, what is market-driven innovation?
Yes, so interesting the comment that we had at the end of Calum's talk, because I agree with that. I agree with the sentiment, but disagree with the outcome that you came to. Companies come to me all the time saying, I want to build software to do X, Y, Z. Why? And for me, it's just start with customers, sell it first, and let the market derive what that product should be like. The famous example of Henry Ford saying that customers would want a faster horse. I get that, but equally, he probably told them about the car before he went and built the car. He didn't go and build millions of cars and then try and find people that would want to actually put their hand in their pocket. So I think the market-led part of it is, as you're developing your products, you're developing it with someone who's either pre-committed or is going to commit, or there's clear signals there. Like, I wouldn't go and open up I wouldn't have a stall selling umbrellas in the Sahara. Well, Sahara might be useful, but somewhere that's very sunny. And equally, I would be selling sunscreen in Glasgow most of the time. So the market should derive what your business does and how you go about doing what you do. I think there's a notion of people who perhaps watch The Social Network, or they have an idea that you get in front of Calum and he'll write a big check, and then you figure out how this stuff comes later, or you build it and people will come. That's nonsense. The reality of it is business has been done for thousands of years, and it's not changed now that we've got computers. It's just the medium that you do it on has changed. So define your market, understand it, get some buy-in, then start building out your products, and respond to the market as you're doing that.
Brilliant. I mean, that makes a whole bunch of sense to me. So really what you're saying is that it's innovating in tandem with your customers. It's not just going away, locking yourself in a room, coming up with something, thinking that you have unlocked a market. It's going out there and actually speaking to people and finding out which markets it might be applicable to.
Yeah. Otherwise, that's R&D, and that's like a different discipline. That's what the university's here for. But if you're building a business, the part of business is that you sell something. You make money. It's capitalist. So yeah.
Great. And in terms of the panel, then, any thoughts from the rest of the panel around market-driven innovations? That rings true for you guys?
Totally agree. Basically, it's fall in love with the problem, not the solution. So understand that you're trying to solve a problem rather than just you're trying to build whatever cool piece of technology that you kind of want to build. I think it's worth also touching on what Michael said about the R&D side of things, so deep tech, in other words. I think it's important to have an appreciation for the differences between different types of tech business. So deep tech, software product, and service are the broad categories really within tech. And each of those three categories has a very different business model, very different levers that you can pull to support or to help an ecosystem grow. I think, yeah, so absolutely, deep tech is very research heavy. The kind of the classic phrase for deep tech investment is you find the 10 smartest people you know, you give them $10 million and you lock them in a room for 10 years and you knock on the door at the end of that 10 years and pray that they've come up with some kind of useful piece of IP. That's very different to the investment model around software product, which is much faster, and also very different to business models around service, which is much more kind of P&L, kind of scaling linearly with customers, or clients, as they call them in service. And I agree with the point before about mentioning customers. I think people don't talk about customers enough. Customers is a very product and also, well, not really deep tech, it's a very product-focused term. And yeah, I think it points to a fact that we, as an ecosystem in Glasgow and across Scotland and across the UK, I think we can improve the baseline of knowledge, awareness, skills to understand the different nuances and understand those different levers that can be pulled either on a individual or business level or on a large organisation, governmental level. Those levers that you can pull on and those models that you can employ to have the most effective growth and the most effective ecosystem.
Yeah, sounds good, and it ties in with what we heard earlier on today as well about ecosystem building and so on. So, in terms of understanding what market-driven innovation is, I think, we've got a grasp of the fact that this is something that's done in tandem with your customers. It's about conversations. It's about innovating together. It's not just about, deep tech almost sounds like the opposite of that in terms of locking yourself in a room and coming up with a solution that you hope the world will want. So, with that in mind then, it would seem that having access to customers that you can have these discussions with, having access to markets that you can have this discussion with, would be really kind of critical to this. And I think one of the joyous things about tech is that, it's applicable to so many different types of markets. And probably when you start with one market in mind, you might find yourself operating in a completely different market by the end of your iteration. In Glasgow, we've got so many different things on the go. We've got brilliant financial services, we've got the hub of fintech starting, we've got, all this chat about deep tech, we've got, conversations around climate tech and everything starting today. If you're in tech in Glasgow today, what sort of markets should you be thinking about having conversations with? And what sort of markets should you be looking to see whether or not your thoughts, ideas, or technology are applicable? And yeah, Nicola, I was just going to say if you want to jump in.
Thanks, Sean. It's going to come as no surprise to anybody that I think the financial services market is a really important one for tech to have a look at, for a number of different reasons. We can be really proud of financial services in Glasgow and in Scotland. We are second to London in terms of the UK's financial services market. And we are coming up the world rankings. I agree with Eleanor's point earlier, league tables have a place in some regard and not in others. But as we look as an indication of a market strength and a place where we have experience already, we know that financial services offers us a really important market here in Scotland. And historically in Scotland, we have had real strength and have heritage there. So we have 200 fintech SME businesses at the moment in Scotland who are focused on the financial services market. That has grown exponentially since 2018. In 2018, we started with 26. So there is a real opportunity across that market for innovation. And the future of financial services will be enabled by technology. So it's absolutely vital that our tech, as it develops, focuses on that sector. And if I may, I totally agree that we have to be outward looking and thinking about our markets. But I also think that there's an opportunity for us to be curious about other markets. So we've just published a research and innovation roadmap for fintech and the opportunity it presents for Scotland. And I think there are areas like climate and those innovators who are focused on climate who should be looking to the financial services market actually and thinking about how can they influence the financial services market through their innovation and their technology. As we think about space, and we know that we have real expertise in Strathclyde or developing around space data, satellite data, the opportunity that that sector offers to the financial services sector in helping us address the ESG, the environmental, social and governance issues that we need to lean into is significant. So that cross-sectoral opportunity is vital that we explore that and we create ways to do that. So I think there's so much that we could consider for Glasgow, and I would argue that the financial services market offers us a real opportunity there. And as we think about FinTech Scotland, one of the things that was vital to us as we were building the FinTech Scotland cluster was to have innovators involved, to have the incumbents and the established market involved, to have consumer groups involved, because ultimately they are going to be the users of this type of technology. To have the academic community involved has really helped us build that vibrant ecosystem for FinTech innovation. And now as we start to think about the opportunity more broadly, we're engaging with the other sectors. So there's an opportunity there to think more horizontally as we think about the opportunities that lie ahead.
Brilliant. Thank you for that, Nicola. And I don't think anyone would disagree that the financial services sector is a strong sector and well known in Scotland, and FinTech has definitely been a focus. But Susie, I mean, with your work and what you do, have you seen something that contradicts that, or have you seen a variety of different industries and sectors and markets we should be looking at?
Yeah, I think what's exciting about the Glasgow City region is particularly our prowess in the enabling and emerging technologies, because I guess by their nature they can underpin kind of a range of sectors, and actually some of the key sectors that we're growing at the moment are absolutely underpinned by these emerging and enabling technologies. So for example, advanced manufacturing, precision medicine, FinTech. So whether, just as a couple of examples, we have additive manufacturing happening at NMIS. We have software as a service companies like Spire Global who are underpinning and supporting our space sector development. We have really interesting intersection of data and informatics supporting the development of our precision medicine capabilities. And so the enabling technologies, the prowess that we have, and we've got such a range of kind of enabling technology kind of prowess within a relatively small geography, are unlocking a range of potential sort of market opportunities, and some of those we won't know actually yet, but I guess kind of one of the key things for me, one of the sort of really exciting things for the Glasgow City region in particular, is the prospect of technological convergence. So not just sticking kind of to, not looking at kind of one technology in isolation, but actually looking at our diverse capabilities and the ability to blend those to achieve kind of radical new sort of technological kind of advancement within the enabling technologies. And we need projects to support the greater adoption of transformative tech across the industrial base and across different sectors. And for me, that is kind of the exciting kind of future prospect within Glasgow and the west of Scotland. We ran the National Innovation Summit in February, looking at Laura, who's our sort of lead for that, and we had a Forbes top futurist who was talking about technological convergence being absolutely critical for industrial advancement across sort of all sectors. So we need to look at where convergence is relevant in terms of sort of the need sort of within those sectors.
Brilliant, thank you for that. And so what I might do very quickly is I'll just come to the two guys for a 2-second input in terms of what they're seeing individuals going after and the conversations they're having with markets. And then I'd like to maybe open it up to the floor for a few questions just around this particular topic. Well, Michael, what are you seeing individuals that are involved with Rookie Oven, what are you seeing them going after in terms of markets, or what are they talking about as being exciting markets?
Yes, so predominantly the people I would interact with are software based, or not exclusively, some hardware. And it's been I think it was over 10 years ago there was the article "Software is Eating the World." So software is changing how business processes. I think in the last 2 years, Calum touched on it, like the way you order food, the way you interact with so many services is fundamentally changed, and it's not going to go back. It's, you know, Pandora's box is open. So there's a lot of change that happens through software, process improvement, or, you know, getting access to data, and you know, as Susie's saying, linking that up, making connections, you know, between your energy consumption and your sales data, perhaps. And the best people to innovate on that are the incumbents. So in Glasgow, you have, you know, financial services, you've got media, film, you've got, you know, music. There's industries that Glasgow has traditionally done very well in that are, you know, it's not going to disappear. Like, it's just the nature of the business is going to change, or new opportunities will arise from that. So a lot of it is, you know, not necessarily breaking new ground. It's just doing what we've always done and doing it better. Our fault will be that we don't shout about it, you know, well enough. That's, you know, a typical Glasgow thing. And then when it comes to, like, you know, touching into other sectors, like the big joy of software is, like, you can run a software business from anywhere. So why would Glasgow be the place that you run your software business from? You know, again, Calum touched on this earlier, that, you know, businesses across Europe, you can have customers across Europe, across the world, be based in Glasgow. So for me, Glasgow being a place that founders want to be based in, you know, quality of life, the, you know, access to services. Beyonce can come to the Hydro, you can go up to Loch Lomond. You've got things on your doorstep that you don't get in other cities. So actually, there's kind of two aspects. There's the part of it is, like, you know, we are a product of our environment. The stuff that's here already will continue to spur new businesses, and then as a city, we can invite new people in, or you know, new expertise from elsewhere, new markets. So we don't have to be, whilst we have those opportunities of the businesses that we've been doing well for years, we can also invite in new and exciting stuff. It's not one or the other.
Yeah, sounds good. I'm still waiting on Brittany coming to the Hydro. And so, Stephen, in terms of, you know, your thoughts around that and what you're seeing people talk about as, you know, interesting markets, or markets that are active now, you know, would you concur with Michael, or do you see different things coming up?
So definitely concur. Michael mentioned, you know, the creative industries. Glasgow has an obvious strength there. And Nicola and Susie mentioned the other verticals, space, quantum, 5G. There are definite strengths here for different reasons. I think a lot of that's has come about through the strength of academic institutions. So creative industries, you know, obviously Glasgow School of Art has been a massive influence on that, and creating a creative sector that's really phenomenal. And, you know, Strathclyde, Glasgow, Caledonian, and so on all have their own strengths, which have really helped to propel different verticals. On a wider front, I would say that an interesting trend I'm seeing is that software as a service, we've been talking about that for a long time, and there are definitely still a lot of opportunities there. But it's very well understood now, and it's not quite at saturation point, but it feels like, you know, the S-curve is potentially getting to that saturation point, and I'm starting to see the first whispers of what might be the next S-curves, which are, you know, Web3, decentralization, crypto, AI, and seeing you know, founders, startups starting to look at that in a very serious way, and seeing investors start to put more and more money into those areas. It definitely feels like that is the next, you know, S-curve, and that, you know, we should be aware of that and lean into that.
Yeah, sounds great. And you know, a lot of interesting kind of sectors and verticals and markets talked about there. But just to open it up to the floor, is there any particular questions around market-driven innovation? We've just got one here in the centre, and then Rob.
Hi, first of all, I would like to say to Michael and Stephen, I would like to meet you around that pool table, and I'm buying the beers if you've got 10 minutes. And then, Nicola, I spoke to yourself on a webinar around a year ago with Beth arranged from Greenock. Your lovely PA and I myself have been emailing each other back and forth to arrange a Zoom call. It's been more than a year and I'm still waiting. It was arranged a couple of times, it was cancelled, so I hope this time we can please arrange it. to Michael, relating to consumers directly, how would you recommend is the best way of reaching out to them when you've got a new innovative app that can really help the consumers engage in AI blockchain-based loyalty rewards network that we've got? We are reaching consumers through engaging with the merchants online and on a high street. And when you talk about international, we've already done distribution agreements in 31 countries, but we still want to engage more consumers into it. So from your experience, what would you recommend to us? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So there's no one answer for that. Like each product, each market, each niche you go after will have an audience in a different place that you need to find. So yeah, there's no easy answer, but common approaches that people can do is to run an event like this. Like I didn't catch what you said. Did you say you're based in Greenock? Would you say you're based in Stirling? Sorry, so yeah, is there a Stirling crypto meetup? Is there a Stirling crypto meetup? Start that up tomorrow. Then you can get talking to some customers.
Got a good venue for you.
Yeah, the code base in Stirling, so you've got a free venue. So not free.
No pool table though.
So yeah, like, you need to go and find your own audience, and they'll be in different places for different businesses. So there's no one catch-all, but it doesn't have to be some grand scheme or some. Just do something. Just do something. Where do you think people will be? Try and find them, and if it doesn't work, try something else.
That's great, Michael. Thank you for that. Now, I've just got the infamous hook from Quentin
Not
there.
the hook,
so
just to say, keep all your answers short, please, is great.
So that's the angle I was going for. So if you can help me out with brevity, I'm Irish, it's not my core skill. Robert, I think you had a question, did you? Yeah. Have we a mic down there?
Try to keep it short. Robert Hoken, Greenbackers Investment Capital here in Glasgow. On the back of a very robust COP26, I was encouraged, inspired to think that Glasgow could be a center for climate tech. Just for context, we sit in the intersection between fintech and climate tech, convening capital on behalf of startups. I'm interested, software is not going to solve the climate crisis, but software has a very important part to play. And I was struck by Sarah's comment on convergence. And I'm just interested from your perspectives, if we have time, to share any insights into market-driven innovation in climate as impacts your particular areas. Are you seeing it? Is it here in Glasgow? Is it here elsewhere? We want to fund it.
Susie, do you want to jump on that one?
Yeah, I think there's an opportunity there, Robert. I think clearly, again, we have a kind of diversity of companies who are kind of involved in kind of the climate area. But I think, as I said before, I think we need to look at stimulating demand for particularly those key enabling technologies to support the fields of energy, sort of climate, resource efficiency. You may have heard that Glasgow has been chosen as one of the UK government's Innovation Accelerator regions. I think there's an opportunity there. I think part of that is about cluster development, and I think we've got a job to do there. But again, I think the importance of convergence, the importance of getting more of those enabling technologies commercialised and integrating those through tech adoption and tech diffusion into business is really, really sort of critical. But we need to stimulate the demand for innovation. And we need to support sort of technological sort of adoption. But I think that cluster development element of our Innovation Accelerator planning will be absolutely critical, because I think we've got all the sort of fundamental ingredients within our city region, actually.
No, fire away. I've just been told I got 10 minutes. It's great.
Great, I'll ramble on for a while.
8.5.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And just to mention, so we run a number of vertical specific programs. One of them is in energy tech. And through that, we're connecting corporates, large incumbents within the energy space, with startups who are working on energy tech solutions. And through that, we're not trying to tell them, trying to guide them how to, on the specific technology that they're solving. We're really just trying to create a culture and a community where they actually can talk openly about their problems on each side of that, because startups can't sell, but corporates can't buy, and they need to actually understand each other and speak a common language, get how they can work together to actually solve those problems. We've seen quite a lot of anecdotal success from the large corporates involved in that. So it's predominantly oil and gas. We run it sort of centred in Aberdeen. But we also have Sellafield, for example, are also on board, so a nuclear provider, nuclear decommissioning in the northwest of England. And we have energy tech startups from across the UK that are part of that. The problems, it's surprising how many of the problems are kind of transferable to other sectors. That it's like problems around regulation, around how to integrate a small business with a large business, how to onboard a platform or some technology. So yeah, I think there's a lot to do, and there's no one thing will solve it. It needs to be a massive holistic effort, and there's absolutely a need for more efforts, and specifically in the green space, and the renewable space, and the clean energy space. But I've been kind of buoyed by a lot of the conversations I've heard on that program, particularly around hydrogen, which has felt like for like it's been around for a long time, and it's felt like proper usable hydrogen energy is about 20 years away, and it's felt like that for a long time. Whereas now they're actually saying, yeah, it's closer than that. They are actually starting to make real leaps. So there are things like that that are helping, and tech, software, deep tech, all of this has a role to play within that.
Thank you, Stephen. We are now short on time, thanks for that. Nicola, just before I'll actually jump in with two very quick things on that myself, if you don't mind, Robert, that might be useful. So one is, exactly to your point, we can't plan for what we can't measure. So measuring impact, the regulations that are coming up around ESG is not this soft, investment-friendly type thing that people are kind of currently seeing. It is hardcore regulation that is coming, that has been written into law, and it will be just as relevant as accounting regulations and the rules around all of that. So actually there is an entire industry to be born around how do we actually report on this, how do we measure it, and nobody has a clue right now, and they've just taken a leap of faith and signed it into law in the hope that it will be figured out. So there's a massive industry around that I think people will be aware of. The other second thing I was going to jump on quickly was I had the I think you could call it a privilege, I'm not entirely sure yet, of being involved in the National Economic Advisory Council. And one of the things that we discussed at that was, how does Scotland become an ESG nation? We have all of the ingredients here to lead in this field. So climate tech for me just seems like an absolute no-brainer for Scotland. We should be grabbing it with both hands and running. And Robert's got all the money for it if you need it. Nicola, quick.
Thank you. Robert, I'm very happy to pick up in the break. I think your specific question was that intersection between fintech and climate tech. There are a number of examples to address some of the issues actually that the other guys on the panel have already raised. We're seeing fintechs and climate tech come together to think about the housing stock across the UK. 20% of our emissions, our climate emissions come through current housing stock. We're seeing fintech innovations come together to think about how we would retrofit that. How does retrofitting work, and how do we support consumers to think about that? So there's some businesses in Scotland that are looking at that. Yeah, there are other fintechs in the intersection as we think about the supply chain issue and how we consider climate in the supply chain, agri-tech as well. So there are a number of actual innovations already happening that be delighted to share more of that detail with you. And the final thing I would say is As we published a research and innovation roadmap recently, one of the topics that we talk about there is climate and climate finance. And to try and drive more innovation on that, to the points that the guys on the panel have already made, we'll be utilising some innovation calls within the next 6 months or so. So please keep an eye out for that, because there may be opportunities there to support that as that comes forward.
Thanks for that. No problem at all, Nicola. And I mean, you saw a quote earlier today from Larry Fink, who is the chief exec of the single largest investment house in the world. These guys are not early adopters. They're usually late to the game. And if you see someone like him talking about climate tech, then you know it's real. So I would encourage you to go after that. I think we have time for one more question, and we'll just scan around the rooms. A gentleman just here.
Can I just make a comment to round off the ESG contribution on that and the angle on this? Specific to Glasgow, Glasgow is world renowned for fairness, inclusion, sense of community. And, so we do tech here that's fair and accessible, tech for good. This city's brilliant at that. And I think in the ESG side of things, it's actually quite mature when companies are reporting their environmental performance. Whether you're an SME or a big corporate, you're inheriting each other's numbers. On the social side of things, the social impact, investors are actively looking to see how their money does good, not just avoids doing bad. And I think Glasgow, out of the whole of Scotland, can actually lead the way on that. Our tech is tech for good, and it's the S in the ESG.
That's a phenomenal point, yeah. And as an adopted son of the city, I have to say, social justice just pours out of Glasgow. All you have to do is be on a bus late night and heading home after a few beverages, and anyone who's acting the Mickey, they'll get pulled up pretty quick. That doesn't happen in every part of the world, so I think that's a huge, huge point. And the S is the bit that everybody is struggling with. So G for governance, people know what they're doing there. E for environmental, there's a whole industry around that, but the S is the most difficult part. Quintin, I'll hand back to you.
I think that was a great finish with that point, a great finish from our panel. Can we please thank them one more time? Michael Hayes, Nicola Anderson, Stephen Coleman, Susan Mitchell.
I managed to drop my pen somewhere around.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Now, we need to have a technological convergence on lunch. Your food is out there getting hot or cold. I'm not actually sure what it is, but it's doing one or the other. So make your way to the foyer where we will restart at 2:05, and we're back to ride the roller coaster of a funder's life with the CEO of PG Paper, Vice President of the Scottish Chamber of Commerce, Dr Poonam Gupta, OBE. So go eat and meet. We're back here, please.
Right. I'll wait till everyone clears out and I'll have a look. I've probably shoved it in a pocket somewhere. Oh, cheers. Thanks, Jill.
take your seats if you can. Hope everyone had sufficient lunch and is sated, if not for a bit of networking. I think we might have slightly overcated there. I went for a little walk, and if anybody's interested in art in Glasgow and history and sculpture, the park opposite, halfway up the hill, left-hand side, community garden, contains a sculpture by the great George Wiley, who some of you might know if he did the straw locomotive many, many years ago. But if you're interested, I never knew it was there. It's worth a little visit. Right, so we're going to plunge on now, and I do mean plunge on because our founder's keynote is going to take us through the ups and downs of what she calls the roller coaster of a founder's life. Now, without, I hope, spoiling any of the ride, it's going to take us on a 20-year arc from her arriving in a wee village 15 miles west of Glasgow and setting up a business in her kitchen to being head of a hugely successful international paper company and an internationally renowned entrepreneur with a portfolio of companies, emphasis on the folio, that's a paper joke, with an annual turnover of around $100 million. There's a lot more to it than that, and there's much more to our Founders Focus keynote. Please welcome CEO of PG Paper and Vice President of the Scottish Chamber of Commerce, Dr Poonam Gupta, OBE.
Thank you for such a kind introduction. I am delighted to be at the first Glasgow Tech Fest with a very technically compromised vocal cord, so kindly bear with me. What a wonderful day outside. Well, not too cold, but not sunny as always. So, telling you what I am, Dr. Poonam Gupta, OBE, with special mention of doctor since I recently got my degree. And I'm very proud of it. I'm born and brought up in India, and I came to Scotland just under 20 years ago from Delhi, west of Scotland, so that was a big move, I'd say, from a very sunny Delhi to a very wet west of Scotland. Felt great in the beginning. I was like, wow, this is amazing, because for most Indians, we love monsoon season. It's kind of is romantic and rains. But after 6 months or so, the romance died down. And I asked the question, when does it stop raining? And I got told, never. So, taking you on a little bit of my journey. I arrived end of 2002, and unfortunately for me, I lost my mother quite suddenly. So I had to go back to India and came back after a month. I found myself in not such a good space mentally, as you can imagine. And I realized that the only way to get myself out of the situation I was in was perhaps to make some friends and go out and find some work. I have a double degree, economics honors and MBA, and now triple. And when I went looking out for jobs, I wasn't being offered any. I was told I had no experience in the UK. And also some of the jobs that were being offered, I was told maybe I was overqualified to do them. I was so desperate to work, I was ready to work at Tesco tills or flower shops, anything, just wanted to get out. And then I realized that rather than sitting around and twiddling my thumbs, I'm going to perhaps try for a voluntary position. And I did get lucky this time. I got work at tax department at a local chartered accountancy firm where I worked for 2 months. And I learned a lot about how to do business in the UK, call it destiny or whatever. I heard about HMRC, VAT, all the key terms, I guess, SAGE, something is called SAGE, and it's supposed to do accountancy for you. And you can imagine I must have been a really bad employee because even they didn't offer me the job after 2 months working for them for free. And I went on, and with some help for some people I had made friends with, I started my first company, which was actually a locum agency. I used to place pharmacists in NHS hospitals. But somehow, I was always driven to various cultures, travel, international business. And even though I was doing quite well, my heart was not fully in it. And at the time, I've always been a keen reader, and people were talking at the time about recycling and how do we recycle more. So, climate change, sustainability, recycling, as we all have just been through COP26 and we are talking today, it's been a topic of discussion for decades now. I mean, I was reading all about it 20 years ago, and actually, I started doing some research. And I realized very quickly that perhaps there was a business case here for me buying in Europe, UK, and America, and sell to India, maybe Indian subcontinent is what I was focusing on. Took me 10 months of hard work and research, and finally I managed to convince an Italian manufacturer to sell me some of their substandard product. The idea was very simple. Try and look for what people didn't want here and find markets for it. The 10 months of research, hard work and research, I say hard work because I used to work 20, 21 hours. I guess it was all the excitement of how I can get this off the ground, how I can get started. But I also used that time to kind of build my knowledge. I knew some stuff from working at accountants, but there was a lot more to learn. You know, in international trade, it's not just about, you know, accounting or money, it's also about logistics, supply chains. You know, how am I going to get something from X to Y, the best way to get it, most efficient way to get it. I kind of acquired that knowledge thanks to the help of Business Gateway and Scottish Enterprise at the time. And my first deal came through in 2003. And PG Paper was born. I still remember, I read somewhere that, you know, up to at that time, £54,000, we didn't need a VAT number. And then just as I was closing the deal, they asked me for my VAT number, which I didn't have. So in panic, I called the HMRC and I need a VAT number now. Apply for it, it'll come through in a week. I said, no, I need it now. I need to give them my VAT number, and believe it or not, it came through within an hour. I mean, the guys were so good on the phone. They said, fax it across. My VAT number came. Bang, I was in business. I started with no money. When I came over, I had no money except some gifts my family gave at my wedding. So how was I going to finance that business was presented itself as a challenge. So I had to do some creative financing. Now I'll be very careful with the word creative here. I didn't want to go breaking, you know, banks and begging my relatives for money. So I had to come up with a way how I could finance my deals. So I could pay my suppliers and then, you know, obviously get money off my customers to get my business going. I didn't want to tell my supplier that I was trying to close a 25,000 euro deal with no money in my pocket. That worked. I came around that problem. And this is how I operated my business for first 5 years. For the first couple of years, I was working by myself, and I was already turning over around £2 million. And then I was expecting my first child, and I realized that I put so much work into this business, and I knew the potential at that time. I was kind of already dreaming about my 10 million turnover and how am I singing and dancing about it. But that was never going to happen with being a full-time mother and a full-time, you know, person running her business on her own with some part-time help. So I went for my first recruitment, and that was my husband. He was doing very well in his own career, and I said, well, I think you might want to consider joining the company. And he said, well, you can't afford me. And I said, well, try me. And he's still there. He's not left. So that's how business was born. PG Paper and myself as an entrepreneur, I'd say, have gone through, as many of us here, a lot of personal and financial or business challenges. In fact, if I look back at my journey of 20 years, it was almost 3 times very early in my business. I started in 2003, 2005, presented the first challenge in India, where I had nearly £1 million of payment stuck in India because of some customs issues, technical, and I was worried that I might end up losing my business. And that's where I guess, you know, I needed to dig deeper and find that resilience and, again, some creative financing to keep going through the difficult period. 2008 presented another challenge, and I'm sure a lot of you faced that with me when the financial crisis hit. I was also, 2006, 2007, I was wheelchair-ridden, expecting my second child. That was another story, but I'm also happy to say that I always kind of found my peace in my business and my children, and that kept me going. So kind of never focused on what was not working out for me, but I always tried to focus on what was working out for me. You know, my children, my older daughter was only 1 at the time. The business was still new. I think between the business and I had my hands full, so I had no time to think about my illness. And that year, the company managed to maintain its turnover at £10 million. Today, we have around 8 offices around the world. We just turned over in PG paper alone, £57 million, having come through last 2 difficult period of COVID, which you know, where you all know supply chains were also very tough and still presenting challenges. In all these years, I have also found multiple businesses with me and my team. But one thing, since we are at Glasgow Tech Fest, I think I must mention here, when I started my business, I started with Excel sheets. And it became very obvious as the business was growing that they were not going to do the job, and that technology had to play an important role in building my business. So as we were coming, I was going through the 2 million, already the thought was starting, what do I do here, you know? I was already working in so many countries, the documentation, the processes were quite tedious and sometimes vary to a particular country. How do I standardize them? And I went out doing research and then created my first online platform where anybody from anywhere in the world could actually get on the system and do what the business needed it to do. And that kind of saw me through till the 10 million turnover. And as I set out my next goal, which I knew was 20, I knew that was not going to be enough. So then again, we revisited technology, and it is not easy to implement technology because my business so unique, needed a lot of process mapping, a lot of man hours, making somebody understand what did I need. And finally, after a couple of years of hard work again, and a lot of process mapping, we actually went with the Oracle system, which we had to heavily customize for us. But I tell you, it was worth it. I mean, if we look at, I've been in the past, interviewed for records and awards. And I remember one time when the business was turning 20 million, the guys asked me how many people worked for me, and at that time it was 8. And they asked me the question again because they thought that I got the number wrong. And I think that even today, when I look at PG alone, we still have quite a lean team. We are about 50 people globally who work off this system and multiple other systems which we have since implemented. But I think that's purely because of having good systems and technology backing the growth. As we are now going through another growth spur, which is expected, which was the plan for the company post-COVID, we are again researching what do we need to do to ensure that the next growth is backed by correct systems. So for any business, I'd say, we have so much technology available now, so many new startups, exciting startups that I hear about every single day, which are actually making the entrepreneurial journey in so many ways, not just entrepreneurial, others as well, but since I'm an entrepreneur, I'm speaking for my case, easier and better. I myself has been a big believer in making sure that the technology works for the business. And I've always been very, very big promoter of that in my own business. I have a team dedicated, an IT team dedicated who continuously work on our system and make sure that the systems work for us and that we don't work for the systems. And I'm also my next ventures, and there are always quite a few. I'm building something, an app, which I'll be announcing soon, hopefully, which is being tested at the moment, which is all about climate change, sustainability, reducing waste. You can see there's a common theme here. And hoping also that it'll help people who are not so privileged. And again, that is only possible because of technology. And I'm also building another system which is going through validation right now with a company in America which is based on SaaS. Now, I don't particularly know a lot about it. I only know what I've been taught. But I also would say here that technology is something that doesn't scare me. It actually kind of excites me. It's always like great to know what's going to happen next. What is the next challenge, or what could we build and what could we create that can make life easier and better. So I don't know if I've done my 20 minutes, but I don't think I have anything to add, and I'll be open to questions. Thank you so much.
you want to take a handheld, or do you want to stay lurking behind the desk? Yeah, you can be liberated. Come and grab a handheld and we can wander around a bit. That gives us a little bit more time for questions. So I've got a couple of not particularly serious questions and then some more serious ones. I just happen to know the village, the way you ended up with, about west of Glasgow, is Kilmacombe. And I happen to have a friend from Kilmacombe who's quite a well-known TV presenter called Dallas Campbell, who's an actor who does a lot of engineering and sciencey programs as well. So I wondered, did that place play any part in your success, or could you have been anywhere?
I actually came to Greenock first. And Kilmacombe was a move based on the fact that, it has a good school, and eventually when we'll plan the family, then the children will go to school there. I'm a huge believer in regional development. And a lot of times over the years I've been asked, why are you not based in London? You could be doing so much more, or Glasgow for that matter. I think the business I have, most of them anyway, I believe that they can operate from anywhere except my dental surgeries, which need to be where they are. But most of the time, no, I could do that from anywhere. Right. I don't even need, I love being here, but I don't even need to be in Scotland.
Because the second half of this, still not serious for a thing, is that some of the older members of the audience might remember there was a classic Scottish comedy show, Chewing the Fat, and they had a character on there who would do these outrageous, socially inept, dangerous things, and then just go, he's for Kilmacombe. Okay. And I just wondered if you were ever able to use that as an excuse. I just thought it might...
Well, I will try and find something funny and dangerous to do then, just to keep the joke going.
So this leads to the more serious one, which is what we've kind of been talking about this morning, because we've been talking about the importance of place in Glasgow, and whether it's just that any city of this size could do this, or if there's something special about Glasgow. Do you have any feelings on that?
For years, I'm actually really pleased that, this is happening in Glasgow, because for years, Edinburgh has been the city where, it's kind of Edinburgh is gaining reputation in data, tech, carbon capture, a lot of technologies. But I believe that Glasgow has its place, and, there are so many great universities here, and businesses are starting up here. It's always, isn't it? It's a network which helps create companies and startups. Again, going back to the fact that I could be anywhere. But then think about it, Glasgow is only 20 minutes from me, really. So, Glasgow absolutely has it, and I'd be delighted to see how this goes forward in Glasgow. The city has everything that is needed to have successful startups. And, even I hear there are a lot of investors here. Often, startups come and tell me how difficult it is to raise money in Scotland. And hopefully with this whole Glasgow-Edinburgh piece coming through, that should change, and we should get investors landing here rather than our companies landing in London.
Yeah, it's something we've talked a bit about this morning. And one more question from me, and then, of course, I'm going to open it up to yourselves. You must be the idea of the story of a lottery winner. If you ask a lottery winner, how did you win the lottery? And they say, it's easy. I went into the shop and I bought this ticket and I handed them my pound, and then I waited 4 days, and then these numbers came up and I got a millionaire. But of course, the same story applies to a lot of people without that. Do you think somebody with your background, your skills, your determination, your vision, inevitably ends up successful? Or are there many like you who've kind of fallen by the wayside, and there is an element of luck in this tale as well?
When I came to this country, I had no friends, came with, like I told you, no money, and a lot of skills I had to acquire. I often find there's a common theme with entrepreneurs. One, I believe if they know what they are doing inside out, and two, they have to be driven. There are a lot of problems, an entrepreneur faces that we have to overcome, and that's where the resilience piece and believing in yourself comes in. I think if it's kind of like a cocktail. And if you have that cocktail and you have it in you, anybody can become an entrepreneur. Does luck play a role? I guess. If I'm not going to get out of bed, and that means that, a shipment of mine is stuck in Pakistan, there's nobody looking after it, is it luck or is it just me being lazy?
That's you being lazy.
Yes, exactly. But I have also often heard some people who've lost their businesses kind of purely putting it on luck. And I say, no, it's not luck. I can tell you where all you've gone wrong. And you've not paid attention, and had you possibly done this and this right, or strategize, instead of going to some gurus, or going through that thing of evil eye, which is very common in India, by the way, you know, you would have possibly turned out with a different result. I believe that, you know, this few things, skill, like teaching yourself, being driven, making sure that you're a good problem shooter, which is so important in a company. I think anybody can become a good entrepreneur. It's not by luck.
Right,
It's
I
by
just want,
work.
there's not this element, we sometimes talk about the lost Einstein's problem, that we're not giving enough channels, enough opportunities to people who have the potential to be another success story, the next thing along the line, but maybe we don't recognise that, and that little bit of bad luck shouldn't be enough to derail them, but sometimes it is.
Again, isn't that where the whole resilience piece and, you know, paying attention piece comes into it? That I can sit back and say, I wanted to actually raise money for a project I was doing in India last year, and I needed to raise about 22 million pounds. And I tried and I knocked a lot of doors, and I wasn't having much luck. And then I went through my whole thinking about how I started PG. And I went through my creative finance hat again, and I managed to bring some like-minded people together to kick off that project. So, you know, I could have sat back and think, I'm 19 years of business, nobody believes in me, nobody's going to give me this 22 million because it's a new venture, nothing to do with PG. Or I could have gone out and kicked a few more doors or knocked a few more windows or doors, if you like, open. And I did that. So again, I don't think that it's luck. It's just like kind of pushing the boundaries sometimes. And if I believe in myself, I have more chance of convincing somebody to believe in me. But if I am not so confident about myself, then what confidence would somebody else have in me?
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Right, opening it up now. It's always the first session after lunch. People are sometimes a little bit sleepy, but not after a talk like that, I'm sure. So looking around the room, we've got a hand there, which of course is the golden rule of diametrically opposite to where the man with the microphone is standing. So we're going to pass that along. Think of it like the Olympic torch or something.
Thank you so much. That was an excellent presentation. Thank you for being so honest, Dr. Poonam. My name's Jess and I'm from Geovation Scotland. We support early stage startups. I'm just wondering, from your perspective, you spoke really openly there about some challenges. As a female founder, what are the biggest challenges that you've faced throughout your career and how have you overcome them?
Right. Well, paper industry, let's start there. It's an old industry, and generally speaking, when I entered, you know, it was always second, third generation, and I still only know 3 women entrepreneurs in this industry, in this industry who are CEOs or own their businesses. It's very male dominated. But funnily enough, I found most challenges coming from Middle East and my own country, India, you know, where it was a clear gender bias. But my way to get around that was not to kind of criticize people. I'm kind of patient with certain things. I used to be like, okay, let them ask the questions in the meeting. I'll take a back seat till they've all done talking between each other. And when something important pops up and they need an answer, and when they're looking at each other, that's when I'd go in and say, this is what we need to do, and suddenly the tables would turn. This used to be initial approach. I did vintage cars 2 years ago, a lot of them, and got a lot of dating proposals actually, because people were so they were like, never seen a woman doing vintage cars, and I was like, okay, can we take you out? Oh, not really, I'm married, but I mean, I often hear that, you know, female founders often found it difficult to like raise capital, and I've gone through that journey. I generally would say that as long as, you know, there are more of us and we keep trying, things have to change, and they are changing. And I'm a kind of person who always focus on, you know, solutions rather than problems. And when I don't see something going right, I just feel sorry for people who've lost out and move on and try something else. So I guess, you know, as long as there are more of us, and hopefully, you know, these things will change soon for us too. In fact, I know a few businesses recently who've raised multi-million capital, and they're women founders, and kudos to them. I have so much respect for them to have done that.
Okay, next, I'm looking right across the room. There's one now right at the back. And then there's, actually, do you mind, hold on, we've got one, I'm just trying to save your legs.
So this is not really this is not really a question for you, Dr. Poonam. It's really a connection which I've made with digitisation and paper, and I'm very glad that you've diversified into other businesses. I'm not sure who your paper customers are, but in this move towards becoming paperless environments and paperless world, is your what do you see in that? I just seen a connection there. It might be good, might be positive, maybe why you've diversified into other businesses.
That's a good question, actually. We are diversifying as we are recognizing, but this is not, again, something new. This has been happening for over 7-8 years. But as you know, with e-commerce and everything, you know, with COVID, we've seen how the online sales have gone up. There is more and more requirement for packaging. And we are basically looking at sustainable packaging and looking at other streams where paper is still required, replacing plastic. That's our main diversification piece in PG paper itself.
It's also a very slow train coming, isn't it? Because when I was an undergraduate at Edinburgh in the early 1980s, my part-time job at lunchtime was working in the calculator shop, working for HP in the student union, and their slogan was, you know, moving towards the paperless office. And you're thinking, well, they're moving very, very slowly towards the paperless office.
Yes, that is true. The thing is that, you know, when I walk through any supermarket and I look at the industry is now inventing itself and changing itself so quickly into sustainable packaging and other very, very exciting products that I look at the aisles and I think this can be replaced, this can be replaced. Most of the things that you can see which are plastic packed are actually now capable of being replaced by sustainable, you know, recyclable paper packaging. And that is the huge next step for this industry. And there's a lot of work going into that. And, you know, hopefully it wouldn't be as slow as what it was to get paperless this time.
Great. Okay, we're going to go to that person right at the back, then we come to the front, and then pretty soon we're going to have to wind up, but we'll keep going. So I can ask the shortest answers you're comfortable with now.
Okay.
Hi, Dr. Poonam. I'm Wes. I'm the co-founder of Total Chatbots. We're an online chat technology business. First of all, can I just say thank you so much for a really interesting talk. It was fascinating to hear. As a father of 2 young children, I've always had massive respect for founders who also have kids in an early stage business. Your time available is significantly cut down, but at the same time, you know, you obviously want to focus on growing your business and spending as much time on growing that as possible. So my question is, do you feel you had to make any sacrifices when you had your kids at a young age, or do you have any tactics or strategies that sort of helped you manage to keep growing your business but also be able to be a good parent?
Well, I did have to make certain sacrifices, but I also used to ask for help and support. Being a mother, I used to generally travel with my girls to a lot of countries when they were younger. I would just take them with me and tell them, surprise them wherever I was going, saying, I'm going to come with a daughter who's 6 months old, and never got a no back. I guess that was my way of doing it. Sometimes it's hard to balance work life as an entrepreneur, and especially of a startup. You got to ask for help, and you'll be surprised how much support is available out there.
That sort of fits back into what you were saying before about determination. Some people would use the child and go, I would have done that if it wasn't for having a child, rather than going, I'm going to ask for help. And amazingly, a lot of people like to help.
Yes, that's true.
Okay, coming down, there was one here. Was there anybody else en route?
Hi, Dr. Gupta. Absolutely inspirational examples for any founders, much less female founders, to take heart from. Robert Hoke and Greenbackers Investment Capital, we have a funding platform to connect climate ventures to funders. I want you to understand, you have opened up doors that others can follow. There are more female founder-focused funds, sorry for all the Fs,
could have been worse,
in existence than ever before. We're tracking quite a number of them. We've heard some great examples of tenacity, of stick-to-itiveness, in don't say, give up. If you had any other advice and guidance for female founders who are coming after you and developing their own programs, what would that be?
Well, I'm glad to hear that there are so many more funds available. I think there needs to be a little bit more awareness about them. That will definitely help the female founders. I speak to a company almost every second day, a new startup or a lot of women-led businesses. I think that this is one of their biggest challenges. If I was to give another piece of advice, well, I don't know. I think sometimes being a female founder can be hard because, it's often people would say, how are you going to manage? You've got a family to run. There are expectations society puts on you and, being judged in a bit. I guess, if there was a little bit more support from the society, try and be a little bit less judgmental and more supportive. And for the founder herself, have that little bit more belief in yourself rather than listening to what people telling you can't do it. One thing exciting about entrepreneurship is that you can somehow create that work-life balance because you can work to your own hours. That's a good thing about entrepreneurship. And I think make use of that to try and get on your journey.
Well said. Brilliant, thank you. I have to work to my own hours as well, so can we please one more time thank our pay-per-view keynote, Dr Poonam Gupta, OBE. Thank you, Poonam. Go rest that voice. Do you know, I also started my own paper business once, but it folded. Moving swiftly on, having had our founders keynote, now comes our founders panel. All founders, no flounders, and we found a fine founder to chair it. Please welcome the CEO and founder of Daily It Is On, that's It Is On, offering daily deals and experiences to their nearly 2 million members across Scotland and the north of England. Your applause, please, for Ollie Norman. Ollie, anagram of mine alone, for anyone still keeping up with the anagrams as well. But Ollie, I think you're going to do the same format as before. A little bit of you, a little bit of them, and off we go.
Well, am I inviting my panellists up on stage? Please, guys, come on up. Please get a round of applause to our panellists. Please. I was told the chairing this morning was really good. This is, buckle up, this is going to be distinctly average. It's so lovely to be in a real-world environment where people can't mute me or turn me off. And what is really lovely is to have walked the 400 yards round the corner from my head office, not have to go abroad, or worse yet, have to go to Edinburgh for my tech fix. So I'm so delighted, and congratulations to everybody who's pulled this together. Put your hands up if you know It Is On or have heard of It Is On. Good. I'm going to tell you a wee bit about my journey in a wee bit. I have a newborn at home. For clarity, it's my own child. It's my third. So I'm up very, very early. So at 5 this morning, I was reading all about my inspiring co-panelists and learning all about their businesses, some of which I already knew. So I want to introduce each of them to you. And then what we're going to do is we're going to spend 5 minutes each talking through our own journey and our own experience. And then we'll throw it open to you guys for some questions. Okay, so Alan Cannon is Alan. Hello, Alan. I was in this room with Alan actually not so long ago, which was very exciting. Is the co-founder of R3 IoT, the clue's in the name. Alan is a space tech entrepreneur and expert. And you've just come back from the startup grind in Silicon Valley.
That's correct.
Not to be confused with the MTV grind, Spring Break. So that's, some of you are not going to get that joke. I said that to my assistant today and she just looked at me. She's like, I don't know what the MTV grind, you don't know what that is either, but Google it. I wanted to be there, it looked a lot of fun. Looks really exciting what you do. Tom, who I was chatting with before, Tom is the founder and CEO of Alba Orbital, who make democratizing space, no less, and make amazing little satellites, which we have here, which is really quite cool. And you're upstaging everybody already, bringing a satellite into the room, which weighs in at under 1 kilogram. And I think you've got a launch, is it tomorrow?
I think it's Thursday now.
Thursday, right, okay, we'll talk more about that. I'm also really intrigued. I am really nervous looking at a rocket on a launch pad. I shit myself and I have no skin in the game. I'm really curious as to how you feel when you've got satellites in that thing about to go up. So I'm looking forward to chatting to you. Gabby is the co-founder and a partner in Meta, not to be confused with the bad Meta. This is the original and the good Meta, which is effectively sounds like a strategy consultancy accelerating startups, but you're going to tell me more about that. And you're also a co-founder in your own right, having established MindMate and another business that you're currently working on. And finally, Tony. Tony is a computer science teacher who has established an amazing organisation with the goal of getting young women at school age into coding. And you've set up all sorts of resources online and in schools, and I believe you're going through a programme of coaching and training teachers to teach. So please give everybody a big round of applause, which is really quite exciting. So I'll talk a wee bit about my own journey. So I'm, how old am I now? 44. I'm old. So I started off when I was 22, a company called Dada. And Dada at the time was a tech business, but there was no such thing as tech businesses then. I was just a startup. And what inspired me was my dad. He ran his own business, nothing to do with what Dada did. I love solving problems, and I loved this whole idea of doing things in the online world that ultimately people could then discover and share experiences in the real world. So I have a creative brain, and I love creating experiences for people. And I went on this journey, and it was in 2002, 2003 that I set up the business. This was pre-Facebook. People were just about happy to put in their details to buy a book on Amazon, but certainly not in this little startup in Glasgow. And it just didn't work. And I was really struggling with what to do. And I went on this different journey. I pivoted long before pivoting was fashionable. Fully bootstrapped, I started a marketing agency. And it was nothing really in the tech business outward. We created websites, and we had big clients like Domino's and Hilton Hotels and so on and so forth. And then in 2009, 2010, I noticed this business called Groupon. And that is exactly what Dada was doing in 2002, 2003. We were just too early with it. So, another pivot. I resigned all the clients of Dada, and I said to a dozen or so of my team members, do you want to join me in this thing called It Is On? And it was just so exciting and fascinating. We were at, in 2010, what was the hottest space in the consumer internet. So you had a company called Groupon, $13 billion giant on the NASDAQ. You had Living Social, who'd raised $1 billion, largely from Jeff Bezos. You had Google, you had Amazon themselves. You had then local incumbents, everybody from STV to Trinity Mirror to DC Thompson, trying to get into this deal marketplace space. And then you had us, a tiny little bootstrap startup with 12 team members trying to go for it. And we had a simple mission, which was to own our market space, which was Scotland at the time. And we succeeded. And the journey was just so exciting. And through that, we developed all sorts of our unique technologies. We were up against companies who had developer bases of hundreds, if not thousands. And at the time, I think we had a dev team of 4. And it was just, the journey was just really, really exciting. Today, It Is On has got 300 team members. The business has got multiple facets to it. So we have a couple of million people that we engage with on a daily basis. We connect them with 5,000 businesses. We put on our own major events, which is my creative outlet. If you're Glasgow-based, you might have heard of Glasgow or Elfin Grove. They're hugely successful. We have our own group of hospitality businesses. Like I said, I like things in the real world as well. And we have our own charitable organisation. We have revenues of 45 million plus. And if you'd asked me 2 years ago what was the journey, the hardest, the toughest bits, I would have said the first 2 years, not of It Is On, but of Dada, of being very lonely, of having no cash and trying to figure the whole thing out. Fast forward to today, the last 2 years have been the most challenging I could have ever imagined. We have a tech business reliant on people being face-to-face to generate revenues. We had an event company and a hospitality business, bars and restaurants. All we needed was an airline to have been really fucked by COVID. Our revenues went from 150,000 a day to 0. In fact, less than 0, because we had to refund millions of pounds to people through vouchers. So, however, having said all of that, it was, without question, the most inspiring emotional period of my 2 years. I've learned so much about myself. My team have learned so much about each other. We have pivoted so many times you can't believe. But if you ever want to understand your true source of inspiration and whether your calling is the correct calling for you, you need a crisis to really question whether what you are doing is the thing you want to do. And there were many months through COVID of going, oh God, do we really want to do this? Should I pivot? Could we do stuff? And I was like, no, I love this. And now we're at a really exciting stage of our journey growing back. I also had a lockdown baby. That's also quite inspiring. I don't know how many people had a child during COVID, but that was also a really exciting, inspirational journey for me. Having children and seeing what they do every day and understanding what I do in business and connecting those experiences and emotions really just fuels me to move forward. I'm going to shut up now. Please, if you've got any questions, we'll save them for later on. And what I'm going to do, I'm not sure I'm going to start keeping timing because I think it's 5 minutes. I'm going to pass over to Tom, if you're happy to go next. Please feel free to give me a round of applause because I expect you to do the same for my panelists. Thank you.
Just stand up?
You can choose what you want to do, Tom.
Yeah, I don't know how to follow that. Our revenue is less than it is on, unfortunately. So yeah, so I'm Tom. I'm the founder and CEO of a company called Albo Orbital. We launch things into space, and yeah, that's pretty much what we do.
Brilliant.
Yeah. We've launched 19 things into space now, so 19 satellites, so that's pretty good. Which is like probably more than small.
Sorry, can we just downplaying yourself, Tom? You're in
Scottish,
Scotland, in Glasgow, launching satellites into space. Sorry to interrupt.
Your Scottish is all an accident, right? Yeah, so we launched satellites into space. We recently launched 13 satellites into space in January on a SpaceX rocket from Cape Canaveral, so that was pretty cool. So this is one of our satellites here. So we don't only just we do sort of, yeah, how to describe. I mean, I sort of call it the drug dealer business model. So we buy kilograms on rockets. So the rocket company has so many kilograms they need to get rid of. Then we sub-sell that out to other satellite people that we know. Hence the drug dealer business model. And there's a deadline because the product goes off, right? The launch goes. So that's basically in a nutshell how we make money. And yeah, we also build satellites. So we build satellites for other folks who want satellites. So like other companies and things like that, and some government stuff. And now we operate our own satellites. So we just made contact with our first unicorn in orbit that we operate. And the goal of that satellite is to image Earth at night, which is a sort of interesting sort of use case around human activity and things like that. You can tell a lot by what's going on by the lights and stuff. See how much light pollution there is at Elfin Grove.
Very minimal.
Yeah, my circle would be up in arms with that, honestly. Yeah, and we done Y Combinator, which I guess is sort of our tech claim to fame. We were the first company in Scotland to ever do Y Combinator. For those who don't know YC, it's sort of the top program on the planet for early stage finance. Airbnb, Dropbox, Coinbase, a bunch of kind of famous Silicon Valley companies have went through the program. We were able to raise some funding on the end of that, and then we're just busy trying to invest it and spend it on more satellites and more revenue and stuff like that. And we have a launch this week as well, so it's pretty cool. So basically, we're launching out in New Zealand on a Rocket Lab rocket, and they're going to try and catch the rocket with a helicopter, which sounds pretty nuts, but it's definitely worth checking out. So if you're looking for some late night entertainment, yeah. So no one's ever done this before. So I'm sure you guys are familiar with SpaceX, and they've landed stuff on barges, but the helicopter thing is like kind of a new thing, and it's going to be interesting. So
it sounds like a dare.
Yeah. It's yeah. I just try and do interesting, fun things. So.
Amazing.
And yeah, we've got a great team, and yeah, we do lots of interesting things in space. So I'll let some other people talk.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Tom. Gabby, you happy to? Yeah. Gabby.
Hello. Hi, I'm Gabby. I am the co-founder and director of Meta, the good Meta. Also, if Mark is watching, we're happy to discuss, if he wants to buy any of our accounts or something. Anyway, we are the Transformative Innovation Agency. So simply put, we run innovation programs, accelerator programs at the moment, for example, in the aerospace industry. We run a project in the pharma industry as well. And we also run research projects, really trying to support ecosystems, support startups, and everyone sort of involved in that. But if we're talking about my founder journey, entrepreneurial journey, I think we need to go back a little bit more, because it actually started not with Meta, it started with a different company years and years ago, not far from here at Glasgow Uni, when me and my co-founders started MindMate. So back then, I think for me, you know, part of this panel prep was, you know, what is the inspiration of actually founding a business, was that, you know, my dad is a nurse in an elderly home, so it was always something I was kind of aware of, and I really, it was easy to embrace an opportunity to build a business that has real impact on people, and in this case, families that are affected by dementia, and their families and carers. And that was a crazy journey, kind of raised some money with that company, sold into the NHS, went through some accelerator programs, not quite as fancy as YC, but we went through Techstars in New York, and yeah, learned a lot, left that business, and really wanted to stay in that space though, so really fell in love with innovation, with startups, and after that started running and designing accelerator programs for Ignite, one of the programs we went through historically. And fast forward, now, you know, have worked with, I think, almost 100 founders or startups through that time, and through that work, you know, in different industries, different stage of startups, different geographies as well, all across the globe, you know, some other problems kept kind of popping up. And as much as after my first business, I think I thought, yeah, not doing that again. Being surrounded by it, being surrounded by this energy, and, you know, entrepreneurs are slightly crazy, but also it's very contagious, it's exciting. Yeah, made me slip back into that old habit. So, you know, supporting startups is fun, but there's lots of issues. I mean, it has been touched on before when it gets to diversity, when it gets to accessibility, when it gets to sustainability. Still a lot to do, and we at that point haven't even touched on the complex relationship between startups and corporates, for example. So we at Meta are just, you know, trying to improve that, improve the way we innovate, because, you know, after all, if you think about startups, entrepreneurs, innovation, it's people that are designing our future, right? So we have to make sure that it's more sustainable, more diverse, and more accessible for everyone involved. I think that's it in a nutshell.
Lovely, thank you so much.
And also came back to Glasgow kind of recently again, and it's been so nice to be back, part of the community. Everyone's been really welcoming, and I'm just happy I managed to come back.
Right answer. Brilliant. Thank you so much, Gabby. And let's hear from Alan, please.
Hi, Ollie, thank you. I'm Alan Cannon. I'm the CEO and co-founder of R3 IoT, and we don't build satellites, but we definitely use satellites. What we do is we help enterprises who have remote operations, remote assets, and we help them digitize. We have a connectivity platform that combines cellular connectivity, satellite connectivity, and we help them move data easily back to the cloud, where they can then derive value from that data and create insight. My journey into startup life started, I guess, quite early on, actually, and I didn't realize it until reflecting with my wife probably a couple of months ago. And when I was at school in 5th year, I got involved in a young enterprise project, which I got thrust everything into. And the teacher that was actually in charge of it said to us, the group that we were building, and we were building CD clocks. Everybody who started a Scottish enterprise company built these clocks. And the teacher said to us, you know, if you make a profit, half of this profit you can keep. And that was me. That was me, 100% committed to this. My studies went out the window. I ended up messing up my 5th year. Had to go back in 6th year to get stuck in. And it was only when I reflected on that should have been a sign that maybe entrepreneurship was kind of there for me. But I ignored that sign or that signal, went to university, studied university, and then joined a defence company, was there for 11 years, and then followed Tom into space, in a different company here in Glasgow, Clyde Space, and worked in Clyde Space for 2.5 years, where I met my co-founder, Kevin, and the two of us worked together on a number of satellite projects. Not quite as many as Tom, but we got to work with organisations such as NASA, European Space Agency, and quite critically important on our journey was got to work with a load of startups who were funding their startups through sending satellites up. We helped them send satellites up, we helped design their satellites, and we helped them essentially move through seed funding into Series A and roll out. And we did that with a number of startups. That gave us exposure to kind of the investor side, the mentality, and also international startups and how they approached technology, how they approached business, and how they then went on and raised more capital. What we saw with a lot of the space companies was that they were putting up a lot of satellites, but what wasn't being addressed was the ground technology and the cloud infrastructure that made it really easy to leverage all this exciting technology that's going on to orbit at the moment. One of them sat over there on the table, which is quite cool. So we went a bit on a mission, basically, to try and make it really easy, and that's how our journey started. Started in cafes, and we've been lucky enough to be supported by the university, by many of the organisations that are represented here in the session. Too many to name, to be honest. I'm going to have to write a book or something at the end of this. But at the same time, it was hard in those early stages, and I got a lot of inspiration from people that had built businesses before me. We recognised early on that we were building a business for the first time, and therefore we didn't know anything. I spent the first 6 months really just going out and speaking to people. How do I do this? How do we do this? How do we get money? Who do we speak to? Who's our advisors? Etc. So that was really what we did. It was really scrappy in those early stages, trying to work out how do we get funding, and then how do we grow a business? How do you make your first employee? How do you employ? What is the right skills to have? So we started the pandemic, went into the pandemic. Totally agree with you, Ollie. Hardest time, was the pandemic. 6 people at the start of the pandemic. We're growing the business to 30 now. We closed seed funding with a US investor last summer, and we're going to be raising our Series A this year, so exciting times for us.
You've literally finished on 5 minutes on the dot.
It was all scripted, honest.
Hands together for Alan. Thank you so much, Alan. And lastly, maybe pass over to Tony.
Hi everyone, so Tony Scullion, I'm a computing science teacher. I've been teaching for 10 years, and I've founded a charity non-profit called Dress Code. The main aim of Dress Code, which is a huge goal, is basically to close the gender gap in computing science at secondary school level. Founded that while being a full-time teacher, and also lead a number of other initiatives around this kind of area. And I suppose a bit about my journey. I've always ran coding clubs when I first started teaching, and then I was really inspired, and everything kind of stemmed from the pupils. So my first coding club at a secondary school, when I was running it, there was only 3 girls who attended, and then they stopped coming. And I asked them why, and hounded them in the playground, going, please join, please join. And basically they were really honest. If you ever want a good opinion, like ask a kid, and they're like, it's too loud, it's too noisy, just don't like it. And I was like, what would make you come? I don't want to be the only girl, come on, come along. And they basically says, give me chocolate and also make it all girls. And that is when Dress Code kind of started. So I've always ran an all girls coding club, a boys coding club, and then a kind of free-for-all where it can be mixed. And every year it's the same story. Hardly any girls will come, or there'll be 1 or 2. But then by the time January or February comes, the girls who attended the Dress Code club would then start just coming in and like little groups and start coming and realise like actually they do belong there and they can do as good as a boy can do. And I think I've always really struggled with that gender gap thing myself because I'm a girl and I got a computing science degree, and I never really I wasn't aware of the massive barriers that we're facing in Scotland at education level. So for those who don't realise, and then this kind of really spurred me on to do a lot of other things. 2001, we had around 28,000 pupils taking computing science, and now we've got about 9,000. And 2001 as well, if you look at the gender numbers, we've got around, we had around 9,000 girls, but now we've only got about 2,000. And this story, basically, I get really frustrated because, I mean, look at you all, like, we've got an incredible tech sector in Scotland, but it's such a different story in schools. And so it's kind of just became a mission to sort of solve that. And I think the reason that's always kind of motivated me with dress code and the other initiatives I run is I didn't ever find something that fitted to what would help me as a teacher. So I just, instead of talking about it, I just kind of rolled up my sleeves and just made it myself. So I realised as well that it's not just, you know, it's a huge problem in Scotland that we've got at schools, but it's not just going to be fixed by one thing. So I realised that we needed to look at raising awareness of the problem so people know about it. A big awareness campaign about like informing and educating parents and guardians, closing the gender gap, also just in general uptake as well. Computing science isn't taught in every school in Scotland. You know, there's the equity of computing science is really, really vast. So even the schools that do teach it, you might only get 19 periods a week. Other schools have got 32, so there's a lot of problems at a grassroots level, and we're just trying to address as much as we can. So as well as running dress code, we've got the Turing Testers, which is a student-led initiative, and it's students make national competitions, and we put it out there, made by students for students, which is really exciting. We run Computing Science Scotland, so that is a network for computing science teachers, because we realised there really wasn't anything there or a way to kind of connect. Off the back of that, that's kind of identifying, because there's incredible talent in schools, like with teachers and pupils. We have paired up with a number of teachers, so we've got a teacher who leads CSS Meets, which is an online network to kind of share good practice, CSS Reads, which is like a Scottish magazine for computing science teachers. Yeah, we've got a lot going on, and there's been many struggles, but again, the thing that keeps inspiring me and keeps driving me forward is the numbers every year are barely getting better, and I suppose it's a massive problem I've decided to take upon myself, but I just think it's so important, and being a teacher and seeing that firsthand, and then seeing all the opportunities that we've got in Scotland, it's, you know, it's really difficult. You feel like you just want to tell the world actually how great computing is, and look at all the amazing opportunities that are in Scotland. And I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done, but that's basically the kind of driving force behind dress code. And it all started, being a teacher, you're never really in a room with industry. That just doesn't really happen, like, unless you go to an event. And I was saying to Alistair earlier that dress code ended up, we're funded by JP Morgan, so they're our platinum sponsor. We've worked with many companies, so Data Lab, Amazon, like, you know, we've worked with a lot. But JP Morgan ended up funding dress code purely, I think, by chance, because I was in a panel session in 2017. I didn't really realise who I was speaking to. I thought it was all teachers. And then after the event, two guys approached me and were like, we'd love to help you. What could you do? What would your vision be for dress code? And at that time, dress code was just run in my school, and I kind of was like, oh, I'd like to run it across other councils. And other people kept pushing me, saying, oh, why don't you make it like a national thing? Why don't you do this? So yeah, it's been a really exciting journey. And like, I've had JP Morgan have supported me since the start, but also Stuart McDonald, he gave me money to pay and make dress code a charity. So I basically started a charity without really knowing what I was doing and no experience at all, but it's kind of, it's been really successful, and we're really trying, and I think everybody's got a great part to play.
Wow. Well, what an amazing, very cool group of human beings, and what an inspiring organisation. I'm going to start actually with you, Tony. I want to ask a couple of questions, and I'll throw it open to everybody. What in this room can we do to help you on your mission?
Yeah, so I think for me, being a teacher, it's the resources. Anybody who knows a teacher, they're the busiest people ever. And I take a lot of inspiration from Code.org in America. They own computing science in America. They are championing, like getting it in all schools in Scotland. They're raising the profile. They've got all the materials there for teachers. That doesn't exist in Scotland, and we don't have that platform. So off the back of the Logan report that I know most of you are aware of, there's been a new post that I'm now co-lead, which is brand new, just came out of the classroom, so it feels really strange, just a month in, and it's basically STACS, so it's Scottish Teachers Advancing Computing Science, and we're going to try and run an event for industry that you can come and actually hands-on practically like do things that can help. I think a lot of companies and people will do talks, and I think that's fantastic, but I think there's so much more that we could do. So I think that we need to litter the curriculum and provide the teachers just a space where they can just have like videos of like all you guys at the start of lessons, have posters. If you go in a computing science classroom, guaranteed you're going to see like Grace Hopper, Steve Jobs, but like we should have you guys like in Scotland. We need to capture those stories. And I think one thing, so I'm from St Kentigern, which is where I worked in West Lothian. It's a high area of deprivation. You throw up a video, a really inspiring video about America, but a lot of kids have never been on holiday, they've never been abroad, they've never left West Lothian, they probably won't leave West Lothian, but that doesn't mean that they can't go into tech. You know, we've got Oracle in West Lothian, we've got Sky and so on, but that story and the connection between industry isn't reaching the kids in the classroom. Okay. So we're on a mission to try and capture all of these stories.
Thank you, Tony. That was really useful. I think we should all pledge, those of us who are up for it, I very much am, to doing exactly that. So maybe we can figure out a way to facilitate that in whichever organisation you're in. I think we should do that. Tom, I'm going to switch tact here slightly because I just want to know. So in 2011, I went by myself to Florida. I got nightclub drunk on the plane because I was so excited to watch the final ever launch of the Space Shuttle Atlantis. I flew 4,000 miles for 90 seconds, and it was worth every 90 seconds. It was so cool. I want to understand the emotional journey of you're building these beautiful, pristine, tiny little satellites that you put your heart and soul into it. You're watching, as you did a few weeks back, the Falcon go up in space, or just before it does. Everybody's watching. I'm watching going, is it going to make it? Is it going to make it? You're not out of the woods until you are in orbit. Talk me through the emotional journey, and try and keep it quite succinct would be great.
It's not nice.
Not nice.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's stressful, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's very stressful. Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of things, I mean, it can go wrong quite easily, you know, and like, yeah, I mean, it's like, it's tough, right? I mean, like, the thing is, like, when you build a satellite, like, I mean, not a lot of people would be, like, familiar with, like, the rocket's completely separate to the spacecraft, so it's like, there isn't, like, you know, you do all these tests on the ground, and then you kind of cross your fingers and hope that everything works, and you know, it's very experimental what we're doing, it's very cutting edge, like, people generally don't build satellites as small as we do, that's, like, kind of, like, our thing, and it's something we've helped create a movement around, and yeah, it's like really not fun, to be honest, you know, really.
So you don't have that, you don't get nightclub drunk before the launch?
No.
You maybe should.
We have lunch parties. I mean, like,
can I come to your next one? I'd love to come.
Along, yeah.
Thank you so much.
You have a lot of alcohol, I mean, it helps. So.
Gabby, you're in a really unique position because you're both a founder and you've worked with, I think you mentioned 100 organisations of either large ones or with other founders. I'd be really curious as to what is the difference between, or the common characteristics of success versus failure from what you have observed, both in yourself and other individuals?
Oh, there's quite a few, to be honest. I think if we start with the negatives first, it's a simple one, but, you know, it's very bad when you run out of money, which sounds obvious, right? But it is, you know, one of the main or most common reasons why, you know, startups I've worked with, I've seen, don't make it through. And I mean, COVID hasn't made this easier, right? But there's also this element of prioritizing and really knowing where to put your very limited time to, and when you can delegate something, or when you can say no to things, and what you should actually focus on. And that's a really, really tough one to get right. But what I've seen for founders that do well and that manage to raise lots of money, if that's what they decide to do, or get really, really good clients on board, is that they're really focused. They know where they want to get to, and they have probably tested a few routes to get there and failed a couple of times, but they know what the route looks like. I think from the small companies. We've worked with lots of big ones as well. I think it's interesting how, for me, watching, for example, the aerospace industry throughout COVID, which wasn't a great time to be in aerospace, but it has actually opened up the world in aerospace to innovation a little bit more, and I feel like the opportunities for startups have become more rather than less, just because the industry has woken up to the fact that they need to change things and they need to do things better. So we just need founders that are crazy enough to tackle some of those really, really massive problems that seem as if they are impossible to tackle. Being brave and asking for help if you don't know what you're doing. You've touched on this really well, like being aware of the fact that if this is your first business and you've not done it before, you probably don't know what you're doing. So seeking help and support, like we did back in the day with at Glasgow Uni, waving to Marion, thank you. It just makes a difference. Yeah, that was a lot of waffle. I hope that was useful.
It was, and it was spot on. I totally agree. I was unfocused for several years in my journey, and those were the worst years. Being focused is absolutely paramount. And finally, before I open it up to everybody else, Alan, you were really open in your story and your journey and everything you did. You've also just come back from MTV's Grind. Look it up, Google it.
Startup Grind.
Startup
Guys,
Grind.
come on.
Startup Grind. I went to the Valley a few times on my journey, and it just blew me away. I was so inspired, and the scene is getting better in Scotland all the time. And I took a wee dig at Edinburgh because that's really from a space of jealousy more than anything. But as a startup doing well in Glasgow, what should we be doing more of, in your opinion?
Great question. And a lot of people ask me the same question because they want to understand why we've been able to do what we've done over the last 4 years. I think we got to think bigger. I think we've got to think bigger, and we've got to get out of building Scottish businesses and start building global businesses and start thinking like that from the start. And thinking about what you need to do to build a global business. You need people with global expertise, so you need a global perspective. You need to think about global markets, not just UK, Scottish markets. And you need to build a workforce that's capable of being global. I think we need to start to think, much more like that, and then thinking about every single Scottish business that has aspirations of growing a large global business needs to get out into the ecosystems where it's easier to do so and bring back that expertise. That's one of the big things that we learned from being out, and I'm sure the other 19, 20 companies that were out there with us will say exactly the same. It's inspirational because everywhere every cafe you go into, there's conversations happening about startups, about financing. Everybody's really accessible. They want to share their information. They want to tell you their idea and not hold their idea to their chest. And so that's one of the things that I think that we need to do. But yeah, think globally. I think that's the big one.
Great answer, thank you. I'm going to open up to everybody. I think we've got 4 minutes, which is just as well. I've drunk a litre and a half of water. I'm going to need a pee very soon. Does anyone have a question? Hi there, sir.
Hi there, my name is Hartesh and I'm a medical doctor. And I've got the kind of founder itch and I'd quite like to found my own business one day. Because I'm a doctor, I tend to gravitate towards medtech ideas that I have. My question is that, am I right to limit myself to medtech? Should I expand my horizons? And the second part is, if I should expand my horizons, how do I establish credibility amongst customers, amongst investors, co-founders, if I go into a field that is not my domain knowledge, basically?
Thank you. I'm going to ask Gabby to briefly answer this. Thank you.
I'd love to. So I think you're in a really good position to go into medtech, obviously, because you have that background, you will have a network, you will have a really, really good understanding of a problem you're trying to solve. But I wouldn't say, and that's my personal opinion, I wouldn't say limit yourself to it. I mean, a lot of the learnings you can take from being a doctor, you can translate into different industries, you can translate into different problems. And we've seen this a lot, like in my work, where we kind of, yes, the program might focus on aerospace, but there's other industries that are adjacent to that might be further advanced in specific things where you can, get into more of a problem that you personally want to spend your time and energy in. I get the sense that maybe because, your life has been medicine at this point, is that how you want to continue it? Is that what you want to be looking at? Running a startup is hard, so choose something you want to spend your time with and go through all the struggles. If you decide to go into a different industry, yes, credibility is obviously a big one. I think it's a lot about asking for help, making sure you surround yourself with either team members or advisors that, understand the industry, that have experience in that industry. But only because you're not from that space doesn't mean you can't be successful. At least that's my understanding or belief.
I'm going to just chip into that. Go where you're most passionate and where you can have the most fun. Who else is the lady at the back, please? I think we've got time for 2 more questions. I'm getting hand signals like this, and it's soon going to go to that.
Hi there, Sarah from Glasgow Chamber of Commerce. So I moved to Glasgow nearly 20 years ago, and I worked in a cocktail bar and restaurant, which was the first venue, I believe, in the world to have an online booking system, and Dada actually did our launch event for us.
What was it called?
Citrus.
Right, yeah.
And the software then went on to become a global My Res Diary, which is a booking system used all over the world. So my question is, now that booking online in a restaurant is a standard practice, what is the tech that you're aware of right now that you'd like to be a standard practice in maybe not 20 years' time, but in the future?
Ooh, good question. In any sector, in any industry? I'm going to throw it to Tom.
What do you think I'm going to say? I mean,
satellites. You've got to say satellites. Surely.
Satellites. Yeah. I mean, that's probably not really helpful answering your question, but I mean, I'm always a space guy, so I'm going to sort of chip in for satellites.
Do you know? I can maybe answer the converse. The most depressing thing I've watched in tech over the last few months was your namesake, Mark Zuckerberg, doing his unveil of Meta. I'm not sure if you watched that. It was just tragic. I don't want that world. I want to live in a real world. So anything that can allow me or others to connect in the real world and facilitate that in a frictionless way, I'm all for that. But this notion that we all strap in VR headsets and go to a concert is just stupid. That would be my viewpoint. I'm going to ask another space guy.
I think just to kind of stay in my expertise here, because that's where I've got most credibility, I think. Space, I guess the impact that space is having on so many different industries, from climate, tackling some of the biggest problems that we have as a society at the moment, using Earth observation data to tackle the climate challenge is the biggest one, I think, that we can see. So I think, and then Susie mentioned it earlier about how different technologies are converging. I think there's huge opportunities there to, combine the data that we gather from space with various different technologies, quantum and digitization, cloud computing, etc. So we really truly live in exciting times when it comes to the space industry, and it's not just Elon Musk sending up it's the data as well that comes from a lot of this. And you know, Tom's an enabler. Tom's technology is an enabler for solving some of the biggest challenges that we have in society at the moment. So.
Wow, pretty amazing. I've officially been given the finger. On behalf of all of us, thank you for listening. Apologies, I couldn't get to some more questions, but we've all thoroughly enjoyed it.
But
Thanks for having us.
they can come and grab you during the break.
Sure.
Please thank again our panel. So Robert Shaw, Tony Scullion, and Calum, Gabrielle Matic. And Ollie, I can safely tell you, you were average. That's because the two previous ones were both extremely good, and to be average, you had to be extremely good as well. That's nice for you. Okay, so please go and grab for half an hour. You've got 30 minutes. Last chance to look round the tech marketplace as well. We've got two keynotes, and in the middle, our last panel discussion.
I
So back
enjoy
here
it
at
for a
5
man
to
who
4,
sends
please.
satellites into space. I thoroughly enjoy your cool cucumber disposition, man.
Now, we're not just going to look at how best to bring smart money and smart ideas together, but at the whole often misrepresented image of what investors are, what they're looking for, what they want back, and specifically in our keynote, what are investors actually investing in? That keynote comes from Henry Warwood. Now, curiously, one of the first known female spies was a Jane Warwood, undercover agent for the Royalists during the English Civil War, close confidant of Charles I. I've no idea if Henry is related or even aware of his relative, maybe he'll tell us, but Warwood is clearly not a common name, and he is an agent of a different kind, revealing different, very valuable information. As head of research and consultancy at Bowhurst, Henry has an overview of all that data they distill on investments in and performance of startups, scale-ups, spin-outs, and other subspecies in the sector. So from his lofty perch, what does Henry spy? Well, one positive pointer might be that just 6 months ago, Bowhurst published an analysis of the state of play here under the title, Why Glasgow's a Great City for Ambitious Startups and Scale-Ups. Sounds kind of positive. With the details and more on what investors are investing in and why, please welcome our highly invested and you, I hope, will be interested keynote, Henry Warwood. Hooray!
Close confidant of Charles I. He's a euphemism. And there you go. Without further ado, I'll get back on topic. Firstly, thank you for having me here to speak to you. As you can see from the slide, we're going to talk to you about investment into startups and scale-ups across the UK, and then zooming into Scotland, and then zooming in a bit more into Glasgow. I'm going to focus on the UK, because that's sort of our bird's eye view, and I don't want to be telling you what's happening on your own doorstep, but there are some hopefully interesting stats that I can refer to. But to start, I'm going to tell you a little bit about Bowhurst and what we do, just so you can understand the data that I'm speaking to in this presentation and where it comes from. That way. So, a little bit about what we do at Bowhurst. We're a company tracking the UK's high-growth economy. So we are interested in any business, and we're sector agnostic, but most of the companies I'll be talking about will be tech ones, because that's where growth is in the economy at the moment. But we're sector agnostic, interested in any business hitting any one of these triggers that you can see on the slide. So we are interested in equity investment in venture debt, and of any amount. I haven't turned the mic on. Sorry. sorry about that. This will be easier for you.
Your great-great-great-granddaughter will be very disappointed.
Right. So we're interested in any company raising equity investment or venture debt, and by that we mean literally any amount. So the companies in the audience who might be on their friends and family round only, even if you raise only 10K, you fall into our data set, and we start tracking you on that basis. We're also interested in companies that are attending accelerators. We're interested in companies receiving innovation grants. We're interested in companies that are spinning out of universities, undergoing MBOs. Basically, any signal that we can see that the company is innovative or ambitious or already growing rapidly. That's our universe that we're interested in. So we've got data on the 4.7 million active companies that there are across the UK. And by looking at those triggers, we identify nearly 40,000 high-growth businesses across the UK, and 24,000 of those have received some form of investment in order to spur on that growth. And it's that 24,000 company universe that most of my stats that I'm about to show you are based off. So this is where the data is coming from. What that means in terms of the amount of investment going into the UK, it's a lot. So we started in 2010. So this is just over a decade's worth of data that I'll be looking through. That's nearly 60,000 investment transactions worth 125 billion, where the average deal size was 250K. Oh, sorry, the median rather. So this is the universe of companies. This is the amount of investment that they're receiving. Any sector, so long as they're private and showing signs of growth or innovation. That's what's in scope. So I'm going to start by just talking you through some of the UK trends across 2021. What is affecting the landscape and the ability of startups the ability or otherwise of startups and scale-ups to raise the funding that they need in order to grow. And I'll start with some positive numbers. Things are on the up. The amount raised, you can see there, is up by a lot, having doubled since the previous year. The number of deals increasing too, but not by the same amount. From that, you can all infer that the average deal size is also going up. So this is what it looks like year by year. Great to be able to show a chart that goes up and to the right, all very positive. I'll come on to the caveats later. But if you just look at the number of deals happening and the number of deals getting announced, it's all very positive, especially with that amount invested, a huge amount. This is natural to see. The ecosystem is maturing. The amount of money a company raises is as much a product of its needs as it is of the supply side dynamics as well. To complicate things a little bit, here's a variant of that chart. So in the previous one, we were just looking at announced deals. So that shows something of the maturity of the ecosystem. On average, more transactions get announced. But I mentioned earlier that if you raised 10K from your friends or family, we'd track that. Most people don't put out a press release when they do that transaction. We're following that on Companies House. When you bring in all the transactions that that are happening that can only be seen on Companies House, you get quite a different picture. Again, still up and to the right with a bit of a COVID dip on the amount raised, but you can see still flatlining almost in the number of transactions happening. So again, it's that same point that deals are getting larger, but not necessarily more companies getting funded, which is very important for the sort of macro environment for private companies raising at the moment, which I'll come on to in more detail. A different way of looking at this is what stage the companies are at when they are raising this finance. So we classify a company, we don't actually use the Series A, Series B classification. We think about not the transaction, but what the company's doing at that time. So we talk about seed, venture, growth, and established. Broadest terms, it's very holistic how we look at that. For some companies, that's just about revenue or profitability. For other companies, it's about technology readiness level or what phase of your clinical trials are in. We try and look at whatever measure or metric is most relevant to the sector you're in and give it this sort of holistic score. And so one sort of very natural way of demonstrating that the ecosystem is maturing is look at the number of established companies and growth stage companies raising deals. That's going up and to the right. The inflection here between seed and venture is what's really interesting. And that sort of signals the headwinds that I've been alluding to as caveats. I'll come on to in more detail, but actually it's getting a bit harder as companies at the very earliest stage to raise the finance that they need. Going back to the sort of positive stuff, here's a chart showing the sizes of deals that are happening, and you can see an absolute explosion in the top end. So that 26.5 billion figure is being driven by a very small number of transactions. You can see in 2021, there were more deals that were worth over 100 million to the companies that were involved than there were 100 million, than there were combined of 50 million and 100 million plus in 2020. There's been a huge explosion in these mega deals, and it represents a whole new class of investor coming to look at private companies as an asset class, looking at startups and scale-ups as a way to get returns on their investment. And this is what bolsters a lot of the very positive news in the press. When you read TechCrunch, it seems like deal after deal after deal after deal. It's these kinds of deals that get the reportage for one, but which are also sort of the new action in the market. Alluding to some other trends now, if you've sort of been reading the press about investment into these kinds of tech businesses, you may have heard murmurings coming across from the US about a bit of retrenchment in the market, valuations starting to fall a little bit. You don't really see that in this graph. Again, it looks sort of very positive, almost hockey stick growth. This is only up to the end of 2021, but even when we look at the first quarter of this year, you're still not seeing it in the UK. That's to be expected. We are sort of a laggard to the US economy, at least as far as sort of tech companies are concerned. So it's quite possible that that kind of, the bubble in the US has by no means burst, but it appears to have had a wobble or contracted, or however you want to think of it in the metaphor. We may well start to see that in the UK. That's a sort of slightly negative setup. I know this is called Tech Fest. Festival's supposed to be a happy time. I will come on to some of the happier signals that we're seeing in the data, but I want to sort of put the full range of nuance out there. Oops, another one to dwell on negatively first before I get there. So this is the change in average valuations represented by where in the UK the company is headquartered. And you can see sort of everyone's slightly going up to the right, apart from Scotland. The reason for that is the smaller size of the ecosystem here. More deals in 2020 moved the needle positively, and it's not necessarily a systemic year-on-year change. However, what the truth that you can see here is that relatively the companies are valued lower, which, if you talk to London investors, can be a positive thing, London-based or anywhere else in the UK-based. It's about getting a good deal, but it could also be that from a tech company's perspective, based in Scotland, there's some money being left on the table. So I'll try to offer that up as neutrally as I can, as I speak here with this accent. I don't want to say too much that isn't anodyne about Scotland, but this is what the analysis of hundreds and thousands of transactions shows us. But this now, the positive stuff. Now I segue to slightly more positive news. So this is a chart showing the entry of new investors of all stripes, just excluding individuals. So an angel network would be included in this, and a hedge fund would be included in this. It's those funds doing their first deal in a UK private startup or scale-up. So you can see it's at record levels with new funds interested in these kinds of companies. Now, I mentioned some of those new funds could be hedge funds, the likes of Tiger Global making their first UK investment. That is in there. And they are investing only in that top end. They're driving those 50 million plus, those 100 million plus deals. So if you are approaching your Series E, it's never looked better. Some of these funds, though, are early stage investors. There'd be new angel, and I think we've actually got Mint speaking on the panel after me, that there are new angel investors who will do those early stage rounds. It's not, I don't want to be too pessimistic, but so that there is more capital than ever before. So that amount invested graph will continue to go up and to the right for quite some time, is my prediction. And hopefully, because of this, we'll at least continue to see the flat line in the number of companies getting funded. But now, how to temper that mild good news with some more potentially negative signals. So this is a chart looking specifically at first-time investment. So companies raising of any size their first deal, whether it is from your friends and family, or from an angel network, or from a seed VC. Look at that, these deals happening. That's the yellow line that you can see are those first rounds. You can see it peaked in 2018 and has fallen in the 2 years up to 2020. Latest data, which we're actually publishing in a report on Thursday, shows it flatlining. So it's not quite recovering, but the decline at least has stopped. And now this looks like like a real problem for the tech ecosystem, whether it's in Scotland or across the UK generally. So I'll put out some potentially positive interpretations of this graph. It speaks to the maturity and the success of the ecosystem In 2011, if you wanted to work at a fintech company of any size, really, you had to start it yourself. So you would have been in that 620 or 810 number. If you have an entrepreneurial itch now, you've got many more options. So you can go join a 2-person company, 3-person company, or start your own one. So supply of talent, when an ecosystem is reaching its sort of ultimate potential, can have a downward pressure on business formation. So it sounds like quite a dry economics point. As I said, it started to recover. So we are seeing more businesses get their first round. So some of that 2020 dip might have been actually more of a lockdown effect. But it is worth noting that there are some downward pressures on the ability of tech companies to access the capital they need. Like I said, that could be a byproduct of human capital issues in the ecosystem as well. But it's salutary, this chart at least. Some good news to go with the bad news, and this is a very important one from the point of view of the supply of human capital, is that the exits of these high-growth companies are at record levels. In 2021, we saw 781 companies exit. And that's going to do great things for the ecosystem. It's going to return some serial entrepreneurs to start again, hopefully. It's also going to create, some existing angels are going to be made very wealthy in that process. Some entrepreneurs are going to be able to start doing angel deals. It'll take a while for the benefit of those 781. They say they've on average 2 founders. There's 1,500 people now out there capable of making angel investments. It'll take a while for that to trickle through. But that's a really positive sort of counter to the previous slide. And this is both through acquisitions and IPOs. I'm sure lots of you read about the record number of IPOs happening last year, which was really incredible. There was about 40, 45 for this group of companies. And then the rest of those acquisitions. So some companies have been incredibly busy in buying up companies everywhere. And that's sort of a UK-wide trend in both senses. So this is obviously the UK-wide numbers, but in almost every region across the region and nation across the UK, we see record levels of exits happening. So there is good news and cause for hope and optimism. I'm now going to talk and make a few comparisons between UK, Scotland, and Glasgow. So this is just similar to the charts I showed before, but broken down by quarter. You can see Q1 of this year, far and away a record one for the UK overall. Bit more mixed picture for Scotland. We see here that actually 2020 was a record year for deals done in Scotland, and the amounts just about balancing out with 2017 because there were a couple of very large deals that took place in Scotland at that point. And if we zoom into Glasgow, this does actually show a record year for 2021 in terms of the amount raised by companies, and almost a record year, sort of on a par with 2020 and 21 for the number of companies completing those deals based in Glasgow. To talk about what's different in Scotland, this is just a list of the top investors over the past 12 years. No surprise for anyone to see Scottish Enterprise at the top there. What I wanted to call out as particularly different and what you don't see in the UK, in the rest of the UK or in England, well, for one, not Scottish Enterprise, but what you normally see at the top is Crown Cube and Cedars just vying for the top spots in terms of the numbers of companies backed. All of the other English angel networks do not rank as highly as this. They are younger, for one, and so haven't done as many deals. But it's sort of extraordinary, the sophistication. I was talking to a few people in the lobby about this sophistication of the angel markets in Scotland. And I spoke to a few other people, I was talking to some investors and entrepreneurs who I wonder if that might be an issue. Angels have deep pockets, but only of a certain depth. And so is that causing the fundraising process to take longer and to be carried out through more transactions? You know, you've got your tax reliefs, but they limit you to a certain amount you can invest, and the average company actually needs these days in any given round a bit more than you can raise through the EIS or SEIS limits. So there's a bit of a tension there between those two things. And that's a response I only get to speaking to people in Scotland. When I'm out and about in Northern Ireland and Wales, this sort of chart is the envy of them, because they've got much less developed angel ecosystems. So it's a bit of yin and yang there, but it is noticeable how much activity is driven by angels in Scotland, certainly. It's a nice shout out there also for our hosts in this list, and a number of other prolific funds, BGF, that turn up about that ranking everywhere across the UK. I'm going to talk a little bit about sectoral differences. So on the right here, you've just got, for all of that universe of about 40,000 companies, we tag them according to the sectors they're operating in. Got UK on the right, UK inclusive of Scotland, and then just Scotland on the left. And it's interesting to see some sectors on the Scotland one that aren't on the UK one. In particular, very exciting to see robotics, although the number of companies are very low. The number of companies anywhere operating in that kind of deep tech, hard tech, whatever you want to call it, is very, very impressive. You can see here that at the top, the Scottish specialties are broadly the UK specialties as well. The main driver of a lot of that investment activity throughout the UK is fintech companies. It continues to be considered both sort of domestically and internationally. It's one of our expertises that's worth investing in. This is my final slide, and with another shout out to our hosts. So just looking at spin-outs. So spin-outs are a type of company that I get asked about a lot. And I mentioned on one of my earlier slides, there are 4.8 million companies in the UK. There are about 1,600 spin-outs. So for the amount that I get asked about spin-out companies, they clearly they punch above their weight in that regard. They obviously punch above their weight in other regards as well. They are a mechanism for commercializing the IP of universities, and they're actually increasing in popularity as a mechanism within universities. So because spin-outs get this kind of attention and are quite an interesting way to finance a potentially experimental piece of IP, we're now seeing more and more universities look at this as a mechanism as opposed to, say, a licensing deal where you just license the IP to an established big pharma company or something like that. So it's great to see Glasgow and Strathclyde ranking as highly as they do on these charts. This is a slide I've actually grabbed from a full report we've done on spin-outs. So if you are one of those people who really likes to give those 1,600 companies quite a lot of scrutiny, you can find a full sort of 50-page report written and freely available. I might leave it at that on spin-outs. I'm not sure how it's been for time.
I think you were doing pretty much spot on time. Now, do you want to stay hovering behind the microphone, or would you care to pick up a handheld that will allow you to kind of drift a bit?
I can hover, because I might, if I want to refer back to a slide.
You can refer back. So I think I've learned from one thing of the day, there are lots of questions in the audience, so I'm going to ask just one myself before I throw it open, and it's not about your relatives. You'll be glad to know as well. But you kind of made light during this at various points when you were sort of saying, this graph's maybe not so positive, and this graph's a bit more positive. Is this one of the things you have to be very careful with in presenting data that is this complex to your clients? Some of them, they want you to do a full and detailed analysis, and then they want you to tell them something positive.
Yes. I mean, I want to be honest, but I also want to be positive about the incredible benefit to the economy that all of these companies are. And I do data, I do correlation, not causation. Well, I veered into that a little bit on some of these slides. to go back to an example on this one, I listed some of the reasons why it might not actually be that negative. There are potentially positive reasons that have that downward pressure. There are loads of others. So the capital requirements of running a business have completely changed. So we see fewer companies raising their first rounds. Part of that might actually be we're just seeing companies take a bit longer to raise their first rounds. After the pandemic, you stopped needing an office. And many younger companies have carried that through in a way that larger companies haven't. They've seen that here. That's a massive saving for us. When you're only 3 people, it's the difference between being 5 people or having an office. So it's a really, can be a very sensible decision to make. And so if you don't need to do that, and you've got some revenue already, suddenly the point at which you're raising gets pushed out by a couple of years or indefinitely. You know, there are companies that bootstrap. You know, that graph I showed of people exiting successfully, those serial entrepreneurs, if they go on and do another business, might be some time before they raise, because why would they dilute themselves if they've got their own money that they can put into the business? So yeah, I'm trying to be sanguine about some of these points, because you know, there is a kernel of truth in this. We are seeing it's not quite the same kind of boom times as it was in 2018, but not necessarily for entirely bad reasons.
Yeah, and of course, some of the ripples
very hedged statement there.
Some of the ripples of COVID have still yet to kind of fully play out. Okay, audience. I'm convinced. Yes, I thought we would be. Get one there already, and then one there.
Hi, I'm Nick Lade.
It's on.
Oh, sorry. Hi, Nick Lade. I'm a founder of Property Price Hub. I'm also a data scientist, so I'm very interested in what you're doing. Have you done any mapping between the process and the history of funding, for example, and other things within a startup, again, mapping to the successful exits, and if so, what?
Yeah, you broadly end up just demonstrating a funnel, but you know the funding round gives momentum to your passage through that funnel. So why I'm concerned about this sort of first-time deals thing is you need thousands of companies in order to generate the unicorns we all want. Your first round of funding, you are more likely to succeed than not. Yeah, we track sort of startups that go through accelerators. You know. So the bootstrappers, but who are also taking advice, and where we can sort of see a bit of a signal that they've got these ambitions to grow. Those are cohorts we can compare, and the ones of those that get funding live longer because you've got the runway from your funding, but also are more likely to survive at sort of 12 years out. That's as far as we can go, because we only go back to 2010, but you do see positive correlation between investment and survival, and it's sort of you double down on that effect each time you get through to the next stage of funding.
Great. Down the front here, if we will. Could you introduce yourself?
Hi, Henry, good to see you. Poonam Malik, Head of Investments, Strathclyde. You mentioned sort of the 100 million deals tripling from 15 last time, roughly 14, to 3 times, now 51. And valuations, 73.5 million for venture deals versus 8 million for seed. And that's generally compares the data for overall. These large size deals that are happening obviously does indicate either the bigger investors or syndications. So reflecting that on the Scottish companies, what do investors who are in the south of UK need to do to have some of the good deals from Scotland, where the companies have already have good tech or good product, but are not that high valuation? Or conversely, what do you think the Scottish companies need to get the attention of the investors from there?
Quite a few points in there. I guess the biggest one, and it's much harder for me as not a Scot to say this, but on one of the previous panels, the talk about building global businesses is still true, and it's a UK-wide problem as well. You know, different size economy. It happens at a different point in the company's life cycle, but it still happens in England as well. Many of those companies exit in quite a few different ways, in a way that could be regarded as prematurely. You start to get into quite complicated economic theory as to what is the right thing to do. We've decided we want more unicorns, and so we seem to lament when that company only raised at £200 million. I mean, that's amazing. That is to be celebrated. But a company operating in the US market raises at $2 billion, and that is a natural function of the size of the economy. So on that fundraising one, it could just be a matter of time. They've got to you do your 200 million, and then a few years later you'll do your $500 million, and hopefully it will carry on from there. It's a trickier question when you sort of think about exits and exit valuations, because especially for policymakers, that's seen as a lost opportunity. We wanted all of those jobs to be here, but it doesn't always work that way. There is a positive effect of the exit. So when a business sells, it creates wealthy people behind. Not all of the jobs necessarily get moved abroad. It depends entirely on the transaction. So those are some caveats around thinking about why don't we have as big a herd of unicorns as X place. The way when we talk to Scottish government, they think about it mirrors the exact same way that the government UK government in London also thinks about it with regards to other countries. I think one of the questions that I was sort of briefed that might happen was where are the next unicorns coming from in Scotland, and we do see some. The soonicorns, as the phrase goes, are at around that 200 and 250 level, and there aren't loads of them. There are more in London, sure, and then there are even more in the valley. So it's perhaps also worth thinking about when these ecosystems started. The valley is ahead of London. London might be a bit ahead of Scotland. That's probably the most contentious thing I'm going to say all evening. And it will take time to catch up, but we are starting to see that. An increase in supply of capital, which is what you were alluding to in your questions, or more London investors making the trip to Scotland would help that move faster. But one of the upsides of this is you're eventually going to that London line is going to get too high for some people, and they will look elsewhere. It's the same thing that is driving the London line at the moment, is US investors being like, oh, some of these UK companies are cheaper than what we could buy domestically. We see record levels each year of US investments into UK companies. Many of them are formalizing their presence in the UK and Europe. When we speak to them, the main reason they still give is price. There's all the talk about talent and market opportunity, which seems sincere, but one of the things that is always factoring into their considerations is that company would cost twice as much if you were buying it in the Bay Area or investing into it in the Bay Area. So hopefully it's trickled down to us. Hopefully it will continue to trickle up here.
But do you think we're putting too much emphasis on ecosystems looking for unicorns? It's better to have 10 big companies rather than 2 enormous ones.
It's sort of a moral judgment as much as anything else. What's your perfect economy? Either of those 2 systems can create high value jobs, and that's I think that's the thing we should all be aiming for, is around creating good quality and long lasting jobs. But absolutely, it can be the wrong thing to say or expect from a company. And this comes into the spin-outs talks that I have quite a lot. People you talk to politicians mostly, and they're like, we want more spin-outs, we want more unicorns. Well, those 2 things aren't the same, and they probably rarely should be. If the spin-out company is developing a drug, it makes sense that company should never have any revenues. It should be 5 people who get it to the point where it's testing, and then you sell it to AstraZeneca, because that's the quickest way to get it into the market do what it's supposed to do, which is save lives. At no point should that company become a unicorn.
Very good point. Okay, we're really out of time, but we can squeeze one more if it's a brief question and a brief answer, please, Henry, as well.
Yeah, so back to valuations, Henry. We've seen the collapse in market cap of enterprise software companies in the US, which seems to be sustained, and that'll have a trickle-through effect on valuations here. Do you see that as a permanent situation, the impacts here? And also, we've got the Scottish National Investment Bank as a co-investor here in Scotland, unlike any other part of the UK. Is that something the rest of the UK you're hearing wants to emulate because it's a really positive thing to have?
So on the valuations point, the nearest we're seeing it trickle down into private companies. It's kind of true in the US. There have been some down rounds of private companies. Most of the valuation pressure is in public markets, and that operates sort of very, very differently. That is all being driven by macro sentiment, and I'm not qualified to comment on what's going to happen, what the world will look like in 3 months' time in that sense. The nearest we're seeing here is sort of haircuts on predicted valuations. So you raised a year ago at this valuation, then 6 months ago at this one. So you thought at that point you'd be a unicorn by now. Actually, because investors are feeling a little less bullish, will you take 900? It's that kind of thing. So it's not down rounds. It's just sort of haircuts on anticipated valuations is all we're seeing here so far. It could get worse to down rounds because it's so hard to price a private company. One of the only things you have to look at is what's happening in public markets. So that's why it trickles down. But actually the way the two are valued is quite different when you look at the fundamentals. How do I briefly talk about SNIB and whether the rest of
Very briefly.
Rest of the UK needs one? I mean, they're backing by and large very, very different transactions, and so they're putting capital into an area where all of these graphs that I've shown that go up and to the right and new funds coming aren't, I keep going the wrong way, sorry. This one, these funds aren't relevant to what SNIB is going to do. But I think it's kind of a broader play, infrastructure that will, the benefits of that in this kind of universe will take years to be felt, but I think for sure will be additive.
Okay, at least you left us with a nice positive looking graph.
There you go, that's one.
Okay, can we please thank, we've got to move on, Henry Warwood, thank you very much indeed, Henry. Right, got to move on. Final panel discussion. The theme is still investment and investors, but specifically breaking down perceptions. Our chair is Dr. Olga Kozlova, Director of Innovation and Industry Engagement here at the University of Strathclyde. That means, in her own words, leading on all things entrepreneurship and working on the first innovation district in Scotland, which, as we might have mentioned, is GCID, Glasgow City Innovation District. What helps is that, also in Olga's own words, she's passionate about how we solve global societal challenges by creating sustainable, profitable technology companies and helping founders bring their inventions into reality. So I've quoted her own words twice. I think it's better we let her speak for herself. Please welcome our final session chair, Dr. Olga Kozlova.
Thanks very much, Quentin, and I'm going to invite my panel members to join me here at the table, and while I'll do a very quick introduction to breaking perception. I had started my business in the early 2000s, and I remember myself and my cohort of fellows of the Royal Society of Edinburgh talking about getting investment, and they were really considered, there were a lot of perceptions at the time which I don't think have changed. Investors are going to take control of my company, or the valuation is too low, they're going to take such a big percentage of the equity, I'm not going to own my business. And then there was some, I think, mystery about what is a cap table and how it all going to work out at the end. I think, you fast forward 20 years, and I work at the University of Strathclyde, who has 2 investment funds, and we're looking myself as an investor at early stage companies. And you look at what investors are worried about, and they're worried about more about the team, about has the company done their research on the market. And and have they actually thought through what they're going to do with the money? But it's never is about taking control. They're all very busy people, and kind of the least they need to be involved, the better almost, if things are going well in the company, and then can attend a board meeting once a quarter. My colleague Poonam here, who does a lot of these things, will probably be very happy and celebrate. So I think, by the same time, I think overall, if we mention Scotland, we've got a lot better into understanding what is a cap table and how do we need to structure shareholder agreements. So there's a practical elements of investment. But I don't think we talk enough about why you should raise investment and everything that it brings into the company, an opportunity to bring high quality people to really scale and grow and really achieve success. So I think this is enough an introduction from myself, and what I'll do now is to introduce my fellow panel members. And first of all, can I just say, as a woman, I'm absolutely delighted. The 80% of the investment panel is female, which, let's be honest, doesn't happen very often. So I'll start from my right to your left and first introduce Gillian Fleming. So Gillian has over 20 years of experience of working with high growth companies in different sectors. She is now the commercial lead in the Mint Ventures fund, which is a female-focused investment syndicate who's looking to democratize the investment. We're then joined by Siobhan here from CIS Ventures, and CIS Ventures is part of Social Investment Scotland Group, which aims to be a go-to place for investment for social enterprise and also support other high-impact companies and organizations. Then on the left, your right, we have Elaine here. Elaine is a CFO of Enough, which is a spin-out of the University of Strathclyde, of which we're very proud of. And Enough is bringing to market a meat replacement product called Abunda. And Elaine has been through all the investment rounds of the company, particularly most recent C round of funding, raising 46 million. And then Neil here is the CEO and the co-founder of Incremental Group, which has recently had the headlines of impressive exit to the Telefonica Group for 175 million. But Neil also has been working in Lockheed Martin in the past and is really passionate about bringing digital technologies to support businesses, as well as working on the Glasgow Economic Leadership and being the first chair of the Data Lab. So we have this impressive panel around me, and what I'm going to start is with a question of ambition, because it's been raised a number of times through today's conference, which was very interesting. Are we ambitious enough in terms of our companies? Are our entrepreneurs ambitious enough? Should we be aiming, like we've just talked, to create more unicorns, or is it about something else? And maybe I'll come to you, Gillian, first.
I'm not sure. Is this on? Or not?
It's on. It
okay,
works.
Good. First test passed. I'll just maybe say a little bit more of an introduction about what, Mint Ventures and where we're going and what we're doing, and then it'll come on to ambition. Okay,
that'd be great.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Absolutely delighted to be here today, to be invited along to Tech Fest, and also to be back here at Strathclyde, the place of useful learning, where I actually cut my teeth in commercialisation as an employee rather than a student. So prior to that, my background was in the power generation industry, and then after working with various universities and helping spin-outs translate their research into companies, I then began to notice the lack of women in the investment scene in Scotland, and that kind of led on to the creation, the embryonic state for Mint Ventures. And Mint Ventures has been born out of the research from Women's Enterprise Scotland, and there are some stark facts out there in that only 1 penny in every pound of venture capital investment currently goes to women founders, and also only 15% of angel investment goes to women founders as well. And coupled with that, there's 51% of women in the world, and they own 60% of the world's wealth. So at Mint Ventures, what we're looking to do is to try and encourage more women to back women. So we're trying to get more women to come on board and train with us to become angel investors, to then be fed through to the wider ecosystem. So this is not just about Mint Ventures, this is about creating more women angel investors to join other groups, and we're working very closely with all the angel groups within Scotland. So coming on to the point about ambition and also breaking down the barriers, which is what today's event is all about, it really depends on what your definition of ambition actually is. And what we tend to see with women that grow and scale their companies is that they do it with less capital, and they might take a little bit longer, but it's more sustainable in the end. So it is coming back to the definition of ambition, and it's creating sustainable companies that can grow and scale. And that may take many years to do so, but at the end of the day, that is what we're looking to support and achieve, and we are breaking down the barriers to try and help that goal be established.
Thanks very much. Siobhan?
Yep, similarly, just checking this microphone is working. First in-person event in a while. So delighted to be here. I'm also delighted to be back at Strathclyde, having studied at Strathclyde in my undergraduate degree. So it's lovely to be back, and certainly the facilities have come on a long way since that time. But yeah, I'm an investment manager at Cis Ventures, and as Olga said, Cis Ventures is part of the Social Investment Scotland group. Cis Ventures was formed in 2017 when it was recognised that the Cis group had been making primarily debt investment, or all debt investments, to very impactful charities and social enterprises. But really what we were seeing was that there were some very impressive private businesses that were mission driven, who were wanting to do some good in the world, and we recognised that opportunity. So we now have a portfolio of 11. It's quickly growing. We've had a busy couple of months. And we operate very much on a VC model. We take the role as either lead impact investor, or in some rounds we have been the lead investor. We're investing in companies where their impact and their commercial ambition go hand in hand. We invest sort of at the late seed to Series A stage. And what we're interested in is looking at companies where there is sort of defensibility, where there is global ambition, that the company will scale up quickly in order that the impact can be felt on a global scale and at a reasonable size. Part of what we do as an active investor is we work with the founders and the management teams, helping them with responsible business practices, increasing diversity, looking at how employees are treated, and lots of different areas. So we really do get quite involved. So coming back to the question about ambition, something I heard recently was that, and it came from one of our cornerstone investors when talking to one of our investee companies, was that we really need to be, in many cases, less Scottish about this and be better at telling the story, be better at shouting about our success and how and what we've achieved, to invest in PR and to really tell the story and demonstrate what we've been working so hard at. So I think, certainly from what we're seeing, there is no shortage of ambition in our pipeline. I've been in my role for about a year now. I've been very, very impressed with the pipeline of opportunities coming through. All of our investments are Scottish. As we grow, I'm sure there will be a wider UK focus, but certainly in the Scottish market, there's no shortage of ambition that we're seeing.
That's great to hear. Elaine?
Hello.
Yes, you're on.
It is that nervousness, isn't it, that it doesn't work. I think it's interesting. I mean, the question of should we be looking for many unicorns, I don't think that I have the experience to comment on what the UK or the Scottish economic policy should be. I think I'm more qualified to comment on I don't think that every entrepreneur is the same, and I think that each entrepreneur should have ambition that befits their circumstances and what they're looking for. I'm not sure that spin-outs it's obviously important to to keep track of how many spin-outs, but I'm not sure that's the metric that we're looking for. I think it's being commercial and sustainable and profitable. I think these are the things that are far more important than creating a company that is funded but doesn't have a future. And I think that that's the most important thing for me. But I think ambition-wise, if we're talking about you have to have ambition to have a successful business, because you're not going to have a successful business without it. But whether your ambition should be to be a unicorn or to create, you know, a really strong, sustainable, profitable business, you know, in the area in which you want to live, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So that would be my comment.
Sustainable, profitable businesses. That's kind of coming out. Neil.
Yeah, okay. The ambition point, I'll take a contrary view. I think there's a chronic lack of ambition. Chronic. There's so few people look at the business and think, yeah, this business can go somewhere. And that, you know, not everybody wants to take it like to a great scale. Some businesses are very happy. Some founders are happy at 20 people. Some are happy at 5. Some are happy at, you know, whatever. But looking around at the Scottish sort of business scene, and particularly in tech, there's so few that scale, and it's not for lack of capability, it's just down to lack of ambition. It's not down to lack of access to finance, because there's boatloads of money floating about in this market just now. So why is there so few? But it's ambition. There's just not enough. And I don't know if it's confidence, I don't know if it's people don't see other businesses going through it, and I could go down the sort of, you know, often the sojourn about should it be unicorns, should it be businesses of scale, and I'll sort of stay off of that. But in terms of ambition, my view is there's a chronic lack of it, and frankly, if anything comes out of this session, it's hopefully some of you people here that have businesses actually go away for these sessions and say, you know what, we're maybe 5 people just now, or we're maybe thinking about doing something, but there's no reason why you can't be 250 people, 300 people, 500 people, 1,000 people, if that's what you want to do. It's a lot of hard work, and it will take its toll on you and all of those things, but for goodness sake, have ambition about it. Yeah. Chronic lack of it.
Well, it's just to follow up on this topic. I mean, you've mentioned that potentially, you know, lack of ambition maybe is lack of confidence. Do you think is something, because there's also a continuous dialogue that investors say, well, you know, entrepreneurs, for example, say there's not enough funding, and investors say there's plenty of funding, but there is not enough maybe high quality team. So is it, do you think, is there a skills shortage of maybe people who have that experience?
Yeah, that's a good one. So I think there's, as I said already, I think there's boatloads of money, you know, and I think there's been boatloads of money for a long time, particularly in the private equity markets and the venture markets. Now, we can look at the stats, and yeah, the last year's been, you know, it's had some difficulties and stuff, but you look at the trend, folks, you know, and those graphs don't go back 30 years, they only go back, what, 10 years, a decade, you know, and everything's like that, ignoring the last year or two, when frankly we've had probably some of the periods of biggest economic uncertainty any of us have ever seen, the graph still goes like that, right? So I think the thing you see in Scotland, and I don't know, there's something about, you have to see people like you doing it to make you think you can do it, and you need to, there needs to be some role models, and it helps if those role models ain't, I don't know, carved in marble, you know, they look sort of normal, you know. And I don't think there's enough people prepared to step out and say, you know, yeah, okay, you can do it, and you can, you know, and it's, there's not enough role models, I think, and I think that's a real crying shame. Probably the best small area for this in terms of geographic region was Aberdeen. If you went back to Aberdeen maybe 50 years ago, every man in their dug was setting up an engineering business. Why was that? Okay, the biggest industry in the planet had turned up, and they'd abandoned Dundee and gone to Aberdeen, but then there was this sort of conveyor belt of thing, you know, there was conveyor belts of people who'd done it, and you could say, oh, aye, Jim started, you know, he took his plumbing business and now he's doing things offshore, and you could see people doing it. And I think there's something here in Glasgow, and why I think it's so important that there's a sense of community. You need people nearby that have done it, and I think if you can get that, that's way more important than, frankly, your creds, although they are important, but it's seen folk that have done it.
Elaine, do you want to come in?
Yeah, I think it also comes back to, there's a comment made earlier, I'm not sure who made it, about the strength of the angel network in Scotland and how, it is a huge benefit that we have being here in Scotland, but there is, as has been recognised many times, there is that step from the angel network into looking for funders outside of Scotland. And I think that also speaks to seeing people do it. There's also being able to see people that have taken seed funding within Scotland, or maybe have taken Series A within Scotland but want bigger funding and have gone outside. And it's something that if there is a pathway or you see other people doing it, it's about, and also to your point, Siobhan, there is a confidence thing in Scotland. I think there is and when you go out there to raise money elsewhere, you see the other people raising money are talking louder and, and are talking about things in a way that in our little Scottish way, we don't feel that we can do that because we're putting ourselves out there.
I mean, coming maybe to you now, Gillian, picking up this point of transitioning of angel investment to the VC. You're trying to grow the angel community among women. Do you think that it really is a challenge, or have we now found a way of addressing it and moving to larger sums of capital?
Well, I think at the moment there's a funding gap at the very early stage as well. So around the sort of 50, 100, 250,000 mark, there's still a huge gap there in terms of angel funding. But yes, I would agree, the sort of around the 2 to 3 million mark, there's definitely a gap here in Scotland. And in terms of, being able to connect better, I think the investor community could connect better. And we're trying to do that with Mint Ventures, because if we can't do all the next follow-on rounds, then we need to be opening doors, and that is part of our role, is to open doors to follow-on funding. But touching on the talent side of things as well, and particularly the board talent, there is a distinct lack of new blood here in Scotland, and we see the same people going round and having board positions on the same companies. And I think that is the bigger problem that we really need to address here. And, if we can pool together our resources, between all the angel groups here in Scotland and the VCs, we've all been working with portfolio companies that will have people that want to do it again, that we can make better use of that resource and bring them in to help grow and scale these companies. We don't necessarily, yes, we need to attract talent from abroad, but we do have it here. And the other thing that we have here as well, and I don't believe we're making enough use of, is that we have a lot of excellent corporate leaders that maybe want to do something a little bit different, but they maybe don't have the startup mindset. So again, I think there's an educational piece required to bring these corporate leaders to help and support our startup and grow and scale these companies.
No, I was just going to add, I think that's such an important point about at that early stage in the journey. It's the people that you have around you, it's the network, and it's about making the most of that. So whether it's a formal non-exec appointment or even just an advisory board or even just a mentor, a friend, someone that has been there, has sort of gone that path ahead of you and can support with some of the decisions that will come up. Because what we see with the conversations we have with founders who we've invested in or ones that we're considering is it can be a lonely time. There's a lot of decisions that come to that founder, and really just having someone that you can pick up the phone to help with that is really important.
Thank you very much. I'm going to pass to the audience in just a minute, but I first wanted to ask just one question that I'll ask you to keep the answer very short. If you're a founder, and hopefully you see quite a few in the audience, what would be your one reason to take investment? Who wants to go first?
To grow the business. That's to grow the business, to access, to have the capital to do things that you wouldn't otherwise have.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's it. It's growth. It helps turbocharge your business if you use it well. Okay, you can take some cash out, depending where you are in your journey. That might help if you're up to your eyes in debt, as I once was. That can be useful, so that's not to be, discounted, but it's for growth. Why else would you take an investor on? As we were saying earlier on, That was silly. Couldn't you give me an answer there? Why else would you take an investor on? Why else would you give part of your business away unless it makes your business more valuable? That's the only reason to do it.
Yeah, I think smart money and bringing expertise to the table that you don't have already. So whether that's diversity of thought, whether that's just more experience, but just helping you to get to the next stage quicker.
Thank you. Julian?
Yeah, from an investor perspective, it's all about alignment. You need to make sure that you all want the same end goal at the end of the day, because it's like a marriage when you get together with your investor, and it's so important to make sure that they are the right investor. And also, you're not giving away equity. It is a transactional deal. There is money in exchange for shares in your company. And to remember that it has to be the right fit. If you want to bring these people on to help and support you, if you want to run your company forever on your own, then investment is not right for you. And there's other ways of growing your company.
Right. I think we're now going to pass to the audience, and I hope you'll be just as engaged as you've been in previous sessions, though I know we're coming to the end of the day. Any questions? There's one there from Robert.
Thank you. Still Robert Hoken, still at Greenbackers Investment Capital. We're still climate related. Some really good points, and Olga, like you, I'm very heartened to see 80% of your panel being female-led, which I think is a positive. Sorry, Mark. The question is, we've heard a couple of things. I completely agree with Gillian as far as the funding gap is concerned in the early stage and in the mid stage, where startups are trying to, the expression, cross the chasm from an initial round or maybe a grant funding or an angel round into institutional funding. There's something very broken with that, and we see this in action here at Greenbackers. We've been talking to our funders in our fundraisers. We also heard earlier that government investment, direct government investment, lags behind pretty much the rest of the world. And I'm struck by that, and we happen to have Scottish National Investment Bank on a panel at All Energy in 2 weeks' time. Clean Growth Fund, who's also on our panel, which is government-backed, can't do it all. If you had a comment to make about SNIB, what would that be? And my comment is, where are they in the early stages? Because we hear that they won't come down under, I don't know, about 3 million in investment, and that's, I think that's wrong. Myself, I don't know if you agree, but I'd be interested in your comments.
Well, there's different funding mechanisms here in Scotland for below that level. So what was the Scottish Investment Bank still exists, I think, under part of Scottish Enterprise. Well, they funded us, so, and we were below that level, and they were a key co-invest partner. So there are things there. That's the first thing I would say. In terms of where our SNAB, I think their difficulties are fairly public in terms of chief exec that didn't work out and is gone. Don't know quite the circumstances of that. But yeah, it's clearly not having the effect that I think any of us would like it to have. But, I think maybe a strange thing is not being sitting on the kind of founder side rather than the investor side. We're awfully parochial here about moaning about, oh, well, where's the Scottish investors and all the rest of it. We're an hour's flight away from one of the biggest financial centres on the planet, folks. It's not beyond a man or woman to get in a plane and go fundraise, Do people in the States worry if they're 2 hours away in a flight from New York? I doubt it. We can create quite a lot of these barriers in our head, but I don't know if it's the Scottish thing. And I'm very proud to be Scottish, as you can probably tell for the voice. But what are we waiting on? It's not far away, folks. And I think that there's something we're always worried about. The investors need to work harder to bridge the gap to us founders, and it's good. It's nice to hear, from the investment community saying those things. But as founders and as business people, we need to do it as well. If you want their money, then you've got to go work for it. They're not just going to get you because it's good. It's for the benefit of the health. Some of them might, you know, but come on. What are we waiting on here? And I think, again, it comes back to ambition. It comes back to those sorts of challenges. If you want to grow your business and you think it's the right thing to do and you need that funding to do it, get off your backside, get on a plane, go what you need to do and go do it. You can do it.
You don't even need to get on a plane now.
You don't. You can take the train like me.
No, you can do it
Or
online.
video conference, you can do that. Do that as well.
Yeah.
That's true. Different world.
Yeah. Well, Elaine, you've obviously fundraised quite a lot internationally. And I think a lot of people think, and it's again a perception potentially that that's what happens, you need to fundraise close to home, but you clearly proven that you don't have to.
Well, we did our Series B through COVID. So in the end, we had investment from investors that we didn't meet in the flesh until we had their money, which was, and I won't kid you, it was very hard. And it was very hard to create a rapport online. But it did prove that just prior to COVID, we had toured the back end of the States, really, really knackering. And then we realised once COVID came and we weren't allowed to get on a plane, we spoke to these people without getting on a plane, and that was quite revolutionary, really, for us to think that you could. Because if it hadn't been COVID, we would then have got on a plane. But it was, and I think, but one of the important things for us was what Gillian's referring to was the network of investors, because that way of being aligned with the investors that you were going to. That we're going to make an investment, we would speak to someone and, well, either we wouldn't get the pitch right or they wouldn't be in the right market for us, or they would be at the wrong stage and they would say, let me introduce you to so-and-so. I think they might be the right guys for you. And that was a really, really good way of spreading our, wings and speaking. We spoke to people in every continent, I think, and it was just people who had their own networks who were investing in similar types of businesses at different stages that referred us on. And that was really important to us. But we did speak to a lot of people. And the other thing it's really interesting to say is that we spoke to an awful lot of people, and I could name the women I spoke to on one hand.
Oh, Julian, yeah?
Yeah, I can only speak from my own experience, but certainly as we've co-invested alongside a number of the sort of Scottish investors, we have regular meetings, majority online, at the moment, where we talk about, the deals that have passed our desk. If it's not one for us, we try to signpost the teams to another investor that it might be suitable to. But we also regularly say to other investors, have you looked at this opportunity? Is this one that would be interesting to you? Can I make an introduction? And just briefly to the point on sort of public money, the majority of our portfolio companies have had investment at that earlier stage from Scottish Enterprise, and we are having very regular conversations with SNIB. They're very aware of the companies in our portfolio. They're tracking what they're doing, and they're looking to that next stage in those companies' journey. So that, as I say, it's only my experience, but it has been pretty positive.
Right.
I was going to take moderator's privilege and ask a question myself.
Yes,
if I may.
please go.
Because I thought there were some really excellent points made on the panel. I particularly like, Julian, your points about the need for leadership and changing the old guard on boards and things like this. But I noticed that, Siobhan, you used this phrase about, we need to be less Scottish about this. And Elaine talked about in our little Scottish way. And then Neil's talking about the need for more ambition. Is part of that ambition trying to remove phrases like that so we don't keep diminishing ourselves and talking about Scotland in a sort of small and more limited way, and think about the positives of it?
I think it's just constantly encouraging ourselves to think bigger, and it's something that I've seen with some of, to your point about boards and the composition of boards, I've seen recently is when new investors, or not even investors, when new executives come onto boards and challenge the thinking, and it's that sort of point around just, why are you doing it this way? Yes, you've always done it that way, but maybe there's a better way that you could think about it, and just that challenge to do it.
Neil, do we need to be less Scottish about saying things like we need to be less Scottish?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, there's something very peculiar. It was something that was said to me. The first company I ever worked in, it was a relatively successful software engineering business run by a guy called Jerry Docherty, who went on to Smarter Grid Solutions, which I think was a spin out at the university and stuff. And he always used to talk about, we're too west of Scotland, but that shows you how parochial we were then. We're too west of Scotland. It wasn't even just Scottish; it was west of Scotland. We are, and you know, we make too many excuses. I'm sick to death of hearing excuses about, the investors are too far away, or we don't have this, we don't have that. I'm sick to death of it. You know, we've got phenomenal universities, we've got really talented people here, we've got access to finance, we have got things that most countries in the world would kill for, frankly, but we're stuck waiting. And I go back to the very start of this. It is a chronic lack of ambition, or maybe just self-confidence. And as I say, if you take anything away from Tech Fest, it's look around the room, look how many people are thinking about doing this, are trying to do it. Some of us have done it, maybe do it again. There's loads. We need more. So if you're thinking about doing it, you know, or you're trying to do it, then you know there's lots of help about. And go back just for a wee second, I'm sort of a wee sojourn here. The Scottish enterprise thing, you know, having an enterprise company is something that most parts of the UK don't have. Now we can all say about how effective SE is, and at times they can be a bit ineffective, right? They can be, but by and large SE are terrific, and they do things that most other areas of the UK don't get. And we need to look at some of these things and think, we've got a lot going for us, and if we just maybe realise that, I think we would be more ambitious, and perhaps we would be a little less traditionally Scottish in our outlook, and actually start to create what it should be a new Scottish, a bit more ambitious.
Gillian.
I just like to add on the back of that. Yes, I agree, confidence is a big issue, but also so is the educational piece. I mean, I speak to a lot of women founders and male founders that don't actually understand what angel investing is. And we do talk about it. We use a lot of acronyms. It's quite difficult to understand. It's a whole other learning sphere when you go to raise investment. So I think we do need more of an educational piece for both men and women as to what is angel investing in plain English.
Yeah, I mean, it's the thing in any field, scientific fields. People tend to surround themselves with words that only those who are like them can understand, as a way of kind of saying, keep out if you're not careful. Olga, do you want a final word on this?
No, I think, we've done here.
We're done. In that case, if they're done, get them off the stage. Thank you to Elaine Paterson, Gillian Fleming, Neil Logan, Siobhan Moore, and Olga Kozlova. And very well done it was too. Well, that just leaves our big finish. There is lots I could say by way of introducing our closing keynote, Andrew Dobbie. He's got a French bulldog called Astro, which was the name of the dog in the Jetsons, although most of you, and probably him, are too young to remember that. He hosts a popular podcast, Just to Chat With, celebrating truly creative creativity from across the globe and many different fields. But Andrew's probably best known for having in just 10 years gone from £1,000 of starting capital to build up the multi-million-pound, multi-award-winning, multimedia, hang on, I lost my place there, multimedia strategic brand agency, Made Brave, with a host of household name clients. He's made good with Made Brave, and he's also done good as well, putting a very strong emphasis on nurturing a positive workplace culture, and as a result, winning various best place to work rankings and awards. He's got some tales to tell, and he's here to tell them, particularly ones about pivoting your brand to scale. So your applause, please, for our GTF1 closing keynote, CEO of Made Brave, Andrew Dobbie.
Hello. Right. Hi, everyone. Well, that was an intro. I've now got to live up to that. Well, first of all, thanks everyone for having me, Alistair, and the team here. Thanks for having me. It's nice to get out my bedroom, first and foremost. I think we're all glad to be around other people. Alistair asked me along. We had a chat the other night. I said, what is it you want me to talk about? So he said, talk a little bit about your story, talk about where you've come from, your entrepreneurship journey. So I'm going to do a little bit of that to give a little bit of context. And then Alistair said, we'll talk about how you've kind of pivoted your business, your brand during COVID. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about that, my journey over the last couple of years, and then try and share some of the lessons I've learned from the last 10 years and for the last couple of years. So hopefully something will resonate with you. Alistair wrote this title, or someone wrote this title, Pivoting Your Brand to Scale. And I'm going to come onto that in a little bit, but as I say, first of all, a little bit of my journey. So, yeah, I'm the founder of Made Brave. We're a global strategic brand agency. So we work with some of the biggest brands in the world, and we help them align their business challenges to their brand strategy. My journey started, I studied in Glasgow. I'm a graphic designer and a photographer. I worked for ex-Scotland and Celtic footballer Paul McStay. He'd just been finishing football, and I was building CD-ROMs and coding websites and all sorts of things when he finished. In 2012, when this guy appeared in the scene, so this is Finlay, my son, when he was a couple of weeks old, I had my last wage packet, which was just over £1,000, and I thought, what a brilliant time to leave your job. I left my job, and this was the first Made Brave office, to give you a bit of context, and that's also Finlay, who was there with me that day in that little basket. And this is my second office, was a few months later, and me looking 20 years younger, only 10 years ago. And within a year, I had 6 employees in my team. By the end of year 2, I had 16 people in the team, and I hadn't borrowed any money. Remember, I'm a service-based business, so a little bit different. You can kind of do services and money. And we've now grown to a team of over 60 Made Bravers, and they're all far more talented than I ever was. I now realise I was an average designer when I see all the creative people that work with me on a daily basis. And we work for some of the biggest brands. We're hugely ambitious. We're born in Scotland, but we work on a global stage, and we now work with some of the biggest brands. Medtronic are a 40 billion turnover, the biggest healthcare device company in the world. We work with Diageo, Nestle, KPMG, Velux, the biggest window manufacturer in the world, and we're all about being born in Scotland but working on a global scale with the best of the best businesses. We now have 3 UK locations. Glasgow is our HQ, it's our home. And we have an office in Edinburgh and London. And of course, like you all, we have now team members everywhere in and around these cities and all around the UK. This is our studio in Glasgow, which looks a lot like the inside of my head. And it's been empty, a lot like the inside of my head, for the last couple of years as well. So it's nice to get back in there recently. And you may recognize this from LinkedIn. I started off in the home office at the beginning of the pandemic, like you all, and crowded in my loft, and I slowly upgraded my equipment till I eventually built this garden bothy with the guys that designed my office. And I put this on LinkedIn, and it got 2.6 million views on LinkedIn. So the world seems to have some sort of agreement with my new home setup. I host my podcast in there. I speak to the best of the best people in the world on brand and creativity, and I steal a little bit out of their head. So probably what I'm talking to you about today is probably all their ideas, and I'm just the vehicle to give it to you. At Made Brave, we say we're on a mission to inspire creativity and a little bit of bravery in everyone. So if I do my job today, I hopefully leave you with one thought or something that will change your business or your trajectory. Who knows, you might just get that bravery to go and start your own business tomorrow as well. I truly believe that the best brands are built from the inside out, and ultimately, no matter what tech or whatever we're doing, it's people that make that. So we've got to work out how to deal and speak to people and look after them, make them feel safe, secure, and nurtured within your business. I also believe in businesses that are run and have really strong values throughout their business. We use them as behaviors to the people we want to attract to our brand, to our tribe, to our community. And we also use them to repel, right? Because we can't have every customer in the world, and not everyone is going to believe in the same things as we do. So ultimately, we help brands become, and people become, the bravest version of themselves. And some of the work that we do at Made Brave, Johnny Walker Princess Street is the biggest whiskey. It's like Disneyland for whiskey if you've not been across. And we helped launch the Johnny Walker Princess Street. In COVID, trying to produce content like this in COVID is not easy, but we somehow managed that. We're also in the process at the moment of just launching a huge European campaign for Velux. They're working to own the work from home space, as now we've all stopped going on holidays, we've all been buying DIY and products. So a really fantastic business that we've been working for the last couple of years. We also produced a giant, well, First Bus came to me and said, we need to tell Glasgow that we've got all these new eco-friendly buses. Can you do an ad campaign? And I said, I remember back when I was a kid and, you know, you kind of, you got like a little Tonka bus or something. I said, let me build a giant double-decker bus, toy bus in the middle of George Square. And somehow they said yes. So we did that. We've also produced content for the likes of Doritos, Tennent's Lager, and most of the whiskey brands you'll have drank or experienced in and around Scotland as well. But I'm hugely, I try with Made Brave to be famed for more than just the work. It's like with any business, any product business or any services business, the product and the service needs to be amazing, right? It needs to be world class. And what I tried to do with Made Brave is to do something and make our culture and brand the differentiator on top of that. Because there's 22,000 other agencies in the UK, and when you guys think of agencies, I want you to think of Made Brave, so I need to do something beyond the work, right? So I've worked really hard to try and create the best culture I can. It's not always easy. I think anyone that runs a business, there's so many variables. You know, people have wants, needs, desires, and it's your job as the founder to create the best culture you can. And, you know, Made Brave brand didn't grow on its own as well. You know, I've got a brand team behind me that support me and help me, and really, we work hard at this, and we put a lot of investment and a lot of time into that. But as we've reaped some rewards, we've won Best Places to Work, the Sunday Times. You know, the topic of the chat today was about pivoting your brand. And so, in the beginning of the pandemic, this is Stephen, my operations director, so he's like the polar opposite of me. And this is a great thing to find if you can find a co-founder, if you can find someone in your workplace that's that opposite. He's amazing at operations, he's amazing at finance. As you can imagine, I'm a little bit more challenged by these things. I understand them, but I'm all about creativity. So at the beginning of the pandemic, March 2020, you know, he was like, I think we should pay attention to this thing that's happening in China. And I said, no, I'll blow over, it's fine, it's absolutely fine. And he said, no, look, let's send our teams home. And we sent our team home before we were all mandated to. STV News picked up on it and they asked us, what are you doing? And we had this ingenious idea, we'll have 3 teams, and 3 days later we were all home when the government told us, you know, with everyone. And I think we can all agree it was bloody stressful, wasn't it? I don't know about you, I phoned one of my friends who had a company and he's got about 250 people in his team, and I said, do you want to go for dinner? Because I've got a funny feeling this is going to be the last time we're going to get to go to dinner. And I remember I was in a restaurant, I'm from Eaglesham, and I was up in a wee village called Aldhouse, and I was crying in a restaurant. And I'd literally, like, my sales pipeline that month went from about 350 grand confirmed billing to about 50 grand. And I was like, oh shit, I'm done. I was like, the house is going to go. I just paid for this huge studio in Glasgow. And, you know, everything was getting cancelled. And I thought, how are we going to do this? And we just had a giant party. Yeah, we've got a new office. We've invested all this money in this office. And yeah, we were all at home. And I don't know about you, but it took me probably about 10 days of panic. Like, I was waking up every day. I wasn't sleeping at night. And I was thinking, how the fuck am I going to get out of this? What am I going to do here? And I found myself 3 weeks after that day on LinkedIn. And I thought, I'm going to share what I'm thinking, what I'm feeling. And I'm putting that up to date because it's important to talk about these things, right? I think we look on LinkedIn and you see businesses and you hear all these numbers and investment and unicorns, and you think, that's easy, it must be easy. It's not easy, right? And everyone is dealing with stresses, and if we don't talk about it, that's how we all combust, right? So I went on and I talked about it, and I said to my team, I'm putting that out there because I want to let you guys know that we're going to need to talk about this. This is going to be quite challenging, and I'm not going to be able to do it on my own because I don't have all the answers, and we need to do it together. And so I look back at my purpose. Now remember, we create these brand purposes, values, and in good times, we stick them on a PDF, put them on a server, and a lot of businesses forget about them. But what I did was I looked back on mine and I thought, how do I turn panic into purpose? And I looked at my purpose and I said, well, we've told the world that our job is to inspire creativity and bravery. Well, let's be bloody brave. This is our moment to show bravery, and this is our moment to show and lead the creative industries. So I looked at my values and I went to infinity and beyond, and that's all about thinking big and doing what others wouldn't do. this world belongs to the brave. I said, like, this is the time to be brave, and amigos without egos is the idea behind that is, you know, you can't do things on your own. You need a full team, and the best idea is going to come from everyone. So we went online on LinkedIn. We created a COVID support group. We had 4,000 people join, which gives you a bit of a sentiment where everyone's like, where's the help? I need help. We created this support group. I partnered up and ganged up with Rachel Brown, the CEO of Creative Entrepreneurs Club. She had a platform. She said, let's give my platform to the creative industries for free. So we took her platform and we created one-to-one mentorship programs. We did about 1 million live streams, and the idea being we were going to share stories of how other people were getting through this in the hope that it might help some other people. But it was giving me purpose. It was giving my team purpose as well. And it was creating this swell of noise, attention. And if anyone's going to buy, I'm going to hopefully be front of mind, because I've got a team to protect, and I've got salaries to pay for, and I've got rent to pay, etc. And meanwhile, I was doing all that stuff with Rachel. I was doing it all with Made Brave, and I got my whole team, and I brought in personal branding experts, and I said, there is now no in-person events. We're not going to bump into someone and get a brand campaign. We're going to have to create this stuff. So let's get online. Let's get very good at LinkedIn. And you know, luckily they were great, and they bought into that and came online, and we created loads of content. And I realised every time we turned on the news, although I tried to not turn on the news, Stephen Weir, my operations director, turned on the news more than me, that the world wasn't going back to normal. But a lot about normal, I think we can all agree now, wasn't great. You know, sending, you know, if I've got a team of 60 and I put 60 cars on the road every day, it's not pretty great for the planet, right? But I think the reason we're all here today is that a lot of it was great. Right? Because we all love this energy of seeing, I mean, I love it, seeing these human eyeballs looking back at me that are not 2D. So it's so nice that this kind of getting back together. And so I suppose during the beginning of that pandemic, my spidey senses were tingling to kind of, right, I need to do something here. I'm saying I've got to lead the way. We've got to try and lead the way as a business. And I look back at the date, and it's June, so it's like a couple of months after. It's really early on. I just went out to the world, put my flag in the sand, and said, everyone can work from anywhere forever. And being honest, I had no idea how to do that, right? And I've got people in HR and operation. I don't think you could do that. I don't think we should say the words, you know. And I was like, no, but we've got to do something. And people often say, why do you do so much press? And I'm like, well, if you put it in the press, you've kind of got to go and do it, so it holds you accountable. Because sometimes when you're a founder, like no one holding you accountable to anything, you know. But the thing is, it's okay, right? We all don't know what we're doing. We're all making it up. I am. Don't know about you. I'm sure you're all probably making up what you do each day in, day out, right? So, and frankly, no one does, right? We're all the same, right? We're all just muddling our way around this earth, trying to figure out what to do. And so what I started to think about with our team was maybe we could think about recreating culture, right? It's going to change, and I had to mourn Made Brave, like, because if you've seen Made Brave's content, it's all about being in the studio. It's all about the energy, the films, the stupid stuff we do, and we try and enjoy the journey. And I was like, yeah, we've lost that. Everyone's away now, and you know. So I said, well, you know, let's look through these lenses when we try and make decisions. You know, so the same as I say with the cars. Well, it would be great for my mental health if we bring everyone into the office. Great, my control. I can see everyone. I know what's happening. I know where everyone is. I know it's sort of, but that's not great for the sustainability of the planet. Likewise, if I close the office to save myself a little bit of cash, right, and I send everyone into their homes, so what have I just done for the mental health of 60 people? I've probably isolated 60 people, and not every person works or thinks the same way. And the best businesses, in my mind, are businesses that are inclusive, where everyone has a voice, and where you have a diverse group of people, thought and experience, because it creates the best creativity. So if I bring everyone back to Glasgow, well, I'm limiting my chance again to recruit people from all over the UK, which makes a better business. So I'm trying to create that holy grail, and it's not easy. I think we all know it's not easy. But I said to my team, well, let's make the office a destination for the brand, not a mandatory place that we should attend. And I think we were all heading that way anyway. I think that's where the world was going. And I said, look, I don't know how we're going to get there, but my job as the leader is to put a flag somewhere. Now, when you say you're going to the moon, you don't build the thing to get to the moon, get there and say, right, we're going to the moon, right? You tell everyone you're going to the moon, then you all work out how to get there. So I said, us being the most flexible company, us being the best place to work, that's my moonshot. Now we need to figure it out together, right? So we've got a vision, and vision is very, very important, as we all know in business. So We stopped as well, and in a leadership team, we created 3 OKRs. If you don't know what they are, they're objective key results, or like goals for your business. And we said, we want 3 things to make it really easy to make a successful business through a pandemic, right? We want to be globally known for our creativity, so we just happen to be born in Scotland. We want to be the best company in the world to work for. It's a big goal, but right, goals are meant to be big and scary. And we want to be a financially healthy business that's double the size. So that was to tell my team, I'm ambitious, we're not stopping, we're not just going safe, we're still going to grow because we're still going to move forward. And I thought, well, after we'd sorted finance, you know, when you're in a pandemic and sales were back and everything's motoring, I'm going to concentrate on this one. And huge credit to Hannah, my head of culture and people. She had the incredibly difficult task of taking that and trying to turn it into some sort of policy. So she worked with an amazing business in Glasgow called Flexibility Works. So if you're going through and struggling how to do this, they can help and support you. And we built a framework based on freedom, trust, and respect. Right? So rather trying to go into the jargon of HR first, we said, what are the fundamental things we want our culture to be built around? So I said to the team, it's not kind of fair that the founders always get to sort of float around and do what they want, work where they want, right? And everyone else is chained to a seat. So let's try and make it where everybody has some freedom, right? Freedom to choose, because we all work differently. Some people work better on their own. Some people are caring for people at home. Some people are caring for elderly people, children. But let's make sure we're built around the trust and the respect that we're going to look after each other. So we're not going to do something that's going to impact negatively for someone on our team, on our client's team, and we're just going to try and sort of use those as the pillars to create a policy. It ended up in a triple flex policy, which sounds like a burger. So we said, look, you've got flexi desk, the freedom to work where you want to work. You've got flexi time to have more control over your day, to allow you to have childcare and these types of things. And flexi leave, where we said, if you actually run out of holidays, just ask if you need more. And if we can, and if it doesn't affect your team members, it doesn't affect your clients, and we can do it, we'll do it. And we, true Made Brave style, we worked with an amazing artist called Alex Black, and we created a whole host of visual assets. I'm a big believer that, you know, when you create anything, if you try and create something physical or visual, as a reminder to kind of the behaviour you want to see within your business. We somehow got talking about Wallace and Gromit and the wrong trousers and Inspector Gadget. I don't know if anyone remembers that or if it's just my childhood. And we said, why don't we make these like, you know, some sort of physical embodiment? Everyone was in their bedroom, remember, as well. And we said, well, let's make some pajamas. So we made the MBX X3000 flexi waist, tech stretch pajamas, standard issue work attire. And we sent them to everyone in the team, and it's a little bit of fun. Everyone was in their pajamas anyway, but the idea being that you wear them, you start thinking about, well, trust, freedom, respect, etc. Okay? But I want to tell you today, because I'm very conscious that, you know, when you are on LinkedIn, when you do these talks, you think, they've got it worked out. I've not got it worked out. It's not perfect. We've gained loads of flex. In the last 18 months, I've grown from 4 million turnover to 7 million, and this year we'll do about 9 million turnover. So we're not a huge business in comparison to a lot of the businesses you've heard from today. But some things worked, right, during that time. But what it's given me also is a whole host of new operational people challenges as well as we grow and we try and figure out the ins and outs of those policies and everything else. You know, and I think we've all lost that human connection, again, while we're here today. Creative collaboration is hugely important for a business like mine. So, you know, we're trying to figure out how do we do that, how do we create a rhythm to our business, to our culture. And, you know, I was a big fan of surprise and delight moments. If you follow Made Brave, I was always, you know, like, they would come in after the weekend and we would have hidden cameras and I would have dressed up as a Christmas tree or something ridiculous. So I miss that kind of side of our culture, which was fun. So I thought, you know, well, I started thinking about jelly and I thought, well, jelly's flexible and I think we all want this flex, but I think human beings, we like some sort of structure, right? We like something, so there needs to be some sort of rigidity to the way we work and how we work together. So this week, while I'm here, we've got an immersion week. We've asked our team to come to the Glasgow office, so they've all flown from all over the country. And we're having a week of immersion where we've got going out for dinners as teams, we've got meetings together, and we've got in-person meetings, remember them? And you know, a whole host of events, and then at the end of the week we'll do like a big social event. Now this week it's our 10th anniversary this year, so we're having Made Brave is having a mad rave. If you're interested to come to Made Brave's mad rave, it's at Platform, which is formerly the Arches, and I'm giving away some tickets on or some invites on my LinkedIn. There should be a post there. If it's not there, it'll be there shortly, and you can come along. What I really learned through the last couple of years, and I said this on LinkedIn the other day if anyone follows me, but someone early on in my journey said to me, the founder, you need to have an empty desk. And I couldn't believe it. I was like, there's no way. It was like, because you all know, and if anyone's in their first year, you're doing everything, aren't you? You're marketing, operations, finance, leading, cleaning the toilet, everything in between. But as I've grown my business, I've started, you know, from that sort of year 2, I started going, okay, well, how do I get someone better in every position around me? And so that was my next hire, and my next hire, and so on and so forth. And I think what I've learned this year is, and I say this a lot as well, is that I think it's good to know what you're good at and what you're bad at. And maybe a Scottishism is that we're not great at saying what we're good at, but I definitely know what I'm bad at. I definitely know that I'm more challenged by the operational parts. That makes my heart sing a little bit more. Spreadsheets, I don't, you know, it doesn't bring me to life. Whereas the creative part and doing this, I enjoy this. I enjoy sharing anything I've learned. And so I put one of the last pieces in place for my business for the last 10 years. I could never afford an MD before, but I now can. And it's one of the last puzzles where I kind of stepped back and I went, wow, there's someone else. Because he's way nicer than me, and he's also, you know, Paul, and this is a great thing from the pandemic. So Paul came from an agency in London called JWT, one of the biggest network agencies in the world. He led a client services team of 120 people, and only because I'm now fully flex and you can work from anywhere, well, he applied for a job. So, like, people keep talking about skill shortages. There's none, because there's no boundary now, right? So he came into my business, and I was like, Paul, you know way more than me. And you've been in a way bigger business that I'm now trying to become. So you run it, I'll go out and lead. And then I took my creative director, Stephen, I made him executive creative director. So there's now an MD running, there's now an exec creative person running it. So it's not me. I brought in 2 amazing creative directors from London, right? So now we're away again, right? And then I've hired about 6 or 7 other people from London that have all moved to Glasgow because the people want a change. And so there's no skill shortage because we're a tiny island. The UK is tiny, right? And then I've secured a really, really talented group of leadership team that are all driven to make a success out of Made Brave. And so now, I was just in the US for the first in-person trade mission. I'm kidding. I was there, I was looking for business. But I was there for 3 weeks, and my business ran better than when I was there because I put people in place. So if I can give away anything that I've learned over the last 10 years, and specifically over the last 2 years, is put great people in place, but also great advisors. So again, someone talked about there's only the same 5 board people going about every business in Scotland. Well, I went down to London. I said, well, Philip Lancaster, you're a client team director, business director at WPP, again, one of the biggest network agencies in the world. Would you be on my board? Absolutely. You look like a great business. Sounds great fun. Jenny Plant was the general manager of Publicis. She joined my board. And so now I've got like guys that are used to running huge global accounts. And is that going to be helpful for me trying to be a global business? Absolutely. And then next week you'll see in the press, Gautam Guy, who's the founder of a 500-person tech agency out of Delhi. Because I'm like, well, if I'm a global business, I need to have global perspective. So Gautam's joining my business, and he's helping support. And so I get to pinch out of their head as well. And I've got the headspace to learn from them because I'm not running the day-to-day. So a few takeaways, because I've probably talked for about 3 hours. You gain way more by giving away control. Now, it's easy to say because I'm 10 years in, but as early as you can do it, start to do that. Not taking a risk is the biggest risk of all. So if you're sitting here today, I would encourage you, if someone's just sitting on the edge of doing that brave thing, I'm your trigger to go and do it. Lead, don't follow. It's often very scary, but this world belongs to the brave. So, you know, try and always push yourself in boundaries where you feel a bit scared. You get back tenfold what you give away. So I really encourage people, if you learn stuff in business, share it. You know, it's really, really important, and it is important. What we were talking about earlier, that, you know, the community, the people who are doing these big deals need to come out and talk about them. Because if we don't talk about them, if we keep them all behind doors, how the hell do we know how they work and how they exist? And, you know, I think what, we talked about today, that the pivoting your brand, I don't think you should ever pivot your brand if you can avoid it. Branding is something you want to do very few times. It's much like naming. Naming your business you want to do once. Branding you could maybe change once or twice, but you don't want to change it. And really, when you have brand and purpose and values, when times are hard, that's when you lean into them, and that's when you use them for direction. So as a lasting thought, great brands shouldn't pivot. Pivot your products and services, but stay true to your brand. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. I almost hate to drag you back down to earth with just a few questions. I'm not going to do many because we're out of time, and B, the audience has always had great ones. But I suppose one of the things I took away from that, first of all, I took away your line about the moon is very reminiscent. It's a kind of JFK. We choose not to go to the moon because it is easy. We choose to go to the moon because it is hard. If you set yourself things that you know are within your compass, then you're not stretching yourself. You've deliberately pushed yourself and thought, I wonder if I'll sink. I wonder if I'll swim.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, I think what I've always learned with people is that vision is very, very important. And I said it in the chat, is that, you know, when you have a group of people, which is what you're trying to create with a group of employees or a group of customers that you're trying to attract to your business, you know, you need to set vision is super, super important, and especially when times are hard. So that's kind of a lot of what I was doing. I mean, some of you will follow people like Gary Vaynerchuk on LinkedIn, and he's got about, I don't know how many, 5 million followers on LinkedIn. But he's always talking about he's going to buy the New York Jets. And so everyone's watching for years until he buys the New York Jets. So it's just, you know, it's super important.
And the other thing I take from this is this thing about headspace, effectively, is that you're somebody who's a creative, loads of people in this audience will be creative, but they'll come up with an idea, and in delivering that idea and all the bureaucracy and admin and recruitment and everything else, before they know it, they're not playing to their skill, their head is full of other stuff. So you actually almost need to make yourself, if it's at all possible, get to that stage where you're completely disposable.
Yeah, it's not always easy.
Because that's what makes you indisposable.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, that was all from me, really. I will go to the audience now, and don't all rush at once, as they say. It's always... Oh, hang on, there is, sorry, right in the corner. Neil, get the microphone to you.
What's he going to ask?
Right. So it was funny you mentioned that your wee boy was wee when you chucked your job and decided to start it. So my wife was 8 weeks pregnant when I chucked the job. What made you make that big step, especially when all that pressure is on you, you've got a life that you need to go and provide for? What made you take the plunge? What was it?
It was basically just necessity for me. I didn't come from a family of any money at all. My mum was a single parent and she worked 2 nights a week, and I was like, it was just the reality of going, oh my God, I've got nappies, childcare, my wife's going to stop work, I need to do it. So the first year I did wedding photography, I did baby photography, I did graphic design, etc., and I kind of waited to see what one went to the top, and, you know, thankfully this was the one. So yeah, it was money driven, really.
Yeah, be hugely ambitious, but also pay the bills where,
exactly,
where it's all possible. Okay, hand up there. Sorry. You're going to make your 10,000 steps, though. Think of that.
Hi. I regularly follow you on LinkedIn, and we connected a couple of months back, and since then I've been following you.
Thank you.
And after hearing you out today, I have a same question.
Yeah.
But I really want to know in detail, like, you know, when you had just 1K in your bank account, what made you to work towards your startup and not look for a job? Like, you know, a job can give you money in a short term, but entrepreneurship gives you recognition, your passion, and everything to follow in long run. So how did you make that decision that, you know, not applying to a job, but following your passion and, you know, leading this entrepreneurship journey?
Yeah, well, I think maybe I was, if you imagine, I'm 40 now, so I was 30 at the time. So I'd worked in that one business for 8 years. It was just a small business, 7 or 8 people, no more. And I'd sort of self-taught design and photography. And I felt confident that I had a skill set, you know. So as I say, service-based business, I could go out and produce things. So I felt confident that I could go and do that. I had a friend that was kind of nudging me. He was like, "You would do so well in business." He said, "You would do great, you would do great." And I was kind of, you know, I didn't have the confidence. I never used to do public talking, you know, or anything. That's come much later. But yeah, I just pushed it out, and he gave me a desk for free for 3 months, which was a big part for me, sort of thinking confidently that I could do it. So I went out for 3 months, and I just realised very quickly I quite enjoyed the business side of it. I enjoyed the buzz of kind of making sales and kind of growing things. And but to be realistic, though, it's I did long hours for that first year, and it's not to say that's always right, but I think, you know, I was working all the hours of the day. I was then going home at night and a baby, and, you know, looking after my son with my wife as well. And I had, you know, that first year I had stress headaches, everything. Like, it's not. That's what I'm conscious to always tell everyone. It's not just like a circus that sometimes it can look like on here. You know, there's a lot of hard work that goes in the background as well, and it's not for everyone. But I decided I wanted to create something a little bit. I wanted some sort of legacy, and so. And given that you showed us a picture of Tom Holland as Spider-Man, do you accept that maybe in another bit of the multiverse, there's you as a very happy and successful wedding photographer? It's not necessarily that it had to work out this way. Exactly, yeah. Okay, we're nearly out of time. Okay. I think this might have to be the last question, so if you can make it kind of climactic and big, that would be brilliant. No pressure.
Thank you. Thank you. It was really amazing to hear your speech. I'm associated with the Startup Race, and we also help startups to scale. I wonder, what would be your advice for the startups that are actually going to be bigger and bigger, and how did you manage to do it in still such a short period of time?
I missed one word you said there. Brands that are going through what?
I mean, like, what would be your advice for the startups that are going to scale, so to reach the bigger global presence? As I represent the Startup Race, and we also try to help startups to scale up. Yeah. My question is, what would be your advice for the startups that are going to scale up?
I would say just realize that we're as good as anyone else in the world. I'm just back from the US. I was in Miami, I was in New York, I was in New Haven, I was in Minneapolis. And the people are just like us. We're just as talented, we're just as friendly. Like, we've got the same, you know, we've got huge power here. We're a tiny country, and you know what comes with a tiny country? As soon as you get a little bit of success, you can talk to loads of really successful people. And those really successful people know the successful people in London, and they know the successful people in New York. So we've got like an easy step up. If you imagine in the US, you try and get your head to where success is, you've got to get past millions and millions of people. So we've got real power and real control here.
That is a good positive note to end on. Can we please thank our closing keynote? Thank you, Andrew. So that was Andrew Dobbie, who is the branded Bowie, or at least he is as an anagram. He is definitely CEO of Made Brave, which is Beaver Dam, and also, as we've figured out, Be Mad Rave. Now, I promise that is me all done with anagrams because, well, we're all done with pretty much everything as well. Just before we bring over Eleanor Shaw to bring things to an official close, 2 very brief things from me. First, thank you for coming. Please do let us know what you loved, what you liked, what you want more of, less of. If we do this again, there will be a feedback survey, I think. Alistair, is this right? Being emailed to you in the very near future. Secondly, I have had a great time. I've learned lots. I've met some great people. I've seen some fantastic presentations. I think the standard of all the chairing of all the panels and the content of all the panels today was excellent. So a final round of applause for all our panel chairs as well. And I hope you've enjoyed it if you are watching at home. I would also like to particularly thank Alistair Gunn, Project Director at GCID, Janice Cunningham, Ecosystem Development Manager at our host, the University of Strathclyde, all the AV team. That poor guy's name I don't know, who's been running up and down the stairs all day. Sorry, but thank you for working very hard for us as well. So that is almost it, but to semi-formally wind things up, shut things down, move things on, send us into our final networking drinks with a smile on our lips and a song in our heart, or something like that. Delighted to be able to welcome back to the stage the Associate Principal of the University of Strathclyde, Professor Eleanor Shaw, over to you.
I do have to say, anyone that knows me realises that I can't do anything slowly or shortly, but I realise I'm the only thing standing between all of you, and if you have the time to stay with us, a light refreshment next door. So I'll be as quick as I possibly can be. So this is us at the end of the inaugural GTF1, and what a success it has been. I've really, really enjoyed the whole day. It's been an absolute pleasure to listen to such inspirational keynotes, energetic panel sessions, and it's been a joy to listen to the volume of chat during the breakouts. Clearly, we've all been working from home for way too long, and it's just been a delight, I think, for all of us to meet with people face to face. So as I said, I will try not keep you for too long, but I would like to just make a few final remarks. I think that Teresa from Barclays got us off to a brilliant start. Her energy, enthusiasm and her passion for coding, for software development, for talent and diversity, where I found very motivating, and I'm sure you guys did as well. Our panel on ecosystems emphasised the benefits of collaboration and competition, our collective responsibility to build a sustainable tech ecosystem across Glasgow, the importance of storytelling, and the benefits of learning from failure. Now, I've spoken about that with lots of people today. It seems to have really touched a nerve, and I think we need to go further, and we need to reframe failure. We need to make it acceptable and recognised as a valuable entrepreneurial experience. I'm sure we would all agree that it would be a very positive cultural leap that our ecosystem would benefit from if we could get a bit cooler about accepting failure and seeing it as a learning experience rather than a reason to point our finger at people. Calum from Scottish Equity Partners outlined the positive environment for investment in tech, but he reminded us that investment is not equally available to everyone, and that there is a need for the investment community to create more equal access to all firms to ensure that any entrepreneur with a great idea, regardless of their sex, religion, ethnicity, or any other protected characteristic, has access to that finance. Sean chaired a great session on market-driven innovation, and our panel outlined the potential for technological convergence and the benefits that a joined-up, healthy, collaborative ecosystem can have for encouraging this sort of convergence. Dr Poonam Gupta provided us with a really honest account of her experiences so far, and I, for one, thought her modesty and clear talking were inspirational. We need more role models like Poonam who can inspire a new generation of entrepreneurs through the sharing of their stories and of their learning. Oh, hang on, I pressed the wrong button there. Ollie's panel session had an amazing group of 4 founders. I don't know if Ollie's still here or not. I can't see with these reading glasses on. I can only look at this. And I thought that was inspirational. It may not have been quite the MTV grind that he had hoped for, but it was really informative, high energy. And again, I thought that honestly the panel was much welcomed and a great bunch of really accessible role models. Henry then gave us an up-to-date overview of what we're investing in, and again, I think his honest reporting was welcomed. There's a need for us to have access to more and better data about where ventures secure their investments. Such data will be vital in helping us identify gaps, and by identifying gaps, we can then start to identify, again, it's a theme here, how to make access to finance for startup and for growth more easily and more equitably available for all entrepreneurs with a valuable proposition. Our final panel session on investment and breaking down perceptions, chaired by Olga, discussed many issues very close to my heart. I think the fact that 80% of the panel was female lays down the gauntlet about the type of change that we need to break down perceptions. I'll say it again. We need to break these perceptions down so that regardless of who you are, where you come from, what you look like, where you were educated, that you have the same equal access to entrepreneurial opportunities and equal access to all of the support that goes with that human, social, financial and reputational capital. Siobhan brought us full circle because she reminded us again that we really need to promote, share and celebrate our entrepreneurial successes at home and abroad. Neil spoke about ambition and encouraged us all that if we want to grow our businesses, we've got all the support, help and resources available. We just need to go out, look for it and ask. And Neil also spoke about role models, and I think that's been a strong theme from today as well. Neil also did advise us that we should get off our backsides, and I'm sure I will encourage you to do that when I finish in just a moment or two. Andrew, thanks so much for a great way, such an energetic way to finish off the day for us. And a couple of reflections there. I love the idea of using values not just to attract, but repel. And I'm going to start talking about that. I love that. I think it's a brilliant way of thinking. Thank you too for your honesty about the impact that COVID had on you and your business, especially in those early days, and then helping show us how you pivoted from panic to purpose. What an amazing journey so far, and it's fabulous to see the impact that your purpose has had on the growth of your business and the enthusiasm that you've shared with us. And I also have to say, who doesn't want to have Andrew's garden bothy? I mean, I think we might all want to come and visit. I just live in the south side, so I'm not that far away, Andrew. And if you could
I'll
also
settle for the pyjamas.
Well, my next comment is, and if you could send me some of the triple flex pyjamas, I'd quite appreciate those as well. And congratulations on the 10th anniversary of Made Braid also. So what a great day we've had. Of course, days like this do not simply happen. There's much planning and hard work that takes place in advance, and I'd like to offer special thanks. I will not get everybody, and I apologise if I don't get everyone, but special thanks go to Alistair Gunn, Janice Cunningham, Gemma Carpenter, Olga, Poonam, Grant, who's been running up and down these stairs. Just thank you so much for pulling such a great programme together, and amazing speakers. Thanks to all of the staff in the Technology and Innovation Centre. The event has run really smoothly, and I'm sure you will agree that we've all been taken very well care of. Finally, I'd like to thank all of you for your engagement and your enthusiasm. As we move into our next normal, I'm sure that the relations we make, the friendships we maintain, and the collaboration that takes place when we come together face to face will become even more valuable. It's likely that collaboration across and between ecosystems will become a powerful model for igniting innovation and identifying workable solutions to some of the most challenging problems we face, both locally, think about the Glasgow effect, and globally, of course, climate change. So thank you for your time, and if you don't have to rush away, please do join us for a glass of something wet and more networking. But could we just give ourselves a big round of applause?
Yeah, they always forget to thank the host.
I must apologise. I did, of course, do that deliberately because I wanted to do even an extra special thanks to Quentin for hosting such a brilliant day. Okay, I need to go with the tail between my legs now. Go and have a drink if you fancy one.
I didn't expect you to come.